Hello, good morning, and welcome to the fourth and final day, the Friday of the 2021 Summer Torpids. So the 5-minute gun has just gone for men's Division 7, and so the crew should be very quickly wiggling their way down to the start to get going for racing today. We can see that the crews are getting attached, and whilst they're doing that, we'll just do some introductions. So I'm Harriet, I'm commentating for you this morning from the City of Oxford Rowing Club bar, so in which case I do apologise for any of the noise of the crews that you can hear in the background for me. And I am joined here today with Phil, who is commentating remotely from a little bit further afield up north in Leeds.
Thank you very much, Harriet. Yes, the wonders of modern technology, and I'll be with you for the first 7 divisions today. I think we're going to see a day of 2 halves. I think we're going to see some really exciting racing at the bottom divisions because, let's face it, rowing on divisions are often mayhem, and I think we've got some incredible racing coming up this afternoon, particularly with the battle for headship in Women's Division 1. But let's focus our attention on the first division of the day. So if we could see the start list for Men's Division 7, you notice the start list is a little bit different today because we have some B's in square brackets, and what that B means is that this crew is potentially on for blades. So that means that every day this week they have bumped and they have not been bumped. Now, the exact rules for blades do vary for each college. So, for example, if University M3 bump today, they will go up to be sandwich boat in Men's Division 6, and depending on whether or not they then bump in Men's Division 6 will determine whether their college awards them blades. So it's different for each college, but we normally point out when a crew has bumped every day and not been bumped. So I can give you a rundown of the fortunes of each of these crews so far. So going off at the top of the division is Corpus Christi M2. They rode over on Tuesday. They were in the middle of a chain bump on Wednesday, and they went down 1 position, so dropped out of Men's Division 6 yesterday on Thursday. Bungline 2, we have University M3, who are on for blades. They've gone up 1 place on each of the 3 days so far. You've got Christchurch M3, who actually are up 4 for the week. They went up once on Tuesday and Wednesday, and 2 places on Thursday. Meanwhile, St Anthony's 2, they are down 3 for the week. They went down 2 places on Tuesday, 1 further place on Wednesday, and we're in the middle of a chain bump on Thursday, meaning they stayed level, but they didn't row over. Christchurch M4, they are also on for blades, so they went up 2 on Tuesday, 1 on Wednesday and 1 on Thursday, so +4 for the week so far. Lincoln 3, which you'll see in a moment, is the very excitingly dressed in Hawaiian shirts and very interestingly rigged boat. You'll see why in a moment. They were in a chain bump on Tuesday, so they stayed level. They went down 3 places on Wednesday and then 5 places on Thursday, so they are down 8 for the week. Bungline 7, we've got St Peter's, who were down 1 on Tuesday, down 2 on Wednesday, and level on Thursday. New College M3, down 3, +1, and rode over. Lineker M3 rode over for 2 days and then went up from the foot of the river yesterday. And then Pora Mansfield M2, they were involved in a chain bump on the first day and then down 1 position each day, and they currently occupy the foot of the river. I think now's a good time to cut back to the start because we'll see, I think, Men's Division 7 going off very imminently. So over to you, Harriet, to see what you see.
Yeah, so I think we might just be getting ready for the 1-minute gun. Crews are attached and just getting themselves started to point in the correct direction. We've talked a little bit about the past few days about how important that line is off the start and how the cooks is keeping nice and tight to the bank and steering a nice straight line where they can is really important to set them up really for a good days of racing. It's good actually today to see that there are still some people wearing fancy dress and having a bit of fun. We have in fact got a banana in the bow seat of the Unit 3 crew, and given how warm it was when I cycled down this morning, I can only assume that that is not an especially pleasant outfit for racing.
So we have a very sweaty banana in Men's Division 7. Thanks, Harriet.
Cool. So I think the final crews are starting to get attached, so we should be expecting the 1-minute gun, as I say, very imminently. But it does also look like we've got a houseboat on the course. So that is probably what the slight delay is for.
Yeah, that said, I think we can also see at Bungline 5, so the Christchurch M4 boat, who are on for blades, are still manoeuvring around. It looks like the Cox is nowhere near being able to hold onto the bungline. So, to be honest, as the Christchurch M4 Cox, probably doing their crew a little bit of a disservice, because as a Cox, you want to do everything you can to calm the nerves of that crew, because they are hopefully on for blades today, and you don't want to put them off just mere minutes before the start of the race.
No, so they should be going into this race fairly confident that they have the speed because they've got the previous 3 days. But as you say, it is that final day that determines if you do get the blades or not. So the nerves will be, you know, as high as ever. There is a saying which says that good crews stay level, fast crews go up 3, and lucky crews get the 4 bumps for the blades. So we will see if luck is with them today.
Absolutely, and I'm sure for these crews, the difference between blades or not is the difference between getting showered with the cheapest bottle of supermarket champagne at the pontoon or being showered with a slightly more expensive bottle of cheap supermarket champagne on the pontoon when they land. So clearly really high stakes for these, not just for the rowing, but for the champagne shower afterwards.
So that would have been the 1 minute gun just gone. So the crews will start to be pushed out into that racing line. Now you can see the polemen on the bank doing their best using, I believe they are window hooks, window poles to move the crews out just to get them lined up.
Wonderful. And what you'll have on the bank is the bank riders counting down their crews. They'll normally say, 50 seconds, 40 seconds, 30 seconds, and typically they'll count down from 15, but often stop just before 2 seconds. So they'll go 4, 3, and then silence. And as a rower under the Cox, those 3 seconds of silence are the most terrifying thing ever, because all you are doing is anticipating that start gun. And we'll very shortly see all of the crews coming forwards and squaring their blades in the water, which is a good sign that racing is absolutely imminent and just a few seconds away.
Absolutely. So the 1 minute gun is not always 1 minute before racing, but I think it was just about this time because the start gun has just gone and they are setting off. Looks like Corpus have just swung out a little bit on the bung line, and Univ probably had the slightly better line, steering beautifully straight there. But there's not really been any quick gains in this division off the start. So it looks like all the crews are actually got a good clean start. It potentially looks like Christchurch 4 are starting to make a move on St Antony's 2, just starting to close that gap up. And it does look like Lincoln 3 have caught a crab and therefore are struggling a little bit to get themselves back up to race pace, which does mean that Peters should be gaining on them pretty rapidly. And I think that is a concession from the Cox of the Lincoln 3 crew. And he's desperately trying to get his crew back up and racing.
Yep. So meanwhile, at the top of the division, it looks like the University Banana Boat is actually gaining on Corpus through the gut. And I think we see Mansfield gaining quite significantly at the foot of this division on Lineker. So Mansfield could avoid ending this competition foot of the river and hand that dishonour over to Lineker. It's looking pretty tight at the top, actually, with this view, with the top 5 crews being Corpus Christi 2, University 3, Christchurch 3, who are on for blades, St Antony's 2, and Christchurch 4. And that looks like Christchurch 4 are very close now to St Antony's. Could this be blades? Oh, there we go. There's a concession from St Antony's. So that is blades, 5 bump blades for Christchurch 4.
So Christchurch have to be a little bit careful to not get in the way of the crew now, who they'll want that first Christchurch crew will want to clear the line so that their next crew down can continue to race and catch the Corpus crew that their third crew has just gone for.
It looks like New College have bumped Lincoln 3, so actually Lineker have an out here. If Lineker can bump, oh, there we go. I think that's a concession from Corpus. So, oh, no, sorry, that's a concession from
New College, I believe.
Actually, no, Univ. I think Christchurch have bumped Univ. So that actually probably squanders Univ's chance of Blades, because they got bumped by Christchurch before they could go on to bump Corpus Christi. Lineker 3 at the bottom of this division, it looks like Lineker are running away to the other side of the river. They're going to want to try and catch a very slow Lincoln 3 before Mansfield 2 catch them up. But actually, it looks like Mansfield 2 have stopped rowing. So I think that Mansfield have bumped Lineker. I thought we were maybe on for a semi-over bump there, but I was wrong.
No, I think I did see one of the Mansfield rowers sort of waving his hands in celebration. So this is St Anthony's now just coming down the green banks in a reasonably solid rhythm. I think they've got quite a distance in front of them and behind them, though. They're sort of rowing in their own little part of the division now, as lots of crews around them have bumped out.
Yes, so I think all eyes will be at the bottom of this division to answer the infamous question of who will end the week foot at the river for the men's divisions. Will it be the Hawaiian Beerboat Lincoln 3, or will it be Lineker 3? So I think actually if we stay with camera 3 at Longbridges, because it looks like there's a big gap between Corpus Christi 2 and the Unif 3 Banana Boat, who've gone way back. That's a very close line from Lineker. That's either Cox to perfection, or they may have brushed the tree very slightly there. I think they've just about done that okay, but they are quite wide out into the river. They're going to want to tuck into Greenbanks and see if they can try and reel in Lincoln 3 as they go up the Greenbanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Lineker Cox, that's the crew with the yellow blades with the black cross, is really going to be driving their crew on and just telling them, look, you know, Lincoln is up ahead. They are 2 lengths ahead. If we keep solid in this rhythm and we keep pushing hard and keep using our legs like we've trained in training, then we will be walking on that crew eventually.
And actually, I'm quite surprised at the top here. So we've got St Anthony's 2, who are actually making somewhat of an impression on University 3. It's now down to about maybe 1.5 lengths between Anthony's and Unif 3. I mean, it looks like Unif 3 went off well, but then have really fallen back. So there is a possible chance here that St Anthony's can bump Unif 3. Oh, there we go. The banana's taken his hat off. I think he's kind of, you know, peeled the top of the banana off because he's probably just that warm.
Or he's going for the aero advantage there and has decided that they need all the slipstream they can get.
Yeah, and any good Cox in men's Division 7 will be closely calculating the aerodynamic drag of these boats, because every millisecond matters in men's Division 7.
Absolutely, but it looks like St Anthony's have put a real push in and have really closed down on that Unif crew, and they've got them down to perhaps 1/4 of a length of canvas. And I imagine that the St Anthony's Cox is calling for a big push now as they get down towards the finish line. They've probably got about 200 meters left. Will they go and get that bump? Will they manage to just break that Unif 3 rhythm and get the overlap and eventually get that concession? They probably have about 15 strokes left, if that. So if they're going to go, they do really have to go now. It does look like Unif are running away. Will Unif hold it?
It's quite hard to tell. I think we're probably about 20 strokes away. Will St Anthony's split the banana boat?
Cool. So they've got a crew. I believe that would be Corpus Christi, rowed over at the top of the division, celebrating. And just as we come into the finish line, I think it's very tight between St Anthony's and Unif. Now, do remember, it is the stern of the boat that needs to cross the finish line for Unif to get away safely. So I think they possibly have just about done that. We will see if St Anthony's managed to make either any contact on the blades or on the stern of that boat to see if they got bumped, and I'm sure they will be keen to see if anybody on the bank did see that contact.
Yeah, what it looks like to me was that St Anthony's made a very wise decision there to realise that they had just a few strokes left. They went for an optimistic swipe over the finish line, and it looked like it got close, but actually they didn't swipe Univ with the bow of the Anthony's boat on the stern of Univ, and Univ, I was going to say live on to row another day, but actually this is the end of the race for them because they didn't bump up to be sandwich boat, and their chance of blades has been well and truly squashed like a banana peel.
Yeah, and we can just see the last two racing crews coming up. So Lineker 3 have done really well actually to catch up to this Lincoln 3 crew. They've really made up that distance. But I think unfortunately for Lineker, the river is just not quite long enough for them today, and they've not quite managed to make it up by the time that Lincoln will cross that finish line.
Yeah, that Lincoln beer boat looks very thirsty, and I'm sure they are absolutely desperate for a beer or an equivalent soft drink as soon as they land, because I think that was some very, very hard work for them, and they're probably regretting having to have rowed a good 1,600 meters on such a warm day.
But it also looks like they've had a lot of fun. And once the crew spun, I think you will see that they are clearly taking this competition very seriously and have looked at all the academic papers and have decided to go with a rig, a setup of the boat that puts them in what is called a zero wiggle configuration. So they will have 2 blades on one side, 4 blades in the middle on the same side, and then a further 2 blades on the other side. And I'm sure that will have been a calculated decision.
Yes, and I think both Harriet and I know the cox of that boat, and I'm sure that's the cox's personality put right into that boat. They know what they're doing. They know the crew might not be the fastest in the world, but they know how they can calculate it for maximum entertainment value. And Lincoln, entertainers, you definitely have. So thank you.
Absolutely. I hope they go and have some fun in a very COVID safe and responsible way this afternoon.
Yeah, of course. So I can actually probably bring you what I think were the provisional bumps there in men's division 7. So I think we have at the foot of the division, Mansfield 2 bumping Lineker 3, St Peter's 2 and New College 3 both bumped out on Lincoln 3. I think Christchurch 4 bumps St Anthony's 2 to complete their blades. Christchurch 3 bumps Univ 3 to complete Christchurch 3's blades and deny Univ 3 of blades, and Corpus Christi row over at the top of this division, meaning that they will be the sandwich boat in men's division 6 at 12:55 this afternoon.
Fantastic, and we look forward to seeing them racing in that next division. I'm sure that will also be as exciting as this one was.
Indeed. And one of the things that I've done as part of my research this morning is to see who are in the crews of each of the boats that have won blades. So we thought what we might do during the course of today for, the parents or family or friends of anyone in these boats who've just won blades is to give the crew a shout out to commemorate and celebrate the fact that they have got blades in this Summer Torpid 2021. So I believe the 2 crews that got blades in that division were Christchurch M4 and Christchurch M3. So the crew of Christchurch M4, I believe, is Kexing Co at the coxing seat. And then going from stroke to bow, we have Joseph Williams, Jan Bicek, Ben Joseph, Joel Thundown, Marin Vucic, Johannes Moherl, Janis Tida, and Lucas Hoffer. And if I've mispronounced any of those names, you have my sincere apologies. I am trying my best. And then meanwhile, in the Christchurch M3 boat, we have Mike Walmsley as the cox, and then Max Crane at stroke, Simon Couillard de Lespine, Jan Hendrik Honk, Oliver Markuson, Noah Law, Alex Cook, Wallaran Bazin, and then at the bow we have Peter Watson. So congratulations to both of those crews for what we understand winning blades. Again, we'll see the official results maybe in about 20 minutes time on screen, but that's what Harriet and I reckon happened in that division.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, congratulations to both crews, and I'm sure Christchurch will be having a very good evening today.
I think I'm just having a quick look against all of the Christchurch crews to see how they've done this week. So yeah, Christchurch, and we'll cover off Christchurch 1 in a lot of detail later on, but Christchurch 1 have had an excellent week so far. Christchurch M1, they've gone up one of rowed over at Forth of the River, which is no mean feat. So actually, that's 4 boats that have done very well so far. Christchurch M2 also on for blades, so it could be 3 sets of blades on the men's side, potentially headship blades for Christchurch W1. And let's see where Christchurch W2, oh yes, okay, so Christchurch W2 with a crew that crashed out of Women's Division 5 on Tuesday. But then, to be fair, they have bumped up on Thursday and Friday. So we will see Christchurch W2 later on, and Christchurch W3 will be seeing in a division and a half's time at the bottom or near the bottom of Women's Division 6. So all round, actually, a very good performance from Christchurch, notwithstanding that slight mishap on Tuesday.
Absolutely, and I think we've just got the first shots of some of the women's crews for Division 7, which is going to be starting in about 20 minutes, just starting to come down through the gap. So some of the crews will be warming up on the bottom stretch, and some of the crews will be warming up on the top stretch. So I think we've just seen St Anthony's rowing through the gut there after going to do their warm-up ready for racing.
Yes, yes. And I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to in this division is more fancy dress. So we have seen during the course of this week that the Osler House W1 crew, they have been wearing red bucket hats and a smorgasbord of different colleges' unisuits, actually. So the way that Osler House works is that back in the day, it used to be Osler Green, which was Green College, which was typically a medic kind of graduate college, and Osler, the medical society. In 2008, Green College merged with Templeton College to form Green Templeton, which has become a boat club in its own right, and Osler Green became Osler House, which just represents graduate medics. So what you often see is that there are a number of crews, a number of graduate medics from various different colleges who have a choice as to whether they want to row in Osler in a particular year or for their old college. Meanwhile, I think I see Cats W3 with some wonderful cat ears. And does that, to me, is that a swan or a goose or some poor imitation of both on the bow of the Cats boat, Harriet?
Now, I can tell you, Phil, as I did do the quiz, which was provided by AURCs earlier on this week, that is, I believe, a goose.
Wonderful. So cats who are starting at the foot of the river, they will be trying to chase Teddy Hall. So, you know, if they get a safe blade on boat, so maybe kind of the bow of Cats hits the 7 blade in a safe way of Teddy Hall W3, we may actually see that stuffed goose being decapitated. And I'm sure that will become a fixture of their boat club dinner whenever they can have their boat club dinner.
Yeah, and I think we can see that Teddy Hall are starting to come down. They are the crew with the sort of golden yellow blades and the very fetching yellow bucket hats, and they're just doing a little bit of a start there coming through the gut there.
Yeah, that's the Margaret Macmillan, and you'll often see that all of these boats have kind of 2 kind of registration numbers, one of which is the technical boat code. So for this, you'll see Sierra Alpha Yankee 003, which is the boat registration code that the EA care about, the Environment Agency. But also, each of these boats does have a unique name, and sometimes these boats are named after famous alumni of the college. I don't know if you've got any backstory of any famous boats that you're aware of that appear on the ices today, Harriet.
There are quite a few that are named after coaches or you know, significant alumni of the various boat clubs, either a sort of historical member who did something particularly. Certainly at my college, we tended to name the boats with a pun that related to the one of the coaches. And I think quite a lot of clubs tend to have themed boat names. I believe St Cat's are all Winnie the Pooh themed.
Yeah, apart from a spate of boat names in 2006 when the Longbridges Boathouse, I think 2005 when the Longbridges Boathouse burnt down and we renamed all the boats. Yeah, we do have a Winnie the Pooh theme. So I think at one point we had a boat that was called Very Little Brain, which I think is probably a bit of a cruel name. But I think the Cats M1 boat is called Beginning the Hunt. The Cats M2 boat is actually called Cats 22 because the author of Catch 22, Joseph Heller, did spend some time at St Catherine's, and it's probably appropriate that that boat is in a Cats 22 situation because I think over the last 15 years that boat now has its 6th iteration of the bow. So it has gone through 5 different bows or 5 reattachments to that bow, and we're currently on version 6 of the bow of Cats 22.
Okay, so we're just coming up to about 15 minutes before racing. We've got Wolston starting to come down towards the start line, and Teddy Hall as well. So I think most of the crews are beginning to make their way down to the bottom half of the river, ready to get attached to those bung lines.
Yes, absolutely. And I wonder if now might be a good time, actually, whilst these crews are finishing off their final touch of the warm-up, is if we can actually see what the crew list is for Women's Division 7 in a few moments, and we can talk through who's on for blades, who's on for spoons. And just like magic, there we go. That's the Women's Division 7 start order. So at the top of the division, we have Wolston 4, who went down 1 on the first day, and then have gone up 1 place on days 2 and day 3. At Bungline 2, we have Brasenose, who went down 1 on Tuesday, went down 2 on Wednesday, but went up 1 on Thursday, so they're not in contention for spoons. You've got Osler House W1 and Osler House W2. They are both on for 5 bump blades, so they both went up 1, 1 and 2 on the 3 days so far. You have Trinity, who are down 1 for the week. They rode over the first 2 days, and they were in the middle of an interesting chain bump on yesterday, so they went down 1 as a result of that, but I think they did bump as part of that. You've then got St Bennett's Hall starting at Bungline 6, so they are on for spoons, unfortunately, and in a marked symmetry to their M1 crew, who went up 5, up 2 and up 1. Bennett's Hall W1 have kind of completed the other side of that parabola, and they have gone down -1, -2 and -5 so far this week. So I think someone pointed out on one of the Facebook groups that there is a beautiful but probably slightly tragic symmetry between the two Bennett's crews this week. Bungline 7, you've got St Anthony's 2, who are +1, rode over and +1. Wilson 5 at Bungline 8, who are rode over, -2 and -1 for the week. Teddy Hall 3, who start off at the foot of the river. They rode over on the first day, they bumped on the second day, and they rode over. And then we have St Catherine's with that goose on the bow, and the cat ears, who are foot of the river and will be trying to avoid the ignominious title of foot. They went down 3 on the first day, 1 on the second day, and well, they couldn't go down any further on Thursday because there was no crew to bump them. Not even the following launch was allowed to bump them, unfortunately. So yeah, over to you, Harriet.
Yep, so I imagine the crews are just sort of getting ready to, as I say, get spun onto their bung lines. I think what's going to be interesting in this division is really going to be that fight for blades up at the top half with the Osler crews. So I imagine that Osler 1 is going to move fairly swiftly onto Brasenose. And then the Osler 2 crew is going to try and replicate that, catching either Brasenose or Wolfson. So it really will depend on how fast Brasenose can make any headway onto Wolfson as to whether or not Osler have an easy time of getting those bumps, or actually have to work a little bit harder and go for that crew that's one position higher up in the division.
And I've received a correction through. So apparently you may have done that Sporkle quiz on what's a goose and what's a swan, but I'm informed by an ex-rower in that boat that what's on the bow of that boat is actually a swan. I mean, admittedly, it's a swan that looks like a goose, and we're talking about an inanimate stuffed animal, so it doesn't really matter, but allegedly it's actually a swan. So now we know.
And this is why I'm not allowed to marshal, Phil.
No, we've done our fair share of marshalling, umpiring, and everything over the years, and I think actually now, that's an interesting. So one of the things we try and get the crews not to do is to smack into each other during the warm-up, and as you saw, those two crews kind of were very close to each other. So I'm sure the senior umpire will be looking at that with a keen eye and going, "Shouldn't have done that." But I think actually, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Trinity had seen them and was steering out. So I think we were all good. I think it's just important to remember that there's not an awful lot of space down at that bottom section. And certainly in the higher divisions with the cooks, is part of the game is you want to try and get your warm-up completed and done. But you also maybe you want to try and disrupt some of the other crews, and a little bit of gamesmanship of how can you make sure that your crew gets a good warm-up and that you perhaps safely hinder some of the other crews' warm-ups as well.
Yes, and there are some coxers on the river who are slightly more devious at playing that psychological game than others. So yes, that's definitely one factor to think about. I was just going to mention actually, just in terms of the senior umpires and the various different people that are helping making racing happen. So I think it is an absolute miracle that we've managed to get some form of safe and actually a complete set of safe racing happening this week, given that everything that we've gone through over the past 18 months. And I think it's right that we mentioned that OURCs is actually a student-run committee, so different members from some of these boat clubs that you see on the screen actually volunteer their time and their effort to make racing happen. And I know that this year, clearly because of the circumstances, it's taken a lot more effort than the usual high amount of effort it takes to make racing happen. And I think it's just fair to shout out some of the people involved. So, for example, Jack Woodward, who is the OURC secretary this year. You've got Beth Carter, who is the rowing sabbatical officer. You've got Thomas Surridge, who is both the COVID advisor and the captain of Cox's. You've got David Seal, who's one of our long-time senior umpires and awesome people down at the river who has helped particularly in terms of making this live stream happen. And also James Marsden, who's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, as well as all the senior umpires who are there firing the cannons and making sure that the races go off on time. So without those people, racing would not be happening this week. And I think it's testament to their fantastic hard work that we are able to bring these pictures to you this week.
Absolutely. And as someone who did my time kind of trying to help organise and make sure that these races happen, it is a lot of good fun. And if anybody listening does fancy themselves at giving it a go in the future, please do reach out to the current committee. I'm sure they'd be grateful for, whatever help you feel like you are best placed to offer. It is probably some of my most favourite memories from university days.
Exactly. Even some of the times when we're there, sat in a secluded place trying to resolve an appeal, but actually the friendship and camaraderie of the years has been absolutely hilarious. We get to see the racing, we get to commentate on it, and actually I did find that in the real world after Oxford, having done some sort of volunteer committee position actually did help my CV in my early days. So there was a lot to be gained from rowing, B, taking up a boat club kind of captaincy position in my own boat club, and then actually doing something to help organise rowing. And I definitely look back on bumps as the highlight of my time at Oxford.
No, absolutely, and I hope plenty of the athletes competing this week will similarly be creating those memories that they look back on fondly. I think it is worth pointing out that there is a little bit of something missing this year compared to other years. Normally the final day of the summer regattas, there would be a lot of alumni coming back, and I hope that they are instead able to tune into the live feeds to watch their colleges continue the legacy that they perhaps left some time ago.
Exactly, and it is a shame that for some of the top divisions this afternoon, this evening, there would not be that wall of noise of 5, 10, maybe even almost getting towards 15,000 spectators at Boathouse Island on the Bank cheering on, because that's one of the unforgettable moments of bumps. Meanwhile, we've gone back to flag cam here, and I think that is the Lincoln College flag and also the New College flag. I do notice that we are missing maybe one or two flags off the poles, and sources tell me that if a crew doesn't actually put up their flag properly and doesn't secure the rope that can hoist and lower the flag, a mischievous scoundrel from another boat club will sometimes go away, take it to their boat club dinner, and in exchange for beer, chocolate, coaching, whatever, maybe ransom that flag in exchange for a backhand. So if anybody's listening and you're down at the boathouses, do make sure that your flags are secured. Otherwise, you might be in for a nasty surprise and maybe quite a hilarious Oxroad post at some point later on today.
Not that either of us condone such activities, Phil.
No, of course we don't. But we can just sit back and laugh at the mischievousness and behaviour of what goes on at the college level that we're no longer involved in. So there we go. I think we've excluded ourselves from liability there, haven't we, Harriet?
I think so. And moving swiftly on, the 5-minute gun has just been fired. So I think the crews are going to be starting to get themselves ready and attached to the bung line as we go. I think I would like to point out that the Osler 1 crew, there is an awful lot of Blues and OU Dubs kit in that crew, and I haven't got a crew list in front of me, but I imagine that speaks to at least some of the pedigree of the rowers in that crew, and hopefully we should see some decent rowing out of them.
Yeah, I think I do recognise one or two names of people who have been, OUW, so Oxford University Women's Boat Club, either the Blue Boat or the Reserve Boat Osiris, all part of OUW LRC, so Oxford University Women's Lightweights Rowing Club, who you see on the still at the beginning of the stream. I do see a couple of names of trialists and representatives from those crews. So I think, even down in Women's Division 7, we do have some incredible pedigree of student amateur athletes who are doing an amazing job of balancing, the academic rigors of, studying at Oxford University with the physical rigors and emotional rigors of, and the boat rigors as well. There we go. Bad pun. You're going to hate me for that afterwards. I'm sorry. Of bumps racing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So as the crews start to get attached, I think they're just going to be kind of trying to settle the nerves and just trying to get themselves ready for the last day of racing. As I say, I imagine that those Osler crews are just getting themselves fired up for, a really good attack off the start. And I think Brasenose probably similarly, they're expecting those crews to come at them hard and fast, and they're going to do their best to hold them and just keep that kind of calm, relaxed, rhythmic rowing to just walk away from those crews and walk on to the Wolfson crew ahead. I think down in the second half of the division, it's a little bit less, I won't say predictable, but it's not so clear cut as to who might stand the chance to walk on whom. But I imagine that St Anthony's were going to give it a good go at walking on St Bennett's, and St Bennett's are going to have a good push and try and catch up to Trinity 2. And I think St Catherine's might unfortunately be looking for either a quick bump on Teddy Horn or to take any advantage of any mistakes of crews that fall down towards them throughout the division.
Yeah, and actually just looking at some of the statistics over the past 3 days, Brasenose W2 were on for spoons after the first 2 days, and the only reason why they've gone up one was actually because they managed to bump St Bennett's Hall, who have gone down quite a few places this week. So I think that the smart money is, unfortunately for Brasenose, but very fortunately for Osler, I'm going to predict Osler W1 to bump Brasenose within the first 20 strokes, and then I think we'll see Osler 2 probably bumping Brasenose at bottom gut. We'll see, anything can happen in bumps, but that's probably my prediction based on what the bumps charts are telling me over the past 3 days.
Absolutely, and then the skill will be for Osler is for their first crew, Osler House 1, to clear the racing line and basically get out of the way for their second crew to enable that second crew also the opportunity to walk on those crews in front of them.
Yes, indeed. And we're probably about a minute away. Actually, no, we're probably not a minute away from the 1 minute gun, because we now see the narrowboat heading into view, who's waving to the camera. Hello, narrowboat. There'll be a race heading off very shortly. No, I'm not on Tallow, so I don't have to talk to the narrowboat. That's a relief. But we won't be able to fire the 1 minute gun until that narrowboat has made its way past all 10 crews and is below the following launch. So I suspect we're probably going to see a 3 or 4 minute wait before we get the 1 minute gun in Women's Division 7. So if you're wanting to go and get a quick top up of water or a snack, now is probably a good time to do that, because you've probably got 3 minutes. But don't be late or you'll miss the excitement of Women's Division 7.
Yeah, and whilst we're waiting, just to give a little bit of an update on the conditions down at the river this afternoon. So we've still got very minimal stream down on the lock. The actual stream of the river is pretty much non-existent, but what you can see by just a little bit of the movement in the trees, and what I can see here with the flags off the top of the City of Oxford Boathouse, is that there's actually a reasonable bit of a tailwind. And so what that will be doing is actually pushing the crews along the course and sort of help rather than hindering them. So it'll be interesting to see, especially on the bung lines, which of the crews are able to manage that and get a nice clean start.
Yeah, and one thing that a tailwind does favour are crews who can sort their squaring out, because if you can square up a little bit earlier, you do benefit from that tailwind actually providing a little bit of a sailboat effect, and your oars act as sails and your boat will speed up because of that tailwind. So for crews who have perfected the art of early squares, they will benefit from this tailwind.
Absolutely, and particularly, waiting for that start gun to go when the cook's is holding onto the bung line. You want that bung line to be as taut as possible, but within a tailwind is pushing the boat kind of along the river and pulling that bung line taut. And what you can find is that as you're trying to adjust your line, that's actually pulling you back into the direction you don't necessarily want to go, because the kind of wind's jostling you around and the tension on the bung line. So it can just make it that little bit more tricky for the cooks as well as for the rowers.
Yeah, and as a coxswain, as a rower, you're eagerly anticipating the 1 minute gun. Newer rowers won't realise that there is a delay, but more experienced rowers will know that there's going to be 2 or 3 minutes before that gun goes. As a cox in these races, and actually, but I think as a rower as well in these races, Harriet, what are some of the things that you've done with your crews to pass the time and calm the nerves when you're just waiting for river traffic to clear?
I think you really need to know your crew and know your crewmates. But I think you can either go within yourself and within the crew, and just particularly perhaps in the higher divisions where you're a little bit more well drilled, you'll be running through that start sequence and what to expect to happen in that race, and kind of almost doing a bit of a visualization. If you can visualize that nice clean start before you come forwards, it can sort of help you execute that. And then perhaps with a slightly less experienced crew, it's really about managing the emotions and the nerves. So some crews will maybe sing, or they'll do like passing the tap back and down the boat, or it just might be a little bit of like light-hearted chat, just to keep things nice and relaxed, nice and light-hearted, and just to stop people getting too nervous. Of course, the coaches on the bank who will be bank managing their crews, they'll be doing their best to keep their crews up to date with what's happening, so that they know what the likely delay is and what's happening further on down the course as well.
Yeah, that's assuming that they've got a coach who is themselves experienced in Oxford Bumps racing, as opposed to someone who's done lots of coaching elsewhere but isn't used to the maybe unique and mysterious way that we run things here at Oxford University. And I'm wondering what song that the Hawaiian Shirt of Lineker sang. Lincoln sang "My Money's probably on Club Tropicana" by Wham with those shirts on, because they're definitely bringing the summer feeling.
Absolutely, and it is really quite a lovely day for that. Though there is a bit of a breeze, it is nice and warm and a very summery day. I kind of wish I'd put a Hawaiian shirt on today rather than a blazer.
I was going to say, are you rocking the blazer today then?
I am, of course. It is in fact the last day of bumps, and so the tradition is in Oxford that if you're coming to support your crew, well, obviously not this year, but you would traditionally wear your blazer if you've got one. And rep as much college kit or coloured kit as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've got my blazer on the back of my chair because it's a little bit too warm to be wearing that for 4 hours, because I will be starting to get very uncomfortable after several hours of talking. So the boat club blazer is there with me in spirit.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think those houseboats are just going to be starting to clear the course now. So because we are running slightly shorter divisions than a normal year, the kind of people who've a bit more experienced and done bumps perhaps in the past will have realised the crews are starting a little bit further down than they would be in a full division. But that also does mean that they the lower bung lines are a little bit higher up than perhaps they would be in other years. So there isn't quite so much river for the those houseboats to clear, and as soon as they are safely passed, then I'm sure the SUs will be looking to complete the final river check, make sure that the course is nice and clear, and then get ready to fire that 1 minute gun.
Yeah, and I would be anticipating the 1 minute gun to be going off any second, because I think both those houseboats are now probably going past bung line 9. So sometimes the senior umpire will make an educated decision in terms of how soon they can get the division going, because obviously we want the divisions to run on time, because everyone likes to run on time and people have got dinner to get back to. And there we go. We see that a distinctive puff of smoke that tells us that the 1 minute gun for Women's Division 7 has been fired.
Yep, so the crews are being pushed out. A little bit concerned about the line that St Anthony's are taking, although they are in that bay. That is perhaps a little bit too far out. It does look like they are starting to correct though, which is good. And it also does look like Osler is sitting just a little bit close to the bank. You do want to be, as we said before, nice and close, but you also want to give yourself space so that you don't run the risk of clipping either some foliage or the solid brick wall as you come forwards. Now the crews are starting to square up, so I imagine that we're going to have a start gun going any second now.
Yep. And all eyes, I think, will be on Brasenose 2 and Osler House at bunk lines 2 and 3. There we go, and we're off. Women's Division 7 is underway.
Okay, so it looks like Wolfson have had a pretty clean start. Brasenose just rating a little bit higher, but Osler, unsurprisingly, I suppose, are almost on them immediately and have taken that down to about half a length, looking really quite sharp as a crew. And the Cox has very sensibly gone out wide and is going to be looking for that blade-on-blade clash or a concession, which we've just had there. Yep. So Brasenose now can continue to focus on moving up and trying to gain on that Wolfson crew, and I think they could stand a chance in that over the long run. Osler 2 will have been going on to catch those crews, and it looks like St Anthony's are making a big push on St Bennett's Hall, probably down to a canvas. The Cox is looking over their shoulder, really driving her crew on. Really actually holding that quite nicely. They're not gaining as fast as they could have been, but there we go, we have had the concession.
Absolutely, yes, that's St Anthony's 2 bumping Bennett's Hall, and I think, to my count, I think Osler House bumped Brasenose 2 in about 16 strokes, so my prediction of 20 wasn't too far off, actually. I'm quite happy at that guess. No. Meanwhile, we see at the head of the division, oh sorry, go ahead.
No, so as I say, but it does look like Brasenose are walking on that Wolfson crew. So
they do indeed, actually.
We could actually see a really interesting 3-boat sandwich type situation starting to develop as we come into the gut. So it will be Osler will be really trying to make that move, and if they're gonna go, they've got to go now, because Brasenose are really starting to take chunks out of that Wolfson crew.
Absolutely, or the other tactic you can go for in Women's Division 7 is to hope that they're not, they don't have the stamina, and actually if you hold your nerve, Brasenose might fly and die, as the term is, and actually then move very far back away from Wolfson, and then that's an easy bump for you to claim up. But it does rely on Brasenose not bumping out on Wolfson, so there's a calculated risk reward calculation that Osler 2 crew do need to be making.
So I think Osler, if they're clever now, they will be aiming for the riggers of that boat, on the looms of the spoon, to basically not have to do too much rudder, just to get that overlap on Brasenose as they come through that corner. So there will be an advantage here for just taking the corner a little bit less sharply, so that you're not having to apply so much rudder. And as you can see there, you can take a really nice line, get that concession. So
yep, that's a concession there.
Absolutely. So that Brasenose Cox now is going to carry on driving his crew to go and catch that Wolfson crew, and I really hope that they give that a good go.
Yes, indeed. I mean, they were starting to look a little bit tired in terms of the blade work as they exited the gut, and I think Osler's strong blade work really showed through there, and that's how they made up that length in all of about 30-45 seconds. I think it'd be interesting to stick to the top of this division, and we can see what happens between Wolfson 4 and Brasenose 2, because I think Trinity 2 are probably in their own race. Brasenose won't be troubling them very much at all. You know, we'll see. I don't think Wolfson 5 were making that much of an impression going for the overbump on Bennett's Hall. Teddy Hall rowing very comfortably at 9th, and St Cat's W3. I think I'll make the executive kind of announcement now that I think they'll be rowing over at the foot of the river in this division. I don't think they'll be troubling Teddy Hall W3 at all.
So I think those crews at the bottom, what they've really got to do is just try and row their best race, aim to row the length of the course, and when and if something happens earlier on in the division, they can really take that opportunity and kind of, you know, capitalise on any mistakes that crews ahead make. We have seen that in divisions earlier this week with crews, as we've seen with just Brasenose there having a little wobble. Now Brasenose did manage to come back from that and continue rowing, but they just need to make sure that they're keeping their heads in the boat and rowing their most technically best if they want to make grounds on this Wolfson crew, who seem to have found quite a good rhythm actually, and
they have
fairly
indeed
cleanly.
Yeah. I've got to say, so I think there's something for the Brasenose crew in terms of rowing together in better unison, and I think there's also probably something there for the Cox of the Brasenose crew because they were going up green banks, maybe towards the middle. I know that there's not that much stream going on, but actually it does make a bit of a difference, and you can row a shorter course if you follow the racing line exactly. And actually, crews should be making every attempt to follow the racing line because that's what the rules of racing say. But there's no one around them, so there's unlikely to be any downside of it besides being slower.
Absolutely, and it does look like Brasenose have got back on that nice, solid rhythm. They're starting to swing together with the bodies, which is what really does make that big difference. And just starting to get the blades in a little bit cleaner, a little bit sharper. As you get tired, you need to focus more on that technique and really make the use of rowing smart as well as rowing hard.
Yeah, and I think actually as they go past or approach their boathouse now, because we're kind of around Brazenose's boathouse, I think they're probably rowing at their best right now. Out the gut it was looking a little bit ropey, but I think Brasenose have done a really good job of bringing it together. And you've got 8 blades going in at pretty much the same time, which for the standard of a Division 7, I think is a very good effort. So you know what? Fair play to Brasenose, well done on bringing it back after a bit of a rough exit out of the gut and 2 bumps.
Absolutely, and we should keep in mind, as I say, there's been a very difficult year to train up novices, and a lot of these crews in these lower divisions, they are people who have learnt to row this term, and so we're talking they've maybe rowed for 6 weeks, so they've done incredibly well to get to race standard in such a short amount of time. They should be very proud of this row. It is looking really solid.
Yeah, and we see Walton at the top of this division, who I think are, they have gone up 1 this week, and maybe apart from an unfortunate event where they got bumped, I think by Teddy Hall on the first day, a very very fast Teddy Hall W2 crew, they have bumped both days. So I think that they will be really fighting in Women's Division 6 with a good competitive spirit. So I think we'll be seeing Wilson W4 rowing again. Oh, meanwhile, we've got Trinity who have stopped rowing. Oh, let's stick on Trinity. Have they bumped the crew? They've bumped the barge, have they? Or they had a crab? Now, this could be really interesting. Let's focus on Trinity because if there's going to be a bump, it's going to be there. Oh, now this is really interesting. They've hit the back. They've hit the moored boats, and St. Bennett's will now be going for the row past. What drama is this? Unexpected drama in Women's Division 7. So Bennett's might actually avoid spoons because they've rowed the course and they've rowed past Trinity. What a fortune turnaround now. Teddy Hall are now also going for the row pass as Trinity resume rowing. Wow, oh no, they're going to head straight back again for another moored boat. Oh no, seconds before disaster. Oh dear.
No,
And they're not going to make that. Oh.
I do hope they're okay.
Oh dear.
So I think what Trinity need to do now is they just need to take a second to just reassess, calm down, get themselves sorted, and then they'll be able to roll on and complete their race.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit demoralised. They should be able to push off and keep going if they can. It's a matter of time. I think they're getting advised by their coach, their bank rider. They can keep going maybe. So if they do pull over, do pull out, I wonder if the division's been stopped because it looks like they're making no attempt to head off. So I wonder whether a marshal has stopped the division or there's something still going on here. But what I will infer from that is that Bennett's did actually go on to bump Trinity. I didn't see. I didn't actually. Cats are rowing on still, so it looks like Wolson probably bumped out on Bennett's Hall, and Teddy Hall have gone for the row past on Trinity, and Cats are going for the row past on Trinity as well. So there's going to be an almighty turnaround, and my executive announcement that Cats row over the foot of the river well and truly proven wrong, because in Women's Division 7 and Men's Division 7, pretty much most of the lower divisions, anything can and sometimes anything will happen. So, I mean, what do you make of that, Harriet?
Like I say, it's about taking those opportunities when they're provided, and well done for the Cookses in St. Bennett's and Teddy Hall and St. Catherine's for going for that clean row pass rather than necessarily going in for any contact when they saw that Trinity were perhaps having a little bit of trouble. And my commiserations to Trinity. I do hope that all your rowers and your equipment is all right, and you can come back next year and avenge those bumps. Now, I'm a little bit concerned that the launch has stopped for them and they haven't been able to row on. So I just want to make sure that we are okay in that Trinity crew, but they were cheering on St. Catherine's as they rowed past them. So hopefully they are still in good spirits. I think that shows some really good sportsman or sportswomanship in that Cats crew.
Yeah, and I think now's probably a good time to just give them a little bit of privacy, just to let them get out the bank. So maybe now's a good time actually to cut to camera 3, and we'll just see what's going on at Long Bridges. So yeah, let's leave Trinity be. So and I'm sure probably the crew and Cox of Trinity will be watching this live stream afterwards. So you know, bumps. Some of these things do happen in bumps. You know, it's very unfortunate. You know, please don't beat yourself up over it. It's bumps. It can and it will happen. So you know, try not to take this to heart. The one thing that I would say to that crew is that we are in rowing on divisions. So even though it looks like today they will have gone down 5 positions, with rowing on divisions, what happens in consecutive years is that crews have to qualify each year. So if a crew above them next year doesn't qualify, they get removed from the starting order, and all the crews that below them kind of squidge up again. So if Trinity can come back fighting, as indeed Harriet said, if they can come back and do that, you know, they may find themselves actually back at bungline 5 of Women's Division 7, or whatever the equivalent position is on the river next year when we have bigger, hopefully bigger division sizes. So you know, all is not lost in the long-term history for Trinity W2. So please keep your head up and keep trying, because I'm sure you've had a lot of fun this term and this year with whatever round you've been able to complete.
Absolutely, and they can use it as fuel motivation for next year to train hard and you know, get those bumps back. That's one of the great things that the results carry over, is that if you are not in your last year at uni and you're intending to row again next year, you can use that as fuel to, you know, go and get those bumps back that you've lost, or to continue up the charts. So yeah, commiserations to Trinity, but well done to the crews that did manage to get a bump in that division. So it does look like we have now men's 5 starting to get ready in the warm-up. We've got Teddy Hall just probably about to do a racing start on the top stretch. And I think also Pembroke have boated as well, and should be coming through the gut at some point. Probably not actually, though, in the first half of the division. So yes. So the sandwich boat for this men's division 6, we believe, is Corpus Christi. So that is Corpus Christi 2, which is the Kittens boat. And they are hoping to bump Hertford, who are at the back on bungline 9 of that men's division 6. Okay, so the crews in men's division 6, as you can see on the screen, we've got on bungline 1, Regent's Park M1. We've also got Magdalen 2 going off on bungline 2. St Hugh's M2 are going off on bungline 3. Now Pembroke M3 are our first crew on for Blades today, so they're going to be looking to move up and bump St Hugh's in front of them. Teddy Hall, St Edmunds Hall, M3 are then on bungline 5, being chased by Wolfson M3, also on for, they're on for Spoon, sorry. So they're going to hope to be holding off Lineker M2, who are on for Blades. So that is going to be an interesting part of the division, with Lineker really going to go hard to get that bump, and Wolfson pushing hard to avoid Spoons. And then bringing up the back of the division, we will have Queen's M2, Hertford M2, and then Corpus M2 as the sandwich boat.
Yep, absolutely, indeed. And just to recap on Women's Division 7, so I think both of the Osler House crews will have got blades, so I'll go through the crew list of that in a moment. Bennett's Hall, because they got that bump on Trinity, have indeed avoided Spoon, so I'm sure there's going to be absolute elation from the Bennett's Hall crew in getting a bump this week. So having a look through the crews for Osler W1 and W2, so starting off with Osler House W2, the cox of that boat who's won Blades is Jennifer Holmes, and the crew going from stroke to bow in Osler W2, that Blades winning boat, is Mehran Evans, Charlotte Cossins, Inez Raymond Gomez, Helen Stark, Laura Simpson, Hannah Fuchs, Helen Clay and Rosie Lynch. And then for Osler W1, the crew with the bucket hats, who have also won blades, you've got Bain Calusi at the coxswain seat, and then Catherine Maitland at stroke, Oriane Grant, Katharina Beck, Heather Tong, Jessica Morgan, Imogen Vorley, Lucy Ailiff Daly, and Jennifer Holmes at bow. So congratulations to Osler W2 and Osler W1 for, according to what we've seen on the live stream, completing their Blaze campaign this Torpids.
Yeah, so we've just got a couple of crews warming up on the top stretch. So we've got Pembroke, who are the crew with the white blades, wearing various shades of pink. We have Magdalen, who are the crew with black blades with the white flower in the yellow boats, who are just paddling down just to get a little bit of warmth in the legs. We then have St. Hugh's, who are the crew, the dark blades with the yellow and white chevrons on the end, and the cooks wearing a swan hat. Now that one is definitely a swan because their college crest does feature a swan. And then the crew closest towards the camera there was Wolfson. Okay, and that would be Teddy Hall's 3, just paddling down to the start line in the, I believe it's gold and crimson of their college colours. Do you have any thoughts on this this division, Phil? What are we likely to see? Okay, I do think we now have the results from men's division 7. So we can see that Corpus M2 managed to roll over at the top of the division. We had Christchurch M3 bump Univ M3, Christchurch M4 bumped St Anthony's M2. It looks like Lincoln M3 were bumped by St Peter's 2, New 3, and then at the back of the division, it does look like Mansfield were able to bump up and catch Lineker. I seem to have lost Phil, so you are just going to have me for a little bit. But we do have the Corpus Kittens rowing down in some very interesting kit in the stroke seat there. And they will be, as I going off at the back of this division, hoping to bump up. And hello to the Kittens. Hello. You know who you are. So, as I say, they are one of our... we sometimes call them beer boats or fun boats, friendly boats. They are people who row and compete for a little bit of fun rather than necessarily taking it the most seriously, although they do take the actual rowing in the race as seriously and will be trying as hard as all of the other crews.
Absolutely. And I think, yeah, there we go. I'm sorry, I'm just watching the YouTube stream, which is about 15 seconds behind what we're seeing. And yes, the wonderful wave from Kittens, which we're delighted to see. Has there been any other interesting fancy dress in this division, Harriet?
I haven't seen any, and I think that might be just because of the heat today. People have not really wanted to wear fancy dress when it is quite so warm. It is better to wear just the all-in-ones. They are a little bit more breathable. I can't quite work out what the Regent's Cox has on their head, but that does look fancy. It also seems to have googly eyes. So I'm not entirely sure what that's supposed to be, but it might be a shark. Oh
yes, Regent Shark, that's why.
You may have to explain that one to me at some point, Phil, whether or not it's appropriate for the commentary.
I think it is. So it's literally just a bit of wordplay. So Regent's Park, Regent's Park's College, Regent Shark. It's just a bit of rhyming, Harriet. Nothing, all completely innocent. Nothing worse
Okay,
than
no,
that.
that's absolutely fine. And then I think Wolfson are coming down, and I think their cooks may be wearing wolf ears. I can't quite tell. It might just be some reflection of a GoPro that is on the cook's head and some slightly looked down haircut.
Yes. Yes, lockdown haircuts, the one thing we've all been desperate for. So, I mean, if you're watching this and you're going to be taking part in, Women's Division 6 or any of the Division 5s, then a plea from us all watching on YouTube, let's up that fancy dress game, during the warm-up, because it really does bring us entertainment. And, there are literally tens of people, no, probably quite a few hundred people actually, watching on the live stream. So you're providing valuable entertainment services for everyone who is not just in the UK, but people who used to be in Oxford now all around the world and are joining this live stream for that little taste of nostalgia of the fond memories that is bumps racing.
Absolutely. So we are just coming up to that was the 5-minute gun that has just gone. So crews will be starting to row down to get attached. Wolfson do just want to be careful and preferably not row into it's the Queen's crew that they were trying to go around, and we do have Pembroke also rowing down towards their bung line, which is bung line 4.
Yeah. Now I remember spinning onto the bung lines can be a bit of a tricky situation because not only you're often doing a reverse spin to get onto the bung line, you're also having to do it very close to the bank and try and make sure that none of the crews going around you get anywhere close, and nor do you obscure them. And as you said earlier on in the stream, it looks fairly wide, but actually when you're down at the river, it is not a very wide stretch at all. So there is a lot of careful coxing required from the coxswains to make that spin to get onto the bung line if you are at the top of this division.
Absolutely, and my preferred method of it was always to, spin a little bit wider and then tap yourself in nice and carefully with either your bow pair or your stern pair, and then kind of do a handbrake turn just to swing that stern in so that the person on the bank could throw that bung line to me, and I could then sort of get a straight from there. But it is a little bit more of a challenging manoeuvre.
Yeah, or the expert strat to be practiced during torpes where we have higher stream than normal is that for that crew going down, if they were to go into that bung line, they'd stop fairly early. They would probably hold up with their bow and 3 blades to swing their stern out into the middle of the river, and because they're facing downstream, the stream carries the stern and basically spins the boat for them. So if you get it right, actually you can do 3/4 of that spin and not exert any effort at all. And I think if you get that right during a bumps race, it's pretty intimidating to the opposition because it's very clear that as a coxswain and a crew, you know the river, you know what's going on, and you know the score.
Absolutely, and there's a little bit of mind games between the cookses, between the crews, but in reality, I think you probably get the best out of your crew by just focusing on your own warm up, your own race, keeping your course to things that your crew can control rather than anyone else, and making the most out of your crew. Cats just getting their boat in, as we can see here, and I think they're going to be very happy that they have managed to avoid footship, although they perhaps only gone up one, and their coach, I think, decided that should be called ankle ship because it's not quite footship, but it's somewhere close.
I have not heard that term before, but I am loving it already. So, do we say that whoever's second on the river is kind of the shoulder ship then?
We couldn't quite determine the body part for that, but I'm sure someone can come up with something. But
yeah. Shoulder, neck, one of the two.
Yes,
answers on a postcard, please.
Yeah, and the crews for sort of the next divisions really just getting their boats out ready for some racing later on in the day.
Yep, and I think you'll be commentating over the top 3 divisions of the day, and I think there's going to be some really, really exciting racing later on today. I am so pumped for it. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have to leave you just for a little while to go and row in a crew of my own, but I will be back once our race has been successfully completed. hopefully successfully completed.
I was going to say, which crew are you rowing in, and what's your hope and probably more likely realistic prediction for the race today?
I am subbing in to Lineker W2 just as an alumni to fill a seat due to an injury or an unavailability. And my hope is that we have a good clean row and we make the most of it and have some fun. And I think we can at least achieve that. I won't necessarily speak to the results.
Yeah, so you'll be going off sixth in Women's Division 5 at 2:45 p.m. You've been up one, down one, and up one today, so you've been kind of zigzagging up and down the bumps charts, but probably not zigzagging up and down the river, because I think your coach would have corrected that very early on and given your cocks a stern talking to. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens in your race in Women's Division 5.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the focus right now is on Men's Division 6, who are just starting to get themselves attached. We should be due a 1 minute gun anytime soon. I'm going to keep my ears out for open for it, as that really should be starting to go off in the next few seconds.
Yeah, I can't see any reason why the 1 minute gun. Oh, there we go.
I think that was just the 1 minute gun there.
Yeah, there we go. Puff of smoke there. We've been debating this week whether the cannons have been louder or just as loud as they have been in previous years, because, you know, anyone who's down there at the time, it is pretty terrifying to hear those cannons go off. And maybe we've just misremembered over the past 2 or 3 years just how dominant and booming those cannons really are.
Yeah, as well, and I think because the divisions are that little bit smaller, you are that little bit closer. So if you're on those middle bung lines, you are right next to those cannons, and they are rather loud when they go off.
Interesting line from Regent Shark at the top of this division. They are pointing very much towards, well, where you are in the commentary booth, Harriet.
I would love to see them row past and not row towards me. Please do not land. Yeah, no, they have just managed to get themselves straight there. Unfortunately,
with a second to go, my goodness.
Second to go, which is really not ideal, but they have sort of got it back together and are starting to have a reasonably clean start there. But it does look like Magdalen 2 just had that better start and were able to maybe just get a couple feet on them there. Pembroke 3 taking a really nice and tight line, but touching the Rezo quite a lot. So it's really just about keeping that nice straight line, but they are definitely walking on St Hugh's 2, who are just holding them. But Pembroke is starting to get a little bit close to that wall. I hope that the Cox is aware of that just as they come around that apex. Down at the bottom of the divisions, we've got the 4 crews kind of holding station, maybe a little bit of movement with Lineker 2, but it does look like Pembroke is starting to walk on Hughes. But as we come around the corner, that Pembroke Cox does have to be careful. I hope she knows what she's doing. I'm sure she does. And it looks like they've got the bump and they have cleared. So well done to Pembroke for that.
And I believe that is Blades for Pembroke M3. I mean, Pembroke taking it very close under Donington Bridge. The river does get a bit shallow there, so you have to be very careful not to scrape the blade on the bottom of the river, don't you?
Absolutely. And the Kittens are making a big push on Hertford. But Hertford are holding them and actually might be walking away. The Kittens might actually have just put in a big push off the start, and I'm not sure if they're closing that gap just enough. And we have a 3-boat sandwich as well as we come into the gut, and possibly one leaving the gut as well. It is all happening. So Wolfson are walking and trying to make a move on Teddies, who are holding them valiantly, and I think Lineker have just closed that sandwich and by bumping Wolfson, and Wolfson now need to go on and really make the move on Teddies, but that might not have been a successful bump, and I don't quite know what Lineker are doing there. I hope they are clearing. Yes, they are. Good.
I hope so indeed. So otherwise that would have been a semi-over bump, or we could have had a repeat of Women's Division 7 just there. I don't see any Kittens. So it looks like their rowing has been in much better fashion than their dress sense, and it looks like the Kittens have bumped up into Men's Division 6, leaving Hertford 2 at the bottom of this division.
Absolutely, and I think Teddy Hall have managed to walk away, just put a little bit more distance between them and Wolfson. I think Wolfson are just a little bit shook up by being caught by Lineker quite so quickly. The bowman there just needs to make sure that he stays composed and stays calm as they come out of the gut and along the green banks. And the cooks will be trying to both drive them on and keep them relaxed and loose, which is where the skill comes in. You want to drive your crew as hard as you can without them getting overly excited.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And, you know, probably Wolfson 3's game plan was they knew they were on for spoons. They've got Lineker 2 behind them who have gained their blades. They probably thought that a bump was going to be inevitable at some point. And actually, it's about keeping that focus in the boat and looking at the long game, which is trying to reel in Teddy Hall M3 because it can be done. So there's no need to be disheartened. You know, even if you think you're on for spoons, as we saw with Bennett Hall in that last division, you don't have to give up hope only until that clacker goes down at the end of the race. Only then is hope extinguished because anything can happen before then.
Absolutely, and I think what we're seeing in these top 3 crews is that starting to transpire with that slightly longer game plan. Magdalen 2 have either dropped back off Regents, or Regents have walked away, and Hughes I think are just holding station. So if Hughes can put a couple of pushes in, maybe chip away at that distance, Magdalen may well be starting to get tired as they come along the Boathouse Island past the Univ with about sort of 500-600 meters left. It really is the middle 500 in this race course.
Yes, yeah, and as a rower, your goal is to stay as composed as possible, keep your head up, keep in time, and keep listening to that cox, because actually it's less about pushing hard is really important, but it's a bit less about how hard you push and more about how much you push together. That is the secret of making a boat go fast.
Absolutely, and I think the Magdalen M2 crew there just had a couple of nice strokes with some good, they're well synchronized. It's just perhaps a little bit inexperienced and a little bit rocky in the wash, but they do look like they are actually trying now to gain a little bit on Regent's Park, and have actually walked away from St Hughes. And Regent's Park doing some very interesting steering here, which will have cost them a few seconds, and Magdalen have decided to not do that, which will gain them a few feet, and they are now following on a much steeper angle than they perhaps want to. There is a bay there in the river, but you don't necessarily want to go into it. You want to kind of lightly graze it, let's say. So we will see in the last few strokes of the race if Regents can hold Magdalen 2.
Yeah, and what Magdalen should be doing in that race was see that Regents taking a bit of a dodgy line and aim to cut them off. So maybe kind of aim for the bank, aim towards the bank where the clacker is, because you know that Regents Park have no option but to go to that point. So you want to try and head them off at the pass as opposed to following them, with an absolute, like a dog with a bone, because actually you are basically inheriting their disadvantage as well, and you're letting them off the hook.
Absolutely, and as the last few crews come through, the gaps between Teddy Hall, Wolfson and Queens have shortened, but I don't think any of those crews have enough river left to really make that push and get that bump before the Sterns cross the finish line. So I think they just needed a slightly longer river, a little bit more time to reel them in.
Yeah, I think there's some valiant rowing going on here now, but I think it's too little too late for both Queens and Wolfson, and Teddy Hall get through this division relatively unscathed and rowing over, I believe.
So I think we've just now got just Queens to come over the finish line, and Hertford following on. I think they've realised that they were not going to go and catch Queens, so they have wound down and are now just rowing home nice and strongly in a good rhythm, just to row over the rest of the course.
Yeah, I was going to say enjoying the sights and sounds of the final day of bumps in the summer, but obviously this is no normal bumps, but they are probably just enjoying the atmosphere and relishing the chance that they got to race, which is always fantastic.
Absolutely.
So I think, just looking back over my notes with the start order, I think what we saw in that division was that Pembroke 3 completed their blaze by bumping out on St Hughes 2 at the top of this division between bung lines 4 and 3. Lineker 2 gained their blades by bumping Wolfson 3, and because Wolfson 3 didn't go on to bump anyone else, that's spoons for Wolfson 3. And the Corpus Christi Kittens, who rode over at the top of men's Division 7, managed to bump Hertford 2, so they swapped places, sending Hertford into the top of men's Division 7 in the finishing order.
Yep, and I think we've got most of all the crews now have crossed the finish line, so they'll be waiting to be marshalled, to be spun, to be heading down to return to their boat houses, and the celebrations that I'm sure will follow.
Yeah, we've seen very little cheap champagne so far. I'm definitely on the lookout to see who's got that bottle and is shaking it up on the pontoon. What I can bring you is the names of the Blades winning crews in that division. So we have Lineker M2 and Pembroke M3, both winning Blades. So the crew of Lineker M2, they are coxed by Ashvina Segaran, and from stroke to bow we have James Lucas, Clement Imbert, Martin Kramer, Elias Drost, Jasper Montana, Zachary Salmon, Christian Langkamp, and Thomas Henderson at bow of Lineker M2. And then Pembroke M3, the crew today was Yeshen Wang, and then the stroke Jakob Zeitler, Sean Proctor, Nicholas Bayer, Mohammed El Baik, Adam Ride, Nick Mosselli, Adam Phillips, and then Thomas Johnston at the bow of Pembroke M3. So, we'll have the official results up on the screen in maybe about 20 minutes' time, but congratulations to those two crews for earning Blades in this Summer Torpids 2021.
Absolutely. Yes, congratulations to all of those crews, and commiserations to the crews that did not get the result that they perhaps wanted, but I hope, as I say, you've had a good week's racing.
Indeed, indeed. I think now is probably a very good time to be on the lookout for any fancy dress if Women's Division 6 have taken the hint, because clearly everyone in the world is listening to this right now, and what we say goes. Only joking. I know I'm unimportant.
Yep, so the crews that we have coming up in Women's Division 6, going off ahead of the division, we have Worcester 2, followed by LMHW2, who are on for Blades, and so we'll be looking to chase that Worcester crew hard and get them reasonably quickly. Then we have on Bungline 3, Hertford W2, being chased by Magdalen W2, also on for Blades, so also will be pushing that Hertford crew as much as they can. On Bungline 5, we have University 3, St Peter's W2, then follow on Bungline 6, St Edmunds Hall, Teddy Hall W2 on for Blades on Bungline 7, and then bringing up the back of the division, we will have St Catherine's W2 on Bungline 8, Christchurch W3 on Bungline 9, and I believe the sandwich boat for this division will be Wolfson 4 from earlier today.
That's correct.
Cool, so the crew we can see on the screen right now in the black and the pink, I believe they may have repainted their blades and have gone with a colour of magenta this year, is Worcester W2, who are going off head of this division.
That is one high-vis boat. I mean, if we were boating in poor conditions and they'd be getting top marks from the senior umpires for visibility, I think it's equally beautiful in summer too.
Absolutely. And they're just warming up, just the start of their warm-up, doing some shortened stroke rowing just to get the heart rates up before they can do a few practice starts and race pace bursts ready for racing.
Indeed, indeed. And with your crews, how long did you tend to do your warm-up for? Was it a quick 5-minute affair or about 15 minutes, somewhere in between? Yeah, tell us more about what you did with your crews with your warm-up.
So one of the things about bumps racing actually is that with the exception of this year, it's pretty much the timings and everything are the same year on year. So with my crews, we got very good at knowing exactly how much time and how much space we would have for our warm-ups. and we would practice the warm-up pretty much every training session on the water until it became second nature. So we used to say, you know, we've got 17 minutes, we need to do these technical drills just to bring a little bit of focus to these elements of the stroke. That might be some roll-ups just to work on the timing, or it might be some square blades rowing just to make sure that we're sat level in the boat, sat nice and composed. And then typically we would do a few bursts, so, you know, 10-15 strokes at something around race pace or building towards race pace, just to get the heart rate up and just to practice really that movement together. And then, of course, you do your practice starts just to kind of get rid of some of the nerves and make any last minute adjustments before you row down to the bung line and get ready for racing. The role of the warm-up is both to get you physically prepared for racing, but more often we found that it was important to be mentally ready to race and execute that really clean race plan that we'd been practicing all term.
Exactly, and I think it's interesting to see how some of these things contrast with some of the divisions. So, you know, that's typically what you have, you know, in men's and women's divisions ones. Typically what you see during the middle of the divisions is that, you know, crews sometimes leave it a little bit late to start some of their racing drills during the training season. So starts and you know, pieces from a standing start are often very unfamiliar to a crew. So I often found as a cox that there was a little bit of variability in the quality of the start. So we would try our absolute best to get as many starts in as possible, just to calm those nerves, just to get people ready for the race. And to be honest, once we found a start that, you know, once we had a good rehearsal, we would typically not do any more, because I'd rather end on a high than end on a really, really bum start, because that, you know, as you say, as much about the physical warm-up, it's about that mental warm-up. And the last thing you want to do going into a start is to go, oh my goodness, can we row together? Because once you've lost that mindset, you've lost a huge amount of that mental advantage.
Absolutely, and yeah, that confidence in the crew and knowing that you can just go and execute is really more important than you know, trying to do any more on race day than you've ever done in practice. You've done all the training, you've done all the work, and now it's just about going and showing the best that you can row. And if you actually, oftentimes, if you try and do any more, and we see this with the crews who are, especially on the last day, they're desperate for their blades or to avoid spoons, they perhaps go out a little bit harder in the race or a little bit higher rate, and if they've not practiced that, it can come unstuck. So it's really just about going out and executing what you know, what you've practiced, what you've trained, and you know, nothing new on race day, essentially.
Indeed, indeed. I'm just going to point out for anyone who is less familiar with how bumps works, you might be puzzled as to what goes on during these races. So I describe this as a cross between a squash ladder and the running of the bulls. So what happens is that you have an order of boats. So, you know, one at the top and then all the way down to maybe 60 or 70. And we chunk those crews up into divisions. And the aim is to bump the crew in front of you by either rowing clean past them, or getting the cox in front to concede, or if necessary, making contact with that crew. And if you, and that's an interesting crab there from the Cats crew. So crabs can and will happen before a race, during the warm-up, and during it as well. And what's really important, you see there, the 2 girl from the Cats crew really helping out the 3 girl to get back on her seat and getting back together, because the faster you recover, the less damage that you do to your boat speed, and the sooner you can get back onto your mojo. So, you know, even during some of those moments of sheer blind panic, actually working together as a crew and being aware of what's going on with the rower in front and behind of you is also really important. So the aim, as I said, is to bump the crew in front of you whilst avoiding being bumped by the crew behind you. If you bump that crew, you go ahead of them on the next day start order. And so if you've ever seen a bumps chart, it looks a bit like a kind of a patchwork quilt slash a rather confused pile of spaghetti. Meanwhile, I think we've got a close-up on what that Regent's Park Regent's Park. I can't quite work out what that is. It's either a shark or it looks like a blobfish that's having a party with some bunting hanging from it. One of the two things, not quite sure which of the two it is. And actually, I think what you see there is what we call a bod card check. So a bod card or a Bodleian card is the identity card used by people in the university. So sometimes we get marshals to check to make sure that the crew that is listed down is actually racing as such. So we have had a few maybe situations in maybe 20, 25 years ago where, and this is kind of written into the bumps law, where allegedly one of the crews in men's division 1 decided that they wanted to make a substitution of an illegal crew member who was actually a very esteemed oarsman at a local university / polytechnic, I don't know which of the two at the time, also in the same city as where we're showing these pictures from, and a bod card check spotted that was indeed what we call a ringer and someone who shouldn't be racing, and therefore that crew got bumped, a technical bump for not starting in accordance with regulations. So we do make sure that the crews that are racing are who they say they are on the entry forms.
Absolutely. And I do believe we will have the results from women's division 7 ready to display in a moment. And given that we have about 20 minutes before this division goes off, now might be a good time to run through those.
I think indeed. So which of us wants to take the dreaded guess of working out what on earth happened in that division and deciphering this one, which is very much a pile of spaghetti? Do you want to have a go, Harriet? And I'll try and double check and look against what happened on my crib sheet.
We'll give it a go. So from what I can see, that Wolfson W4 rode over at the head of the division, and then Brasenose W2 were bumped by both Osler crews, and those Osler crews go on to receive blades, but Brasenose narrowly missed spoons because they did manage to bump up yesterday. Then we have Trinity W2 because of their unfortunate incident, were then bumped by, I believe it was Teddy Hall W3 and St. Cat's W3. And then it also looks like in the middle of the division that St. Anthony's went on to bump St. Bennett's W1, and that Wolfston 5 also went on to bump St. Bennett's W1.
Yep, and then Bennett went to get the row passed on Trinity, which is how Bennett's end up ahead of Trinity in the finishing order. So that does mean it's a chain bump, i.e. +2 for both St Anthony's W2 and Wolfson W5 in that division. So they get to rock it up as a result of that unfortunate incident with Trinity. I think we've actually got that spot on, which, as you can probably tell, these charts can look very confusing to the untrained and, to be honest, to the trained eye as well, because anything can, and as we saw, anything will happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does show that, it is far easier to drop in torpedoes than it is to climb. The lines will often be much steeper on the downward trajectory than the upward trajectory.
Indeed. And we're kind of running, so we're running summer torpedoes. So normally at this time of year, we'd have the race called Summer 8s. But actually we're running with the torpedoes rule set and the torpedoes starting / finishing orders. And as you say, it's a little bit cruel because in torpedoes, if you get bumped, you can continue to get bumped by other crews. So if this was Summer 8's rules, Trinity would have probably been bumped by, probably as it happened, Teddy Hall and one of the other crews would have gone down maybe 3 positions, but not all the way to the bottom. So, torpedoes rules can be crueler. One difference that you might notice on the stream today, as well as the overriding principle of safety in bumps, and we've done a lot in the past 2 or 3 years to really sharpen up the rules and the cultural focus on safety in bumps racing. Typically, if you used to line the banks on Saturday of Summer 8s, you'd see some crews basically approaching what I would call maybe the sod it principle, in which case they go, you know what, we're just going to go for it and we're never going to concede and we'll just see what happens. And that can sometimes lead to some very messy bumps and snarls up in the gut. Now, that strategy won't work for 2 reasons in torpedoes. One, because, well, with our new, with our even greater focus on safety, that sort of behaviour will get you a very stern talking to, possibly some people being banned from competition, and a hefty number of penalty bumps. But also the fact that if you get bumped and you get snarled up, you have to abide by what happens, and you would keep getting bumped by every single crew in the division. So you would go down to the bottom of the division, and then some. So early concessions really are the key to avoiding some of those riskier drops in torpids.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is just better to just, as I say, stay out of it, row your own race, and try not to get too involved with the other crews around you. We can see Hertford rowing down to the bung line with their deer antlers in the crew. They are the crew in the red, the maroon blades with the 2 white stripes.
There we go. That's the fancy dress we've all been wanting to see. It's practical. It doesn't make you too warm. You know, I'm sure you're there going, oh, what does that mean for the aerodynamics? But I think we can let them off on that one, can't we, Harriet?
We can, especially because the antlers do make you faster. We all know that.
Ah, yes. Fear the deer.
Fear the deer, indeed.
Yeah, over the years, a number of the boat clubs have developed some slogans. So, you know, Hertford, because of the deer or the stag in their university college crest, and also on the blades, they've become Fear the Deer. Cats have gone for the creative, I think, Oars Out, Claws Out, which I think has developed over the past 5 years. I'm trying to think, Harriet, of any other interesting slogans for other colleges besides "No Univ, that's the bank. No, don't go there."
So the very traditional ones would be Christchurch being known as the house, and therefore House for Headship when they're in contention for that position. So that comes from a much longer tradition, actually, of students at Christchurch referring to the college as the house, and Up the House being their standard kind of call, being, you know, go Christchurch. There is also Crunchy, and the other reason that they're called Crunchy is that they are a college that is paired with Kellogg College for rowing, and so Kellogg Christchurch sounds a little bit like Kellogg Crunchy, and therefore Crunchy. I'm not hugely aware of any other ones, although I do know that actually the Hertford Fear the Deer slogan is reasonably modern. I think it was the late 2010s that started to be used, and it was brought over from Canada by an exchange student that we had at the college. And Fear the Deer is apparently a motto of his home ice hockey team, and therefore he brought that to the college with him from Canada, and it stuck around.
Wonderful. And, you know, that's one of the things that we love in terms of, you know, all these college crews that can sometimes have a large number of international students in them. It really is a wonderful thing in terms of diversity, exchanging ideas, exchanging opinions. I think I'd be probably called out on the live stream if we don't mention Oriel at this opportunity, because Oriel do have kind of a crew chant, and it's basically just to go Oriel. And, you know, say what you like over Oriel over the past kind of 10 or 20 years, and there's definitely been some years where their sportsmanship and sportswomanship has been absolutely superb. Oriel in a non-COVID year do an excellent job of bringing a lot of supporters down to the river, and often the one thing that you can hear along the boathouse is just kind of a hive of people just going Oriel. And actually, you know, in terms of kind of representing your club and representing your college, I think Oriel do undisputably do an excellent job in terms of representing.
Absolutely, they are a club with a very strong college spirit, and it is always good fun to see them out in a normal year on Boathouse Island with barbecues and so on. And I think it's worth mentioning, whilst crews and the women's crews go down, get ready to race, that we have got the men's crews for Division 5 just getting ready to boat at the same time as the women's crews are wandering down to the bung line.
Yeah, so we do have a system behind the scenes to try and make sure that everything goes in an orderly fashion. So once the women have boated and head off, then the men can put their boats in the water. Of course, they don't push off until the following launch, i.e. that big white launch that follows the last crew in the race, has gone past them, because that's how we get an effective separation between warming down crews and warming and warming up crews for the next division.
Yeah,
we have geese, our favourites. I wonder whether now might be a good opportunity to take a brief 3 or 4 minute break just while we're waiting Women's Division 5 in 11 minutes. So maybe if we cut to our advertisement for the lightweight rowing squads, now's a great time. Go and get yourself a drink, go and get yourself a snack, stretch your legs, stay hydrated, and all that good stuff, because we have some really exciting races coming up for you. I mean, if anything, Women's Division 7 was incredibly exciting today, and if Women's Division 6 is anything like the frankly mess it was yesterday, then we could be in for a treat. So, you know, as I say, your ticket that you've got by coming onto this live stream buys you the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge. So we'll speak to you all in a few minutes as we get ready for Women's Division 6.
Absolutely, and this is at this point in the morning where I step away and say goodbye. I need to go do some racing, but I will be back later today for the final few divisions, which hopefully will be equally as exciting.
Excellent. Good luck for your race with Lineker, and we will see you later, Harriet. Thank you very much for commentary this morning. I hope everyone on the live stream has enjoyed it, and I will say I'm sure they absolutely have done.
Thank you very much, Phil.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to this, the Friday of Summer Torpids 2021. It looks to be a beautiful, if not slightly overcast day at the river today. You've still got Phil here in the commentary booth, and we're also joined now by Ed for the few hours. So, Ed, welcome back. How have you been finding the racing so far?
Yeah, really, really exciting. Great to be back, Phil, this afternoon. There's been some really, really exciting stuff going on all week. I have absolutely no doubt that we're going to see some really, really exciting stuff again this afternoon. You talk about the overcast clouds there. I think sort of perfect racing weather. Not too hot, but not too cold. So just right for the cruise this afternoon.
Yeah, though we did see one Univ Banana in a fancy dress taking off his hat because he was so warm during the race. Putting Univ aside, actually, we know that Women's Division 6 will be going off in just about 4 minutes' time. So if we very quickly bring up the crew list now, we know that at the bottom of this division, Wolfson 4 are the sandwich boat. We have listed on here that we've got St Catherine's W2 at Bungline 8 and Christchurch W3 at Bungline 9. Now, what we might see on screen might be slightly different because you may recall from the stream yesterday that there was a really messy division. I believe that St Cat's went down 6 places, and I think Christchurch has some penalty bumps applied. And there may have been some debate and discussion this morning about what that technically meant for the starting order. So we will have to see what exactly happens between Cats and Christchurch in terms of where they're positioned. But in terms of the rest of the crews, you'll see that 3 of them have a square brackets with B with them, which means that that crew is on 4 blades, Ed. So what that means is that they have bumped every day this week, and in some cases bumped at every opportunity this week, particularly when they've got, Lady Margaret Hall. If they bump, they'll be sandwich boat, will maybe need to bump again to get blades. But these 3 crews have all bumped this week and not been bumped at any point. And if they bump again today, it means they win blades in inverted commas, and it does give them right to have some commemorative blades painted up and maybe a mural chalked up on the college wall commemorating their performance in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really exciting for these crews. If you're not at the head of a division, which only sort of few select crews are each year, then blades is just about the best thing you can hope for. So for the 3 crews in this division contesting for blades, it really, really will be in their interest to get those blades. But likewise for all the crews, bumps just a really exciting time. Really, really fond memories are formed on the river. Sort of high octane, exciting, unexpected racing. So I think for all these crews, whether they're getting blades or not today, it's going to be a really, really good afternoon.
It is indeed, and it looks like, I think we've had the 5-minute gun, and I think we'll be very soon coming up to the 1-minute gun, because it does look like all of those crews are in position. If it's actually maybe possible to zoom in a little bit so we can see the top 4 crews of Worcester 2, LMH 2, Hertford 2 and Magdalen 2, I think it'd be interesting. We can kind of just get a sense of how close they are to the start by seeing how they are kind of getting their boats ready for the start. They'll still, because we've not seen the gun, oh, there we go. There is the 1-minute gun for Women's Division 6. So, Ed, I think you've now kind of seen some of the starting sequence and know about how the boats kind of, move out, but not too wide, because the last thing we want is them to head straight to the camera and bank it on the other side of the river.
Yeah, absolutely. This sort of final minute for the crews and the coxes in particular is that really fine balance. You've got to find that racing line in a very short period of time. But bows very, very easily swing out, get caught in the stream, and that's when things can start to go wrong. For the crews that do manage to find that perfect line at the start, these first few 100 meters really is a dream.
Yep, LMH looking with a very wide line. I hope they do correct that in the final seconds. They look like they're making some effort, but with all the other blades squared in the water, they won't move as fast as they hope. So it looks like they're on a much better station now. I think everything looks good between crews 1, 2, 3 and 4 off the start. So I think we're just seconds away now from the start. There we go. And Women's Division 6 is underway, and it looked like a slightly ropey start there by Worcester W2, taking a bit of a bad first stroke, but they seem to have recovered from that. Behind them, we have LMH W2, who are going to be trying to chase Worcester and get blades. Position 3, we have Hertford 2, who are being under a fair bit of pressure by Magdalen 2. Magdalen 2 are going for blades in this division. And Univ 3 in position 5 with a very good, excellent, fairly tight line. They'll be looking, I think, to probably row over today. We see behind them St Peter's 2. St Peter's being chased very hard by Teddy Hall and the Bucket Hats. Teddy Hall are on course for blades. I think we do see indeed actually Cats at 8 and Christchurch at 9, with Christchurch going in for the kill on Cats, and I think that's a concession from Cats. So Christchurch have bumped Cats.
That's a really, really exciting race, start to this race. Absolutely. And I think, as we can see now, just coming up, those top two crews have really, really pulled away from Hartford, who I imagine themselves under pressure from Magdalen just as we come into the shot there. And I believe they're going to bump there from Magdalen over Hartford. So a strong start for two of these crews.
Indeed, indeed. It would be good to zoom in to see what's going on with those top two crews. It looks like LMH are pulling away to the bank, so I do believe that they will have bumped out. Yeah, I don't think any Cox would take such a poor line going into the gut deliberately, so that does look like they are clearing the racing line. So that means LMH2 have bumped Worcester 2, Magdalen 2 have bumped Hertford 2, and Christchurch 3 have bumped Cats 2 so far. And we see the last crew in the division, which is Walson 4, the sandwich boat.
Absolutely. And then we've got this little bit of compression here between Univ St Peters and Teddy Hall by the looks of it. We could see a bump going on here. We've seen some chaos as we go into the gut earlier on in the week. So it's a competition between these Coxes now to see if they can maintain a line. Quite a wide line there by the looks of it from St Peters.
Yeah, and indeed, I think it looks like they are running away from Teddy Hall, but it's a bit of a short-sighted move because they sort of have to kind of head their way back again. Looks like they're maybe just trying to chase down University, but there we go. There's a concession. We've got Teddy Hall having bumped St Peters, and St Peters are now going to be pushed into the bank because they left it late to concede. Peters are going to have to try really hard now to not bank it in the gut. Meanwhile, Teddy Hall needs to do everything they can do to get out of the way of Cats. They really do need to make every effort they can to clear the racing line. So Teddy Hall have bumped out on Peters. It looks like Peters, by a miracle, have avoided smashing into the bank because of that slightly messy late concession, and it means that Peters will be trying to regain their composure and catch up on University.
Absolutely. Wolfson there just coming through at the bottom of the division. Looking a little bit slow, not surprising given that they've already raced this morning. But they'll be looking to stay as close to the division as they can. But we'll see how things are unfolding towards the top as we pan around to the next camera.
Yep, so who do we see exiting the gut? That looks to be some black blades with a bit of kind of dark blue blaze. So I think that's Univ W3. And behind them, yes, we have St Peters. So St Peters have regained their composure very well indeed. So well done to Peters there for avoiding what could have been a personal disaster for them in terms of banking it in the gut. They're now down to maybe about 3/4 of a length, maybe to a length between them and Univ. If they keep their cool and keep their calm, a bump could happen along here along Greenbanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Univ seem to be keeping their cool. They're looking fairly comfortable, even though they're under pressure from St Peters. So it's now always about finding that extra little bit of steam in the legs of the St Peters crew to see if they can close up that gap before Univ manage to make their escape.
Yeah, it's looking a bit unlikely. I've got to say, Univ have picked up a second wind and seem to be motoring away from St Peters. So I think Univ are looking likely so far to row over in this division. But again, I made that prediction 2 divisions ago, and I was well and truly proven wrong by the crew. So maybe I should keep my mouth shut for a little bit longer before coming out with some bold predictions.
Never say never, Phil. Never say never.
Very true. And I think the 2 crews that we see coming out, the last 2 crews, so that's St Catherine's W2 have been bumped by Christchurch 3. Wilson W4 are quite a long way behind. So I think it's going to be pretty uneventful at the bottom of this division. And I think actually let's keep an eye on what's going on with Hertford, who are 3rd of this division. They've got Univ behind them. Univ looking to be crossing very early, actually. So Hertford have done pretty well in terms of crossing at the right point. If you get this crossover right, you make a slight turn, you cut across the river, and then you are exactly the right angle to take advantage of how the bank is lined out on that towpath, or I know we've been challenged yesterday what is a towpath and what isn't, but on the towpath side, let's just call it what it is.
Absolutely, absolutely. I have to say, Hertford looking fairly comfortable there. I think they're going to stay clear of the Univ W3 boat. But Univ themselves is becoming under pressure from behind as well, Phil. St Peters.
Yeah, and I think this is all coming down to actually the quality of the blade work. So if you look at, you saw the Hertford boat and the Univ boat, you see they're finishing, but then their blades are kind of drifting across the surface of the water. And what these crews really need to be doing is to committing to that tap down, to clear their blade of the water, to give themselves as much run in the boat as possible. Whereas if you look at St Peters, actually, they're doing a much better job, besides maybe the 3 and 4 girls in that boat, but on the whole, a much better job of clearing of the water. That means for every stroke they're taking, they're getting a good few centimetres more out of that. So I think actually if we keep panning right on camera 4, let's keep following St Peter's and Univ up to the finish line on this, because I think if there's going to be one more bump, it could well be Peters and Univ, with Peters probably having quite the superior rowing stroke there. That's looking pretty tidy actually for Women's Division 6, and some clearly very tired crews.
Yeah, absolutely. So Peters looking fairly comfortable there. Surprising given exactly what they're trying to do. But I doubt at this stage, although I could be proven wrong, that we're going to see any more action here at the Division 6 level.
Yeah, unless so what you missed was Univ are coming up to the boat that Trinity managed to collide with. So will we see? It juts out a little bit, so crews have to be very careful to avoid this. You see it there, the Magic, MAGICK. I'm trying to look. Has that sunk anything since the last division? I don't think so. So I think that boat on the towpath will survive to live another day. Yeah, it's looking quite a gap between Univ and Peters this late in the race. I think Peters are going to run out of river here, and Univ will escape, not quite by the skin of their teeth, but by the skin a little bit of their teeth and then some, from being caught by Peters.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely some last calls there from the Coxes. All the crews now have taken their rates right up as far as they can. And I think part of that, Phil, is just finishing on a high. Even if they can't make them up, they want to cross that line in style.
Yeah, I will say actually, Peters have an excellent line here, so they're chasing Univ very slightly, but trying to cut them off at the finish. So Univ swung around for no reason, and they've got to go that way. Peters are going for a slightly more oblique angle. I think it's a little bit too little, too late, but there was a good effort there in terms of trying to make a beeline for that crew and try and pit them just over the finish line. We've got 2 more crews left in this division, which are St Cat's W2 and Wolfson W4. Do you reckon there's going to be a bump there, Ed?
I don't think so. I think it's always difficult to tell from this angle when you're right behind the crews to judge the distances between them. But I think it's unlikely, especially given how tired the girls in Wolfson will be. Bar a disaster, I think both crews are safe in their positions for now.
Yeah, it's a good line actually by the Wolfson crew, trying to take the best racing line. The only thing is they're trying to chase and follow Cats, but because they were heading towards going for the inside of Cats, it did mean that Cats then have a free opportunity to run if they want all the way around to the other side of the river. I mean, I don't think it came down to that because the gap was just too big, but actually Wolfson, if it was closer, could have actually tried to pin Cats in, give them nowhere to run, and try and squeak out and eke out that bump over the finish line. But we see now that all racing crews have crossed the finish line, so that is the end of Women's Division 6.
Another really exciting division there, Phil. I think a very fast one as well. We saw quite a few bumps off the start. The crews getting out early, wanting to execute their race as quickly as possible, not leaving things down to chance in the latter stages, and really getting out and executing their plans very effectively.
Yeah, and what we saw there out of, with the exception of Christchurch 3 on St Cat's 2, which happened very early off the start, the 3 crews that did make their bumps in that division were the ones that we probably would have predicted, being Teddy Hall W2, Magdalen W2, and LMH W2, all of whom have completed their Blades campaign. Now, LMH will give a special note to just because LMH now row over as the sandwich boat at the bottom of Women's Division 5. So depending on the college, they may or may not award Blades if LMH row over in the next division. But again, for each college, the rules are different and we don't know all of them. So we will say that LMH W2 may have won Blades. So I think what we've got the ARC's launch there with a wonderful, fantastic googly eye. So if you're playing bingo along at home, then you can tick that one off your bingo grid. What I think we'll do is we'll go to the Men's Division 6 results. And Ed, it'd be interesting to see whether you can decipher these, because we've done as much as we can to improve the accessibility and the readability of this. And I was changing all the colours this morning to make it as readable as possible. Do you want to have a go at what you think happened in that division, and then we can talk through the Blades winning crews in Women's Division 6?
I think it's pretty safe to say that Magdalen have stayed pretty firm on their ground all week, and that doesn't look to have changed here either. Regents as well have stayed nice and firm. Looks to me like Pembroke have bumped St Hugh's. Pembroke have bumped St Hugh's there. Apologies. Wolfson have continued their downward spiral, unfortunately, and look to have been bumped by Lineker today. Then Corpus have made a resurgence back up into the division proper. And yeah, and Queens, of course, continuing their position from yesterday.
Yes, indeed. I think you managed to get all three bumps in that division correct, which is that Corpus M2 bumped Hertford M2, Lineker M2 bumped Wolston M3, and Pembroke M3 bumped St Hugh's M2. So yeah, those are the results, and that will be the finishing order for Men's Division 6 at the end of this campaign in this division of Summer Torpids 2021.
Yeah, the end of an era perhaps for some of those crews, but I imagine given that we're still quite in the low divisions, I'm sure many of them will be back in years to come and hopefully finding their way into higher and higher boats. So definitely exciting things to come, some things to watch over the years. But the end of this week for those crews.
Absolutely, you're 100% correct. And would it be good, Ed, if you've got them to hand? Would be let's have a chat through in a moment the three Blades winning crews in Women's Division 6, and let's have a look at the squads within them. What I would say is that Bumps has survived for 200 years. We've only really stopped because of war, flood, or a pandemic. So when you say I'm sure these crews will be back next year, the people may be different, but the boat and the spirit will remain just as with a burning as passion as they are this year and with every year since for the past 200 years.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the really special things about Bumps is that unlike many of the regattas and heads that are cancelled due to perhaps slightly inclement weather, Bumps continues. Perhaps that's due to its timing in the year. It's historic. It's one of the longest standing races in the UK, and for a sport with such a history, Bumps for all these crews is a really integral part of their college experience. And I think, as I said earlier, all of these crews are going to go away with really fun memories, whether or not they manage to bump, get blades, take the headship. Regardless, it's a really strong crew bonding experience. And yeah, as we say, I'm sure they'll be back next year.
Yeah, and I'm sure for crews that may end up with spoons, those very fond memories might turn very quickly into fuzzy memories by the end of the night. But the memories will remain unchanged.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely some celebrations in order, or commiserations for some of the spoons winning crews. A good time to pedal around, I hope, this evening.
Yeah. So would you like me to go through the Blades winning crews, or would you like to take the honour? Up to you.
No, more than happy to go through. I think we've already mentioned the caveat of LMH. We're not entirely sure exactly under what circumstances that could be awarded Blades, but we'll go through the crew just on the optimistic side that they will be awarded Blades. So to begin with, LMH, we've got Dominika Siska at bow, Emily Kukuxi, Hannah Barton, Teresa Aprea, Lucy Miles, Martha Bertels, Georgina Grant, and Joseph Hoofs, and Cox Eleanor Fothergill. And I think looking down that list there, we've got quite a few blues in that name. Georgie Grant is definitely one that stands out to me.
Oh, very, very good, very good. You've been doing your research, if indeed you're true, if indeed you're correct, and if you're not correct, I'm sure someone will be pointing out on the YouTube live stream. Maybe even, I'm saying this in air quotes, James Cracknell might be pointing out what's correct and what's not on the live stream. But yeah,
a suspicious profile there. And actually, I think Anja and Martha also were blues this year. Apologies for missing anyone out, but definitely those three names standing out to me.
Excellent, wonderful. Next up, we've got Magdalen W2. So do you want to take it away with this crew?
Yes, absolutely. Magdalen Women's Team, pretty sure that this crew have been awarded Blades, but unless Magdalen have got any unkind Blades rules up their sleeves. But starting at bow, Emily Chesavout, Gemma Radcliffe, Carla Ashman, Irina Tekuvek, Emily Eravana Dib, Amelie Knaus, Asmami Skula, Eleanor Gilbert, and Rachel Durnford as the cogs. Apologies there if I've butchered any names, but first time reading down that list.
We do try our absolute best to get the names as accurate as possible, but with such a wonderful, diverse international community in Oxford rowing, none of it, we probably need a degree to master every single name across a good 190 countries, 190 countries, but we do try our absolute best. And over the years, we do learn how to pronounce these names and I think become better people for it.
Absolutely. And then the final crew, SEH, the final crew to be awarded Blades in this division, Emily Milan, Katie Mello, Katie Long, Molly Ross, Anika Voigt, Anna Gleiser, Lena Fuldauer, Evelina Hansky, and Katriona Campbell as the cogs.
Excellent. Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Ed. And if you're watching this afterwards, ladies, on the catch up on YouTube, then once again, congratulations to you all for completing your Blaze campaigns. You should be very proud, and we hope you're feeling that way too.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Like we said, it's a really, really exciting time of year. And as we come towards the end of the academic year, a great way to round off what's been a perhaps unusual sort of 18 months in Oxford history, but definitely
you can say that again.
definitely a high point to end on.
Absolutely, and I was saying earlier, and I'll say it again because I will make no apologies for praising the people that made bumps happen. You know, that we've got the OU Aussies committee who work tirelessly, and with the exception of the Rose Hab, are all unpaid volunteers. They do a fantastic job of making racing happen, and you know, have the unenviable job of having to resolve all the appeals and all of the sour grapes that might happen between crews and boats. So they try immensely hard to you know, keep everyone as happy as possible during racing. You know, a lot of these are people who are college boat club rowers in their own right, so you know, they do deserve a lot of respect. I think we just see John West there. I wonder if that's named after the tuna brand, or whether it's something a bit more exotic. But yeah, I will say once again, you know, people like Jack Woodward, who's the AULC secretary, Beth Carter, who is the rowing sabbatical officer, Thomas Surridge, who's the captain of Cox's and COVID advisor, David Seal, who's one of the senior umpires, and James Marsden, who is a long-standing friend of Race Desk. You know, those people and many others have made bumps happen this year, and we see actually a wonderful shot on the camera there, Magdalen W2 getting congratulated by their college. We may even see some champagne in a moment being showered all over them because they have landed and have won blades. So celebrations a little bit more muted this year because of social distancing, and you know, people can't just go and kind of give everyone a hug, because we're trying our best to you know, be as COVID safe as we can, given the circumstances, given the restrictions, given the mitigations. But you know, due cause for celebration there for Magdalen W2.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to see smiles all down that boat. A really great way to end the week. And those blades, I'm sure, will serve as a really handy commemorative flag. With some really good times down the river.
Yep, indeed. I think we are 18 minutes away from men's Division 5, so I wonder whether now might actually be a good opportunity to run through the crew list. Let's see who the 10 crews we have are for men's Division 5, and if you'd like, Ed, I can give you a rundown of their story so far this week in Torpids.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. So we'll just wait for the graphic to come on screen. So if you're watching along with this, as opposed to just listening and getting some work done, and if you're getting some work done listening to this, good luck. You're trying your absolute best. So people can follow along on the stream as well for men's Division 5. So we'll just give that a moment just to come up on screen. But I will actually hold on to say, loving the fancy dress hat from Lincoln. Is that kind of like an umbrella?
It doesn't look like an umbrella, a multicolored umbrella. I have to say there's some excellent headgear choices going on today. I'm always a fan of coordinated headgear dressing. And there we have, I think, the champagne there from the Magdalen crew.
Yeah, they're doing very well to do socially distanced throwing of champagne and trying to get that across, you know, kind of 1 to 2 meters. So yes, normally they'll just kind of shower it along as they run along the boat. But yeah, so yeah, let's see the crews for men's Division 5 on screen on our fancy rundown. There we go. So at the top of this division, we have Keble M2. So far this week, they are down 3 places. So they rode over on a Tuesday. They went down 1 place on Wednesday, and they went down 2 places, dropping out of men's Division 4 yesterday. At Bungline 2, we have St Hilda's, who have had a bit of a mixed fortune this week. They went up 1, and I think that took them into men's Division 4. Then they got bumped out of it again on Thursday, and then they got bumped by another crew, sorry, on Wednesday, and they got bumped by another crew on Thursday, so they are down 1 this week. At Bungline 3, we have Lincoln M2. They are down 1 this week. They got bumped once on Wednesday on day 2, but they have rode over for the rest of the week. Exciting at Bungline 4, we have St Bennett's Hall M1, who are up an incredible 8 places this week. And in Torpids, it's very hard. It's hard to go up 4. It's very hard to go up 5. To go up 8 in a week so far is an absolutely fantastic achievement. And I pointed this out with the women, so apologies, Bennett's women, if you're listening, but Bennett's Hall have gone up 5, 2 and 1 this week, whereas Bennett's women went down 1, 2 and 5 in an almost beautiful parabolic kind of comparison side by side. But yeah, Bennett's M1, definitely the crew to watch in this division. We've got at Bungline 5, we have New College 2, so they are up 2 places, I believe, for the week. So they bumped on Tuesday and Thursday, and on Wednesday they found themselves in the middle of a chain bump. So that is where they got bumped by someone, but then went on to bump someone else. So I think the crew they got bumped by was St Bennett's Hall. So what that means is that they were level for the day, but it's not what we call rowing over. We have Merton 2, an interesting one with Merton 2. If you look at the bumps charts, they've gone up 1 place each day. And Ed, I'm sure you might be thinking, well, surely that means that Merton M2 are on for Blades because they're bumped every day. But actually, there's a bit of a trap there, and I'm sure you probably saw the leading question. Merton M2 are not on for Blades because they got bumped by St Bennett's Hall M1. They then went on to bump another crew, and actually they kind of went up 2 and down 1 in a day. So it looks like they went up 1 in the bumps charts, but because they got bumped, they are sadly not eligible for Blades. So that's why you don't see a B next to Merton, even though the slope of the line looks like it. At Bungline 7, you've got Brasenose 2, who are up 1 on Tuesday, rode over on Wednesday, and then had a bit of a shocker yesterday, going down by 3 places. Bungline 8, you've got University 2, who were in a chain bump on Tuesday, but the net effect was they went down 1. They rode over on Wednesday, and then they went up 1 position on Thursday. And then Bungline 9, we have Balliol M2, who are on for spoons. I mean, the most they can drop is 1 place today, and that's if they get caught by Regent's Park, who are the sandwich boat. So Balliol are down 6 places this week, down 2, down 3, and then down 1 over the 3 days of racing so far. So Ed, I'm sure you'll agree that is quite a lot of history and quite a lot of drama in men's Division 5 so far this week. And do you think it's going to continue?
I have no doubt it's going to continue. I'm absolutely interested to watch Bennett's Hall to see if they can continue their frankly unbelievable campaign of bumps this year against Lincoln, who, like you say, have had a bit of a mixed fortune this year. So if they can bump those up, perhaps even St Hilda's as well, depending on how things pan out. I think, as you said, it's been a bad week for Balliol. They're on course for spoons. They've dropped down from 39th to 45th. But absolutely some crews to keep an eye on. But I'll be looking at crew number 40, St Bennett's especially, to see how they can continue their campaign.
Yeah, indeed. And I think we've had a question come in on the YouTube live stream. I think we had someone deliberately trolling us on Tuesday, but I think it's a genuine question today to say, why is the university competing? So this is one of the common misconceptions around University College, who are a college. So they are one of the 39, maybe 40, I think, with Reuben College coming into existence very soon, and 9 permanent private halls. I can't remember the exact numbers, but it's around that many. So they are a college in their own right. Their name just happens to be University College, but what that isn't, it is not the same as Oxford University Boat Club or any of the reserve crews. So University College is a college boat club, just like pretty much all of the crews that you see on the river today. So I hope that clears things up.
Absolutely. I think it's worth pointing out, Phil, because we had some of the blues in the previous division. Normally, in summer torpids, those that have raced for the university boat clubs are precluded from racing torpids. But because the summer 8s have been cancelled this year, we've allowed the athletes that have been competing in the blue boats to come down. So really nice to see them down here. But a couple of small rule changes there for this year.
Yeah, you're correct in that. So if we look to a normal year, if anyone remembers what on earth a normal year looks like, because frankly I'm struggling as well. So if we took it back to 2019, Torpids, which is this event, would take place in around about end of February, early March. And what that means is that the crews for the boat races, which you saw on the BBC, around about in April this year are yet to take place, and anyone who's still in contention for a seat in one of those blue boats isn't eligible to take part in Torpids. And the reason for that is kind of mostly historical, that Torpids is seen as historically it was a lower boats competition, but since then it's been included first boats as well. But anyone who is in contention for a blue boat isn't allowed to take part. But in Summer 8s, all of those restrictions are lifted, and all of the blues can take part because, we love to have them as part of the community, and just because they train differently, they're still parts of the colleges, and it's wonderful to have them back as part of the college rowing scene. And I'm sure lots of the crews that get a blue or two slotting into their first boat really learn a lot from the technical nous that those blues bring. But as you say, Ed, this is a different year this year. So Torpids has been brought back and kind of held back into the summer for reasons that we have fewer boats bumping out. And what that means is that we have allowed the blues to take part this year, because actually it will probably be quite cruel after the really tough year they've had not to let them race. So for the first year probably ever, this is where blues are allowed to take part in Torpids. So very well spotted in terms of the difference in the rules this year, Ed.
Yeah, I amaze myself with my chance knowledge there of Oxford bumps, but clearly it's come to fruition over the week. Interestingly, of course, the other difference between Summer 8s, and in fact most bumping races, those you'll see on the Cam in Cambridge as well, and Torpids, is that in a normal bumping race, both crews involved in a bump are going to get pushed to the side. They can stop their race there. Whereas here, if you're bumped, you can go on to bump someone else, which means potentially a fair rarity, I believe, that you could potentially be lined up for spades. Even though I think only 2 crews by legend have ever gained that.
We spent in many a quiet race desk, but race desk is never quiet. Allegedly, in the 180 years that Bumps has been happening, and Bumps has had many kind of rule iterations over the years. So, funny, you might not know this actually, but back in the 60s and 70s, I'd not say we, because I definitely wasn't alive then, but we as the kind of OUBC and OURCs back then, experimented with a multi-lane format of Torpids. So you'd have crews that kind of were racing 2 or 3 aside, and maybe 2 aside through the gut, and we did racing that way. I have no idea how on earth that managed to work, but they did it for a few years, but it looks like it didn't catch on, so we're back to the tried and trusted method of single file racing.
Yeah, multi-lane bumps sounds even more chaotic than a single lane bumps to me. But I'm sure there were some interesting races going on there.
Yeah, and that's some wonderful face paint you see there from, I think, the cocks of one of the Balliol crews. So one of the things that crews often do is to put on some face paint, or probably more accurately war paint, to represent themselves during the races, because we were joking with Harriet earlier that some of these hats maybe aren't quite so aerodynamic, but maybe in the lower divisions it doesn't quite matter too much. But I think the war paint is a lovely way of showing crew unity and what your crew identity is.
Yeah, absolutely. I doubt war paint has much of an effect on the aerodynamics of it. I mean, I'm not a physicist. I'm not going to start claiming what contributes to drag and what doesn't. But I think your comment on, like, everyone wearing the same hats, that kind of thing, it comes back to, bumps is much more than just who's at the top, who's going blades. It's a huge social event of the year, and for the crews that are involved, it's really, really part of the college experience.
Yeah, and just looking back at those images of that Balliol crew, and let's face it, after a frankly miserable 12 to 18 months that we've all had to endure, there is just a absolute gem of joy in seeing a bunch of students who are standing around at social distance, joking, laughing, and having smiles on their face. And those smiles on their face, I think, is something that not many of us have seen for a long time. So, to all the students taking part, we respect you so much, and we're all really proud of you for taking part, and thank you for all the joy that you're giving us over the live stream. So you get a double reward of entertaining us, but also taking part in an historic set of events at Oxford that is very much part of the fabric of the university.
Yeah, definitely historic. And I think looking forward as we go through the afternoon as well, there's potentially some more historic events going on. If you're going to be tuning in later this evening at 6:45 for the Division 1 of the women's cruise, you'll see Wolfson potentially contend for the headship. I believe this is the first time Wolfson have ever been a position 2 on the river. So, of course, making their headship would be a fantastic achievement for them and a truly historic one in a truly historic year.
Yes, absolutely. I think they've got the 8's headship, but this would complete it for the Torpids headship. You just see there, we've had, as we've been nattering on, you've seen a few of the college flags there. So you see the flag for Christchurch, the navy and white one, because that's Christchurch's boathouse, and you saw the Hertford one. Now, I know we've been probably a little bit cruel to Hertford a couple of times this week in terms of how well their flag has been put at the pole. Wednesday looked a little bit shoddy. Thursday looked a lot better, and today it looks a little bit tangled around. And what you're seeing now, Ed, is University College. And would you like to have a guess at what they're going to do?
I would imagine that this isn't some kind of strange Oxford swimming ritual, that it's in fact a photo shoot. I'd hope at least.
Not yet, anyway. Oh, you see champagne there.
Champagne.
Hang on, here we go. Here we go. Are we going to have the champagne toss? I think they're waiting for the perfect camera opportunity. Go on. There we go. Oh, wonderful. You can probably smell that £4.99 Tesco champagne from miles around after that happens.
Yeah, I imagine it's quite a potent odor, mixed with sort of sweat, exhaustion, and cheap champagne, making an interesting aroma for the cruise.
Yeah, we joke when I know we're coming up to men's Division 5 shortly, and we'll cut back to that in a minute or two. There's the 5-minute gun for men's Division 5 actually, but it's an eerie feeling when you're at race desk when it's kind of around men's and women's Divisions 1 during 8s, because there are tens of thousands of people around. You do have a very strong smell of champagne and humidity in the air, and it's really weird because obviously none of us drink when we're at race desk because we are running an official event, so we never ever do that. But it's that kind of dissonance between smelling alcohol and being completely sober and seeing all the crews. And actually what you might see at the end of racing, we ban it during races because clearly we've got racing going on, but afterwards some of the crews do go for a little bit of a swim and throw their cocks into the water, just like you see in the boat race, Ed.
Yeah, absolutely. Boat race, hugely historic, throwing the cocks in the water. And this year, I think it was really nice to see all the crews jumping in after their cocks, a real show of crew unity, with the cocks that perhaps gets a bit of a hard ride from their crewmates from time to time. But I'm sure we'll see plenty of people entering the ISIS later on today.
Yes, and I am thankfully 200 miles away, and because I don't take part in any of the races anymore, I am not eligible to be thrown into the river. So if any of my so-called friends are listening and watching, you have heard it here officially on the stream that under no circumstances do I ever go in the river anymore. So I'm really glad that we have settled that one, and you know who you are.
I won't inquire into that backstory there, Phil. But I'm glad that I won't be making any sort of trip into the river today. It's quite a murky place to be. It's definitely not sort of a Mediterranean blue waters down on the British rivers. So I think you've got to be in quite a high state of elation to enter the river willingly. But those crews that have a good week absolutely are.
Yeah, and the river isn't too bad. I have gone for a swim once or twice, and I've never capsized in a single actually, but I've seen many people who've capsized, and it's not that bad a river. That said, I think back in 2012, David Walliams, or 2011 actually, David Walliams swam down basically the entire length of the Thames for either comic relief or sports relief, and actually one of his legs ended at the head of the river pub at the top of this division. And I think during the course of his 7 or 8 days, he did have 1 or 2 poorly stomachs. So you definitely don't want to be swallowing any of this water because it is the Thames. And just a couple of miles upstream, you do have quite a few cows that are allowed to kind of roam all the way up to the bank. So you can infer from there, and we won't say any more because that gets a bit disgusting.
No, but I do think that the closeness of the river to the town and to the wildlife, if you can refer to the cows as the local wildlife, adds to that sense of community. For most rowing races in the UK, you trundle off down to Dorney, to Strathclyde Park if you're up north, or to Nottingham, or maybe even to the Tideway for a head. It's sort of removed from where you are, from the community around you. And one of the really special things about bumping races, wherever you are in the country, is that they really are at the heart of not only the college experience, but in a normal year, to have loads of local people down here as well, enjoying an event that really is central to Oxford as a city, as well as the university.
Yeah, and we're thankful for everyone who is choosing to watch this on a live stream rather than be there in person. I know we would all love to be there and soak in the atmosphere and that humidity and the scent of champagne, but you know, clearly we're still in the hopefully closing but still stages of a pandemic. So we're doing everything we can to bring you as much bumps as possible with social distancing taking part. So thank you for watching, and also for all people who are abroad. This is the first time that you're able to see bumps live as opposed to recordings of the division uploaded several hours afterwards. So we really hope that you're enjoying these live pictures that are very helpfully provided to us by First Sight Media. And I think I've filled enough time there just to cover off the 1 minute gun, Ed. So we've got less than a minute to go until this division takes place.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect timing there, Phil. Just a quick reminder of who we have competing in this division. At the bottom right hand of your screen, you've got Keble second 8, followed by St Hilda's, Lincoln second 8, St Bennett's Hall, New College, Merton second 8, Brasenose second 8, University second 8, Balliol second 8, and Regents as the sandwich crew at the bottom as well. And as we said, St Bennett's Hall definitely wants to keep around here as we go into this division.
And I think, do you get paid by the number of times you say second 8?
I can't comment on my fee structure on air, but it could have something to do with second 8s, yes.
Spoiler alert, it's 0 for all of us because we're doing this out the goodness of our hearts and we're loving every minute of it. I think we're seconds away now from the start, so let's watch out for that puff of smoke and the blades heading off.
Yeah, absolutely. All the crews coming up to the start now. And there we are, away for this men's Division 5 of Torpors 2021. I think pretty clean start from all the crews there, Phil.
Yeah, Keble with a slightly wider line. What's be a very bright start by St Hilda's there. That's incredibly fast. They're probably down to about 3/4 of a length on Keble 2 already. Good line from Lincoln 2, reasonable line from Bennett's Hall. Bennett's a one to watch because they will be honing in on Lincoln, trying to get their blades. And it's down to maybe about 2/3 of the length already between Bennett's and Lincoln 2. Lincoln 2 probably quite terrified. We've got Merton 2, who are 2 crews behind Bennett, so they're chasing New College. I mean, the crews that you see in 7, 8, and 9 have to go around the corner, so it is pretty difficult for them, but that's still a pretty shoddy line, and I don't know what on earth Merton are doing. That's a very wide line, and they're probably going to be punished quite hard for that in terms of their performance in this race. There we go. We have St Bennett's now closing down, and that's a concession. Bennett's have very convincingly bumped Lincoln 2 there, so that is a bump between Bennett's and Lincoln 2. Over to you, Ed.
Yeah, absolutely. Really fantastic start for Bennett's. They have clinched the blades they're looking for today, and I think we're about to see a battle unfold and another bump there down at the bottom of the division. I didn't catch which crews they were, Phil, down at the bottom making that
was Univ 2 bumping Brasenose 2.
So just changing their luck. Univ there at the tail end of the week. They're back where they started the division, but they've bumped up, so they've managed to sort of make a net gain of 1 this week. And I think as we look down into the gut, all the crews steering a pretty tidy line there. Nothing too eccentric from all the crews going down.
Univ are spending a lot of time celebrating and almost about to hit those kayakers that are on the pontoon. They really need to pay more attention there. You know, even though you want to celebrate when a race is over, you need to look after yourself and everyone around you. This is looking very close between. Oh, there we go. Yeah. St Hilda's have bumped Keble 2. So St Hilda's once again for the second time this week become the sandwich crew. Let's stick with camera 3 because that might be quite an interesting exit out the gut there with crews. St Hilda's will be trying to do everything they can to get out the way so that Lincoln 2 with that fantastic umbrella hat, possibly sponsored by Legal & General, possibly not, need to get past unimpeded. And behind Lincoln 2 we have New College 2, who, to be fair, besides that slightly ropey stroke there, are making quite an impression on Lincoln. Remember, these crews started 4 lengths away from each other, and Ed, I think that's down to about 2/3 of a length. What do you think?
Yeah, I think if New College can keep up the speed that they've gone in so far in this race, I think we're being for I think every stroke here as we come past onto Greenbelt, we're seeing that gap close and close and close. And I would doubt very much that Lincoln can manage to escape here. A very fast New College crew.
Yeah, and you might notice actually, eagle-eyed viewers on the live stream will see that that new boat is bow rigged. What that means is the stroke rower is rowing on bow side, and the bow rower is actually a stroke man. So they're doing it the other way around. There we go. There's a concession between New College 2 and Lincoln 2. So they've rigged the boat differently because they think it works better for their crew allocation. It's a right faff to re-rig these boats, but actually, if you know your crew very well and it's a very stable crew, re-rigging can often pay big dividends during bumps races and external regattas.
Yeah, absolutely. You always see some interesting rigs. If you go down to the regattas, sort of bucket rigs, as you say, reverse bow rigs as well. But always interesting for the boatmen and coaches to sort of geek out a little bit on how to make their boat go the fastest by changing just where people are sitting in the boat. But a really exciting division so far.
Yes, or I was going to say, as opposed to boatmen who know what they're doing, college captains who fiddle around for no good reason and don't quite know what they're doing, because to be fair, it is a bit of an art and a skill that takes several years to learn how to distribute weight around a boat. It's one of the more advanced skills in the rowing world.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely a mix between a science and an art, as are most things in sport. A mix between pure data and perhaps a more philosophical side as well.
And I think the art side, the humanities and art side, and the scientific side of Oxford University and probably Cambridge University will probably have a long 3-hour argument with you afterwards as to why you were both right and wrong on that point.
I don't doubt the academic prowess of any of these, of any of rowers or any of the rowers. I wouldn't dare stand up to their intellectual arguments at all.
Or just their willingness to have a good argument, because sometimes arguments are fun.
Indeed, arguments are always good fun. I think we're about to see another bump here for a very unfortunate Lincoln crew from Merton there.
I think this is a really convincing argument about the aerodynamics of hats as a coxing seat. That maybe it's the hat that's making a massive difference. I'm expecting a concession any second. There we go.
Yep.
There's a concession from Lincoln 2. So Merton 2 have bumped Lincoln 2.
Looking very happy there.
The Lincoln Coxers just lost their hat. I think it just blew off there as the camera panned away. So maybe Lincoln will pick up a sudden burst of speed. Maybe one of the crews will actually manage to pick up the hat and take it away and confiscate it in return for a crew date at some point in the future. There we go. That's going to be the legacy of this summer Torpids. What happened to that Lincoln M2 hat? No one knows.
Well, I've been told that Oriel's tortoise has a bit of a history behind it, so being stolen and paraded around. So maybe Lincoln's interesting coloured umbrella hat could be the next tortoise of bumps.
So what you're saying is, when we're all computerized robotic voices in 2082 and Lincoln M2 are taking part in Summer 8's 2082, they will no longer have their kind of imp or griffith, I think it's an imp actually, on their Lincoln blades, and instead it will be navy blue with a multicolored umbrella on their oars. Is that what you're telling us, Ed? Is that your super prediction for the next 80 years?
It is, yes. In 80 years' time, I will run away from Oxford so that if I'm wrong, no one can catch me for it. But I think it'd be fantastic. Just looking down the sheet of blade colours, there are some fantastic designs. And I think a multicoloured umbrella would really complement the colour schemes already going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to think what the most. Oh, hang on. There we go. Regent's having a shocker there. That was two crabs in one go. You'll see the bowman of the Regent's Park College boat desperately trying to get their boat out of the water. They may be better actually just easying and letting them pull that blade out, because that is a boat stopper crab. And I think anyone playing bingo at home, that is another square on that Oxrow bingo card that I don't know who published it, but may have been me, predicted for today of Summer Torpids. So boat stopping crab, if you selected that one, that's another square and possibly another drink.
Yeah, really. Sorry, do carry on.
No, I was going to say, you can see that Regents are really having a shocker there in terms of sometimes if the boat speed is just so fast, you can't get that blade recovered from that completely overhead crab, and your choices are either to just battle on with 6 or 7 rowers, or, and it's unfortunate because it's bows, there's no one behind them that can help them out, or you actually should just actually hold it up, get the blade back, and then restart. But it looks like Regents are going to finish with 8 men and 7 blades, basically.
Yeah, really struggling to get that to get that back. And sometimes, just depending on how the water catches your blade and so the angle it's at as it gets ripped around, it can be really, really difficult to recover a blade from a crab. We've seen some huge crustaceans lurking in the Isis this week. We've seen another one down by the end here.
Yes, how many crabs get on the river? We don't know how they get there, but yeah, it just seems to be. And the reason why we call it a crab, by the way, for anyone who's watching, is that you saw that it's like kind of that blade just got taken out of that bowman's hands, and so we liken it to a giant crab underneath the water, getting one of its pincers, grabbing the blade, and kind of just having its way, and just completely dominating that blade and taking it out of the hands of the rower. And you try, and I often feels like it's kind of trying to drag it under the water, so that's why we call it a crab in terms of kind of what it feels like in the boat if you suffer a crab.
Talking of crabs, I haven't seen anyone ejected by a crab this week. I might have missed anything, but I don't think we've seen anyone chucked out the boat by a crab.
Yeah, thank goodness we haven't. And if someone does get chucked out of a boat with an ejected crab, the race does get immediately klaxon, because a competitor in the water means that we clearly need to stop the race for safety reasons. We haven't, and I'm gonna do commentator's curse here and say that we haven't actually had a klaxon all this week. Although probably with the benefit of hindsight, Women's Division 6 yesterday should have been klaxon. So we've only had one klaxon-worthy division so far this Torpid. So. As over the last kind of 10 or 12 years, one klaxon so far on the event is a fairly small number of klaxons, actually. But I think what we're going to do in a moment is, now that we've seen men's Division 5 come to a conclusion, I think we might actually be ready with the official results of women's Division 6. So I think we'll have the results on the screen. And Ed, I'm going to throw you in the deep water again and say, take it away, and I'll help you out however I can in terms of deciphering these bumps.
So talking of bumps there, it looks like we had a bump from LMH over Worcester, we had a bump from Magdalen over Hertford, and a bump from SEH over Univ. No, my apologies.
Teddy Hall over Peters.
Teddy Hall over Peters, wrong way around there. And then everyone else stayed pretty much as expected.
Oh, interesting. So, so I'm just looking at the bottom of this, because what we see with Cats and Christchurch doesn't quite tee up with what I saw during the race, and it could well be linked to what on earth went on with that penalty bump, and quite how the crews were ordered at the end of yesterday. So I think what we'll do is, I'm sure production, if they do get an update to those results, I'm sure they can ping them up on the screen. But we'll take that as what we've heard as the official results for now. Clearly, it's been a bit of a confusing division for the past 2 days. But Ed, in terms of interpreting what you see on the screen, you've done that absolutely perfectly. So you're fast becoming an expert.
I never doubted the ferociousness of the training here at Oxford Torpids 2021. I will go home, back to the cam, and expert on how to interpret bumps charts.
And then you'll realise that the CAM had their own set of unique and arcane rules that are completely bizarre and puzzling, and quite who knows. Oh, there we go. They're passing. This is the thing. So normally in every other year, people passing champagne between each other, we wouldn't bat an eyelid because you completed your race. Maybe not the best COVID safe behaviour there in terms of passing a drink between them. But I do know that I believe that the Oxford University does have a rapid testing service, and clearly the university have done a lot of work behind the scenes in terms of giving students access to testing resources so they can test themselves for the presence of COVID, lateral flow tests, and all that type of stuff. So what you don't see behind all of this is the huge amount of testing and risk management and risk mitigation around COVID. So if I were taking part, I probably wouldn't be drinking from a shared bottle of champagne. But such is life, and we do all have to kind of make the best decisions we can in various different circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge credit to the work of Oxford University, and I think a huge credit to the work of all the leadership teams at all the universities, colleges and schools around the country, being able to get people back into education where they want to be, and implementing those mitigation measures. And I think, apart from not having any expectations on the bank, sitting here looking at these shots down the river, you wouldn't know that we're in the middle of a pandemic, Phil, and it's a really refreshing sight to see.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, clearly the towpath is a lot emptier than it would be, and rowing has been one of the sports that we've been able to get back to because there is some level of, clearly not for lockdown one, but some level of social distancing with the fact that if people are rowing together at the same rate and the same speed, they're keeping kind of a constant 1 and a bit meters between them in the boat, and also because they're all facing the same way, only the cocks and the stroke man or stroke woman are face to face in that boat. So everyone else is facing the same direction. So there is some kind of natural aerodynamic protection against the transmission of COVID. But you will and should see for many of these races that the coxswain of the boat should be wearing a face mask, and hopefully we prove right. As there we go. Yes, thankfully I'm proved right there. You see, very well done by the Brasenose crew there. The cox is wearing a fabric face mask to do what they can in the current circumstances. We've got 20 minutes to go until the next race, which is Women's Division 5. What we're going to do in a moment is we'll cover off what we think were the provisional results in Men's Division 4, who won blades, who avoided spoons, and then what we might do is that might be quite a good opportunity for people watching to get themselves a drink, get themselves some snacks, and get themselves psyched up ready for Women's Division 5. But you're listening to Phil and Ed on the commentary on this, the Friday, the fourth and final day of Summer Torpids 2021, and we will now bring you the provisional results. Wonderful bucket hat there. The provisional results for Men's Division 5. So what I think I saw there was St Hilda's bumped Keble 2, meaning that St Hilda's will provisionally be the sandwich boat for Men's Division 4. We saw St Bennett's Hall, New College 2 and Merton 2 all bump Lincoln 2, and that's blades for St Bennett's Hall. We saw University 2 bump Brasenose 2, and we saw Balliol 2, who I think we see, that's who is literally coming into land now, so couldn't have timed this better really. Balliol 2, oh no, their stroke's going to hit the pontoon there. There we go. They need to be very careful with that. They don't want to damage their lovely little empacker there. Balliol 2 managed to row over, so they avoided spoons. So I'm sure they will land and be very relieved that they didn't walk away with spoons. So congratulations to Balliol for I wouldn't say kind of claiming victory from the jaws of defeat, but claiming survival from the jaws of spoons, really.
Yeah, survival's definitely the end of the game. I think the crew that stands out to me there, Phil, is absolutely Bennett's Hall. A truly meteoric rise this week, almost 10 places up the rankings, which to me, in the bumps races I've been watching, is almost unheard of. 10 spots in a week.
Yeah, I think 9 is probably a joint record. Actually, if I had a fact checker like Scott was lucky enough to have a fact checker during yesterday's top divisions, if I had a fact checker and we weren't doing this as a two-man show at the moment, I'd be asking them to have a look through the bumps charts and to see what was the highest rise any crew have ever had. But yeah, that's a fantastic result, and I've got the crew list actually for St Bennett's Hall M1. So just to recognise their amazing, incredible 9 bump blades, I'll have a quick chat through the composition of that crew. So we have Katrina Quigley, who I think is a name I've seen in bumps racing for a few years, so I think a very experienced cox there. You've got James Liebrecht, who is the stroke of St Bennett's Hall M1. Those of you who are listening that are from Oriel or Oriel alumni, you might be puzzled to hear the name Max Lau in the 7th seat. If I remember rightly, and this is not just another person coincidentally named Max Lau, Max is an ex-Oriel M1 rower and former M1 Oriel captain, so very experienced pair of hands to the Oxford College rowing scene. Seat 6, you've got Jake Liebers. 5, Fintan Simmons. You've got Chris Launchbury, Chance Herbert, Matthew Calderwood, and then at bow you've got Christoph, I don't know which of the two, Seluki. So congratulations to the 9 crew members of St Bennett's Hall M1 for their 9 bump blades this year. Well done once again.
Yeah, truly fantastic there from Bennett's Hall. I'll be interested to see if anyone out there has an encyclopedic knowledge of torpedoes. Do let us know in the YouTube chat if this is indeed a joint record or even perhaps a record, and let us know if we're correct in our assumptions there.
Yeah, and you see the Brasenose crew landing there. So clearly it's a very warm day out on the river. And I think, oh, there we go. Yeah, hello to St Hughes. They know they're on camera, and they can't hear us, by the way, but they just know that the camera's there. So when you're watching this back afterwards, hello back St Hughes, and we're loving it.
Smiles and waves. It's a great way to start Women's Division 5. More war paint there. I think I saw some war paint on the face of Balliol as well as they went down. So clearly it's a battle not only of rowing this week, but also of artistic skill and prowess.
Yeah, and for any of the parents, friends, or family of the lovely ladies there in St Hughes, we hope you enjoy that little photo opportunity. As we said earlier, it's just to see people smiling, laughing, having fun in a boat. This is exactly what rowing's about. It is a fun, healthy, recreational sport, as well as a fun and competitive sport as well. So it's a lovely mixture of the two.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a great shot there as well of the other side of rowing. I think most full-time rowers will associate the erg with pain and torment, unpleasantness.
You missed out misery, Ed.
Misery, of course. That final synonym I didn't quite get in there. General negative vibes with the erg. But for those that are just coming into the sport, the erg I think is a fantastic way to be introduced to the sport. But I think it's then crucial that we take that next step with novices and get them on the water. And for the lower divisions of bumps especially, that's what it's all about. It's about getting people in there. For many of them, especially this year, their very first rowing race. And a fantastic experience it is, and fantastic experience it will be going forward for them. Some of these rowers could very well make their way into the university squad in the years to come. So keep an eye on these names in the next few years. We could see our next generation of blues coming through here.
Indeed, that could well be the case. Oh, and the four-girl, I think, from Hertford there had their deer antlers fall off and go over the face, just in perfect timing for the camera there. So I can imagine that screenshot's going to make its way onto Oxroad at some point in the next 2.5 hours. So if you're that Hertford oarswoman, bad luck, but I'm sure you'll enjoy becoming immortalised as a meme in all the best spirit possible over the next couple of years. Meanwhile, I think we do actually have one of the people watching. Oh, funny enough, one of the crews is going into the bank there during the warm-up. Well done. I think, is that Somerville? It looks Red Blades. No, I might be wrong actually. Who could that be? Maybe Mansfield, actually. I think Mansfield have decided just to stop off at the bank. No reason why. Well, we'll leave it to them to come up with an excuse for that. I was just saying this on the one of the people watching on the live stream has done a bit of a check for us. So their understanding is that in Torpids 1971, apparently Pembroke M3 went up 12 places. But it was, as I was mentioning earlier, that bizarre multi-lane form of racing, so it wasn't quite the same rules as modern-day Torpids. And Adam Fife also points out that the best under current rules was Green Templeton M1 in Torpids 2013, who went up 10. Now, that's still incredibly fantastic result, going plus 10. Green Templeton only came into existence in 2008, so that club was only 4 years old, and they had to start off in the bottom rowing on divisions in Torpids. So, they probably had it marginally easier than Bennett's, but not much, to be fair. And I think 9 and 10, anything more than 2, 3 or more is a absolutely fantastic result for Bennett or Green Templeton back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And those lovely enamel blades that they'll get painted up, I think, will serve as a fantastic reminder of this week's rowing, and especially for Bennett's, who have almost a record-breaking history behind them this week.
Yes, indeed. And you get the wonderful viewers seeing the Worcester, I presume, W1 crew. I think we've seen W2 out already because they're wearing the rugby shirts. Worcester W1 erging along. You couldn't ask for... Actually, to be fair, I don't think you could ask for a better day to do some erging outside, because what you don't want is direct sunshine when you're erging, because that can get quite unpleasant, whereas a nice medium warmish day, a little bit overcast with a bit of wind, that is fantastic erging conditions.
Yeah, it really is. Really is a great shot there of Pembroke Women's 2, I believe, going down to the start. They haven't had a great week, but they'll be looking to change their fortunes as we head into Women's Division 5 in about sort of 10, 11 minutes now. from the start of Women's Division 5.
Yes, indeed, indeed. I don't think actually, have we had the crew list up for Women's Division 5 yet? So I don't think we have. So now might be a really good opportunity. And Ed, would you like me to do the honours again of talking through the story of the week for Women's Division 5?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll listen in with fascination at your encyclopedic knowledge of Women's Division 5, I'm sure.
I wouldn't say encyclopedic. I would just say I spent 20 minutes looking these up this morning before the stream. So there we go. I think we're planning to. There we go. There's the Hartford crew who one of them lost their antlers. I need to stop bringing that up because that would be a little bit cruel. So my apologies, Hartford. Yeah. Also, we see some of the. Just while waiting for the crew list to come up, you see that red flag. I am just trying to remember which one I think that is. I could be wrong here, so I think that might be Magdalen. So I think that boathouse second from the far right of Christchurch, but kind of what looks like leftmost on that camera. I think that's the boathouse that houses Trinity, LMH, and Magdalen, and I think those might have been white lilies on a red flag. And I think that might be the Magdalen Boat Club flag, but I could be wrong there.
I'll take your word for it there, Phil. I've just about got the blades this week. I definitely haven't got onto flags yet.
No, and I think it's only if you're wanting to study for the advanced practitioner in Bumps commentary, and I'm sure I'll work towards that in the next 5 or 10 years because there's a lot going on there. I think now will be a fantastic time if we've got the crew list for Women's Division 5. Now will be a perfect time, and just like clockwork, thank you very much, Production Tech. That's really appreciated. So in Women's Division 5, setting off at the top of this division, we have Oriel 2. They had a bit of a shocker at the start of the week, so they went down 3. They went down 1 more position on Wednesday, day 2, and they rowed over a sandwich boat at the top of this division yesterday. So I'm sure they'll be aiming to row over again today, but that's down 4. However, their life is going to be made a lot more difficult by University W2, who so far are up 1, up 2, and up 1, so they're +4 for the week, and we'll be going for maybe 5 or 6 bump blades. So I think University W2 are going to be putting a lot of pressure on Oriel 2 at the start of this race. So that will be probably the one to watch out for, or one of the 2 crews to watch out for in this division. At Bungline 3, we've got St Hughes 2, who are +2 for the week, but actually they have bumped every single day, but they did get bumped by another crew, I think University 2, on the Wednesday, so they were in the middle of a chain bump, so they are +2 for the week, but actually, in reality, it's up 3, down 1. So they are at Bungline 3. Bungline 4, you've got Pembroke 2, who are down 3 for the week. They survived on Tuesday rowing over, but they got bumped on Wednesday, and they went down 2 positions on Thursday, so -3 for the week. Bungline 5, we've got Mansfield at W2. They are down 1 for the week, so they went up on Wednesday and then down 2 positions. Sorry, up 1 on Tuesday and down 2 positions on Wednesday. We have got at Bungline 6, Lineker, who are up 1, down 1, up 1, so they've been zigzagging around again, and I believe that's the crew that we will see our commentator of the previous section of racing, Harriet, racing in. So we'll wave to Harriet and be especially critiqueful of her oaring technique. However, Lineker 2 are probably going to be chased very hard by Corpus Christi W2. They are up 3 for the week. They've bumped exactly once every single day this week, and they're on for blades. Christchurch W2, wow, what a week for them. There's no easy way to put this. Tuesday they were down 7 positions and they went down to be sandwich boat of Women's Division 6 into 5. But since then they have been clawing back their losses and are now -5 for the week, having bumped once on Wednesday and Thursday. And then Balliol 2, who I think Christchurch have managed to pass off all of that bad luck too. Balliol 2 went up 1 on Tuesday and up 1 on Wednesday, and it was looking a positive trajectory for them. But then yesterday they went down 3 positions, so they are down 1 this week, and they will be chased by LMH W2, who should be on for blades if not haven't earned blades already. So Balliol W2 will be fighting for their lives to retain their position in Women's Division 5. So 3 crews on blades: University W2, Corpus Christi W2, and LMH W2, who may or may not have already got blades in this division.
Yes, absolutely. If anyone in the YouTube chat out there has any inside knowledge on LMH's blades policy, do let us know if they've already secured their blades or if they need to bump in this division to gain their blades. Also, I think looking down that list, a couple of names stand out to me. Corpus Christi even, and just a masterclass in keeping it simple. This is how to row bumps, nice and easy. Go in, bump once every day, go home. That's nice and easy. That's exactly how to do it. Christchurch, I think, as we discussed earlier on, had a disappointing start to the week, bumping down 7 places, but they have managed to recover and are now back up in 44th position, down from 39th. So not a huge loss at all, and definitely not something that they can't recover from in years to come. But we are now just a few moments away, 5 minutes by my watch, from the start of this Women's Division 5 of Oxford Summer Torpids 2021. And there we see just the crews just coming onto the bung lines for the start of this division. Unio taking their time, perhaps a little bit longer than some of the other crews in this division to find their start. But everyone else looking pretty easy. Phil, I've had this conversation with a couple of people this week, but the timings of getting onto the bung lines, I think it's a balance between getting there early enough so that you're not flustered by not missing it, but also giving yourself not too long on the start to get sort of stiff and cold after your warm-up.
Yeah, absolutely. You're indeed 100% correct. I'm just hearing in my ear that I think potentially we've got the men's Division 5 results that have now been confirmed by Race Test. So given that we've still got about 3.5 minutes until women's Division 5 kicks off, I wonder if we've just about got enough time to squidge in the results for men's Division 5, and then we can cut straight back to the action of women's Division 5. So we'll see whether that comes back up on screen, and we'll very quickly go through what we've seen already. Right, so this one looks a little bit messier, doesn't it? So I'll give this one a go. So St Hilda's 1 bumped Keble 2 at the top of the division, so that's the navy line going up and the red and white dotted line going down. We have 3 crews all bumping out on that pale blue aqua line, which is Lincoln, so that is Bennet's Hall, New College and Merton, all bumping out on Lincoln. And then you have Brasenose and University exchanging places, and as you see, that flat maroon and white line that's looking a bit like a tube line that's come to the end of its destination. The end of the falling has come for Balliol 2, who row over at bung line 9, and what you don't see on there is Regent. Well, you do see at the beginning of the week Regents crashing out of the division, but kind of hovering around at the top of men's Division 6, but not managing to reclaim their place permanently in this division. So that is the results for men's Division 5, and I think let's cut back to the action at the bung lines, Ed.
Yeah, indeed, just a couple of minutes now away from the start of women's Division 5. I imagine we'll see the little telltale wisp of smoke from the cannon in just a few moments' time. Just a quick reminder of who's competing in this division. It's Oriel Women's 2, University Women's 2, St Hugh's Women's 2, Pembroke Women's 2, Mansfield Women's 2, Lincoln Women's 2, Corpus Christi Women's 2, Christchurch Women's 2, Bailey Women's 2, and LMH Women's 2. And Phil, I tell you what, I wish I was getting paid for every time that I commented it was a women's 2 vote, because if it was, I would be retiring now on a healthy pension.
I know, and it's just a shame that the remuneration policy is exactly 0. So a nice tray there. Oh, excellent. Oh, unfortunately, anyone who's playing bingo, I think I did specify that it was a duck and ducklings, and this looks very much to be a goose and gosling. So if you're playing along with the bingo at home, this doesn't count, so bad luck. You may have to go and find your duck and ducklings elsewhere.
Close.
Those are looking,
close.
Yeah, close, but no cigar. Those are looking like those goslings are maybe a good few weeks old now and are starting to lose some of their fluff and plumage. We tend not to see the goslings that fluffy for much longer, and it's only a matter of days now before they go from a cute little bundle of fluff to annoying as heck, honking messes, leaving piles of debris all over the Boathouse Island. So many people love geese. They don't tend to be the friends of many of the rowers for a number of reasons, including what they eat, what happens after they eat, how close they get to Crews, and how hissy and honky they can get. So yes.
Just sort of the general disposition of the goose is not compatible, perhaps, with that of Aroa.
No, and I think we've actually nattered past the 1 minute gun, because it looks like those crews are being pushed out. So we are probably just about 30 seconds away now, I reckon, from the start of Women's Division 5. So you'll be able to tell when you see the crews like Oriel 2 at the start of this division, when they put their blades squared and buried in the water. Typically it's less than 10 seconds to go until the race starts. I think you see lots of crews coming forwards, and you see crews starting to square up. So I think we're about 5 seconds away now from the start.
Yeah, absolutely. So just a couple of crews to keep an eye on there in this division. Corpus Christi 2, they've bumped up every day, as have University. And we are away for Women's Division 5. A slightly odd line there for St Hugh's coming off the bank. Looks like their bows got caught a little bit before they managed to rectify that.
Yeah, I was looking actually at Oriel, who took a reasonably okay first stroke, but it was a little bit duff, I think. I mean, they're going to be, I think Univ are going to be pushing very hard. It looks to be very close already, maybe about 3/4 of a length within 10 strokes at the start between University 2 and Oriel 2. So, I mean, I don't think Oriel are going to be able to escape University here. Meanwhile, it looks like Mansfield are putting a fair bit of pressure on Pembroke. Pembroke Cox looking around there, slightly panicked. So, Mansfield making a very bright start on Pembroke. Meanwhile, we have Corpus Christi 2, who we said were on for blades, closing very rapidly now on Lineker, the boat with Harriet in. So that's down to maybe about half a length. You know, if Corpus get this bump, that is blades for Corpus Christi W2. Can they keep closing down on Lineker? Only time will tell.
I think they can. As we look here up into the gut, University 2 seem to be closing by my reckoning on Oriel. I doubt they'll be able to hold out much longer. And just zooming in now on the action between Lineker and Corpus Christi, it's a concession there from the Lineker Cox, which I haven't seen overlap there, but
that was a very interesting time contingency, because it looks like they were going to run away. So I would say that's maybe a slightly pessimistic concession, but again, it's much better to play that safe than it is sorry and Torpis, because we say if you get bumped and it's a messy one, you can plummet down the divisions, and many people have found that. There's a crew very close to the bank there. Are they going to clip their blades? That is Pembroke running away from Mansfield. I think Pembroke have just about avoided clipping the bank. That is going to be very close between Pembroke and Mansfield now as they enter the gut.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that crash was caused by the pressure Mansfield are piling onto Pembroke very, very quick, and looks like they're going in for the kill. And then we have it, the concession from the Pembroke Cox, bringing an end to Mansfield's bumps campaign this year.
Yeah, so Mansfield won't have very far to row actually, because they just pull into Longbridge and then that's them done. So the Champagne is probably just minutes away for Mansfield W2. Who have we got here coming out the gut? That looks to be Oriel and Univ. To be honest, I thought Univ would have closed it off and sealed the deal with a bump by now, but to be fair, Oriel are holding Univ off. It was about 2/3 of a length at Donington Bridge, and now it's only half a length. So Univ really do need to push a lot harder if they want to close. Or, I mean, to be fair, they do have the rest of the length of the river to get them, but you'd think they'll have bumped them by now, and they haven't.
Yeah, just from that shot there, it looked like Univ were just starting to suffer. Looked like the hedge was starting to go down, starting to get a little bit tired after a pretty explosive start. I don't know though; they could be closing that gap back up.
Yeah, and sorry, just one of the things we saw just then, but let's stick to camera 3 because this is exciting. One of the things I think you just saw was Christchurch 2 bumping Lineker 2 just in the middle of the gut. So there's another bump there on Lineker, so Lineker 2 are down 2 positions so far in today's racing. I wonder if we've seen anything from, if we can go back to the gut actually, I didn't see what was going on with Balliol W2 and LMH W2. There may have been a bump, there may haven't, there may have not been. I've been trying to pay attention to what's going on. That's looking really close, isn't it, Ed? Really, really close.
Yeah, it is. I think Oriel trying to get the early crossover there, but they are taking you.
There's a concession.
Yep.
Yep, so Oriel 2 have been bumped by University 2, so that's University 2 becoming the sandwich boat, and also potentially Blaze for Univ 2, again, depending on their college rules, but we pretty much count it as Blaze for the purpose of commentary, because why not? Because it's kind.
Exactly. We always like to have the optimistic, bright side view of bumps. We like to be kind to these competitors. St Hugh's, they're coming up in a little bit of a void at the moment. They haven't really got anyone to be pushing on or being pushed from.
Yeah, it's a race of their own for St Hughes. I mean, this is an opportunity to sit up tall, row really strong, and row proud for the cameras and show their friends and family just how much they've learned in maybe just even a term of rowing. So this is an opportunity for St Hughes to be beaming ear to ear with a big smile, and also making sure to take a breath because they're probably quite knackered by now. Anyone is at this point in the race.
Although, having said that, they do look to be closing perhaps on Oriel. I doubt that in this last sort of 500 meters they're going to secure a bump. But they definitely look to be a strong crew piling the pressure onto Oriel.
I mean, it's definitely possible because if you think Oriel got bumped, 2/3 of the way into the race, that's really demoralising. So at that point, it's very easy to go, oh, well, we're going to get bumped. We're not going to be sandwich boat. So it's very easy to kind of, give up mentally in your head. And, we could see Oriel continuing to deteriorate and that gap closing. So I think you're right. It is all to play for St Hughes. They are playing the long game here, and if they get that bump on Oriel too, it will be a well-deserved bump to round off their bumps campaign. Meanwhile, we have a crab. We have a crab from the Three Girl of Pembroke, which is allowing Lineker to catch up. If Lineker catch up, this will be a meteoric drop for Pembroke. Lineker had been bumped 2 times already. Pembroke had been bumped once, and that will mean a huge drop down the charts if Pembroke are indeed caught by Lineker. I think we see in the background. Sorry, go ahead.
It's going to happen. Yeah, I think it's going to happen. I think Pembroke. And there we are.
They're in disarray, aren't they? Oh, there we go. Lineker have bumped Pembroke. We think all was all lost for Lineker, but no, they have managed to bump Pembroke. I need to find a space for this on my bumps chart. I think the last 2 crews that you saw in the distance were Balliol 2 and LMHW2. So we'll maybe see that a little bit later on. What it'd be good to do is to pan all the way to the right and let's see what's going on in that fierce fight between Oriel 2 and St Hughes 2. Because if there's a bump, the Three Girl almost crabs again there. It's really hard to kind of get back into it when you're trying to start rowing again. You really need to make sure that you are squaring up before the catch, because if your blade goes in not vertically, that is crab territory. So my condolences go to the Three Girl of Pembroke. It's really hard when you're really tired, but you've really got to try and square up as early as you possibly can to avoid that giant crab that clearly is living under this part of the river, because it's claimed a few victims so far, hasn't it, Ed?
Yeah, it has plenty of, as we said, large crustaceans lurking in the water up here towards the end of the race, and they look to have taken their latest victim in Pembroke. But Pembroke have done well to get back on form, but unfortunately it just wasn't quite quick enough to escape a very fast Lineker crew.
Yeah, and we'd love to bring you what's going on with Oriel 2 and St Hughes 2, but it appears there's a giant man in a New College blazer who is unfortunately obscuring the view. Now, the camera is on top of New College Boat Club, and it is their property, so, they're allowed to do what they want, but it's just unfortunately, it's a little bit hard to see there. So, actually, who's that last crew? That looks to be Balliol. Now, I think I saw, just before we panned to the right, I think we saw 2 crews along Greenbank, so... Oh, there we go. There's one of our cameramen going, any chance you might be able to move slightly out the way? Oh, you get to see our backstage production in all of its glory. So Balliol W2 are the last racing crew in that division. So I think that means that actually LMH W2 bumped out on Balliol W2. Okay, I'm getting the money now for W2s, and therefore LMH undisputed guaranteed blades, because I believe that is 5 bumps in their campaign for LMH W2.
Yeah, if they have indeed, that'd be a really, really strong day for LMH, a really, really strong week. And as you say, undisputed players, no one's going to argue with having bumped themselves many, many times, 5 times in total then, up into firm blades territory. But that, as Balliol just crossed the line there, that brings us to the end of another very exciting division of Women's Division 5.
Yeah, I think actually technically the race is still going on. So I think we've seen Pembroke cross the finish line. I think Balliol, it's really hard to tell from this angle and with this level of zoom, but I think that actually Balliol have another kind of 20 strokes to go. But you're absolutely right. There's nothing more that can happen. There's only 1 crew left. So, the result is now basically fixed and finalised. So do you want me to try and piece together what we think happened in that division? Because that was a pretty confusing one.
It was indeed. I think it'd be helpful to clear up as far as we can the results that we're expecting from this division.
Yeah, so I think University 2 bumped Oriel 2 at the top of the division. I would assume that St Hughes 2 rode over, but there could have been a bump between St Hughes 2 and Oriel 2 we just couldn't see on the camera, so we'll wait to see what the full results are there. So just because we're not declaring it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Mansfield managed to bump Pembroke. Corpus Christi 2 bumped Lineker. Christchurch 2 bumped Lineker. And Lineker 2 then went on to bump Pembroke 2. And then at the bottom of the division, LMHW2 managed to bump Balliol 2. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bumps in that division. So therefore, only 4 crews who will cross the finish line, which would be Oriel, Hughes, Pembroke, and Balliol 2.
Yeah, as we said, another really, really exciting division there from all of these crews, and I think a high to end on for the campaign of these crews. But of course, we will see Univ Women's 2 returning as the sandwich boat for Division 4 later on this afternoon. So no champagne yet for them.
Yes, definitely not for the Cox, who will be in a safety position of that crew. The rowers, hopefully not, probably not as well, because they'll still be taking the racing very seriously. Ed, do you want to talk us through the composition of Corpus Christi W2, the 9 crew members in Corpus W2 and Univ W2, who we understand who have won blades so far? Well, not so far, who have won blades in Torpis 2012. 2012? My goodness. You can tell I've been commentating all day. Torpis 2021, although I sort of wish we could go back to 2012 and navigate around the mess of 2020.
That's wishful thinking there, but I'll side with you on that. So yeah, two crews, as far as you're aware, have gained their blades in this division. Univ, of course, we're racing up in Division 4 later on today. So, but barring any strange Univ rules there, they will be claiming their blades later on. So looking down the Univ crew to start with, starting at bow with Rihanna Harding, Rebecca Tanner in the 2-seat, Jess Stedman in the 3-seat, followed by Chloe Bardot, Charlotte Avery, Rachel Conway, Kim Becker, Claire Lyle, and Naina Jensen in the coxing seat. And then moving over to Corpus, whose bumps campaign has come to an end after a steady meteoric rise through the ranks, I would suggest. We have, again, starting from the bow, Paulina Seniak, Rhiannon Percy, Zoe Aston, Bethany Barnes, Megan Skoltik, Laura Piosti, Emma Donho, Elisa Stent, and Mary Kate Hubbard as the cogs of that crew.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ed, and congratulations once again to those 18 athletes who have won their bumps as a result of that race in Women's Division 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Really great. Congratulations to them if they're listening back to this recording later on. It's a fantastic week, especially for those that have won their blades.
We have, I'm just trying to think if anything changed there from the men's Division 5 results. No, I don't think they did. So I think that stands as we mentioned earlier on today. So Hilda's bumping Keeble 2, Bennett's Hall, New College and Merton 2, all bumping Lincoln 2, and Univ 2 bumping Brasenose 2. So yeah, men's Division 5, yeah, unchanged from what we announced about 10 minutes ago.
Worth us mentioning, of course, as well, while we're on this topic of blades, that regardless of the rules that LMH put in place, the LMH Women's 2 have definitely secured their blades, having bumped several times this week.
Yeah, basically, if you bump at every single opportunity, you have undeniably won blades and not get bumped at any point during that week too.
Absolutely. So just now, as we turn our attention to the next race coming up, which will be men's Division 4 at 3:15. So in just over 15 minutes by my watch. Remember that the later divisions coming up today at 3:45, we will have Division 4 of the women's side. And then later on this evening, the Blue Ribbon events at 6:15, men's Division 1 and 6:45, women's Division 1. But just up there, Phil, I'll hand over to you for your knowledge of Division 4 men's.
Yep, so at the top of this division we have Christchurch M2. We've put them down that they're on for blades, but this one's a little bit controversial because they went up 1, up 2, and then up 1 yesterday, and bumps veterans will know that if you go up 1 and end up at position 1 as a sandwich boat, it meant that you rode over the bottom of men's Division 3, but you then didn't go on to bump. So Christchurch 3 have gone up 4. They've bumped 3 times, but 3 times out of 4 races. So whether or not they get blades, not quite sure on that one. Again, it'll be down to Christchurch. At Bung Line 2, we have St Anne's, who, well, the less said about that, the kinder, down 3, down 2, down 1, and they'll be hoping. I mean, to be fair, if that trend continues, they're going to row over today, and if that race continues for another 14 days, they would go up faster than Bennett's. But I don't think that's quite how modelling works, and I'm sure many of the mathematicians and physicists will tell me that yes, you can't extrapolate like that. Moving swiftly on, we've got Wolfson 2. They are down 1 for the week. They've rode over on Tuesday and Thursday, and on Wednesday they were involved in a chain bump in the middle, and the net effect of that was that they went down 1. Bung Line 4, we've got St Anthony's, so they have gone up 2 places this week. They rode over on Tuesday and then bumped on Wednesday and Thursday. We've got Green Templeton at Bung Line 5, who are down 4 for the week, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the only Green Templeton boat that we're seeing in the entire competition. The women in I think normally row around Women's Division 1, Women's Division 2, but unfortunately Green Templeton women I don't think fielded any crews. But yeah, Green Templeton down 4 for the week. They're going to be pushed very hard by Teddy Hall M2, who have bumped 1 place every day up in the first 3 days. So Teddy Hall are on for blades. Oriel 2 are on for spoons. They went down 2, down 1, and down 1. Bung Line 8, we have Cats, who've had a bit of a down and up journey as their Anu, long-time Cats member and compiler of bump statistics, told them over the email last night. They are older and presumably wiser and back to where they started, down 2, up 1, up 1. But they are going to be chased by Trinity M2, who are up 4 places so far. Up 1, and up 2. So if they can bump Cats, that does mean that they are on for blades. And then the sandwich boat are Hilda's. So I think we're going to see a really intense 3-boat sandwich between Oriel 2, Cats 2, and Trinity 2 towards the bottom of Men's Division 4, because we've got a crew on for spoons who Cats will be trying to catch. All the meanwhile trying to hold off a bump from Trinity M2. And I think if Cats bump out, Trinity M2 have probably got a very good shot of still completing their blaze by bumping Oriel 2, Ed. So, yeah, I think lots of excitement coming up in Men's Division 4 in just under 15 minutes' time.
Yes, absolutely. Some really, really exciting racing coming up. I think a couple of crews, as you said, to watch out for. Looking at their blades today, of course. Trinity had a really, really strong week coming up, 1, then 1, then 2. So a really strong week. And it looks like they've only got stronger through the week, whether that's down to the competition they found themselves against, or if they've learned a lot as a crew and sort of adapted their race plan as they've gone on. Either of those could explain their increased success as the week's gone on. And Teddy's Hall as well. Again, another masterclass in just keeping it simple. They've gone out every day, bumped the crew ahead of them, finished their race early, and gone home. And that is the way to do it. And I think, bar a disaster, and given that Green Templeton haven't had the best luck this year, I'd expect Teddy's to go home with a set of bumps, a set of blades even in their pockets.
Yeah, a set of blades and a set of bumps. What I think might be quite helpful to do, actually, so for anyone who's just joined us on the live stream, first of all, welcome to the Friday, the 4th and final day of Summer Torpids 2021. You're joined by me, Phil, and Ed as well. We might just very quickly go through what the rules of bumps are, because if you're a friend, family member, or whomever of one of the people in these boats, you might be looking at us going, what on earth's going on, and why doesn't this look like the Olympics? Well, so there's a few reasons behind that. So first of all, you'll see this river is quite narrow, so we don't really have enough space for side-by-side racing. So what we do instead is that we have in this event actually 10 crews. In most of the years it'd be 13 or 14 crews, but 10 crews all lining up against the bank that you see on the shot of this camera now, and they all set apart about 130 foot away from each other. So the crews line up single file. They're holding onto a piece of rope which is tied into the bank, so to make sure they're equally spaced between each other. And then when the start gun goes, the objective is really simple. It's bump and don't get bumped. So what you want to try and do is to row faster than the crew in front of you and catch up with them. And then by bumping them, and if you do that, that's if you either row past them, the crew in front can seize because it's clearly obvious that you're faster than them, or if needs be, you go for some safe but decisive contact between the two boats. If you do that, in the next day starting order, you go above them. So it's a little bit like a squash ladder and a little bit like the running of the bulls in Spain. It's a weird mixture between those two things. This is the last day of Torpids, so there's no racing tomorrow, but basically what happens is the results at the end of this week carry forward to Torpids 2022. So if you ever get to see the bumps charts, you see all these kind of boats moving up and down, and the idea, just like financial investments, it's long-term growth. But also, if you get some short-term growth, i.e., a set of blades by bumping every single day of the 4 days this week, then that's good too. But your objective is long-term growth, and to slowly but surely, or maybe even fastly but surely, move your way up the divisions. And these the starting order of 2021 is determined by what happened in 2019. That was determined by what happened in 2018, and all the way back to I think it's like something like 1829. So we do have almost kind of 200 years of history, drama, emotion, and bumps have all marinated over the centuries to produce this unique starting order that we have today. So all of the crews taking part today are carrying on one historic tradition of bumps. I think there's something beautiful about that, Ed. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think your analogy of it being like financial investments and looking for that long-term steady growth is absolutely what these crews are aiming for. And I would say at the top of the men's division, Division 1 later on at 6:15, Oriel have been really, really dominant over the last sort of 7,500 years of Torpids. So definitely a crew to keep around, and they are sort of the masters of long-term growth and just holding their position really well. The last thing that I'd say about sort of the rules and sort of technique of bumps is that unlike in most bumping races where both crews involved in the bump move to the side and let the other crews go on, if you are bumped in Torpids, you can go on to try and bump someone else, or at least avoid being bumped for the second time. And that's what allows for some quite wild bumps charts that we see sometimes coming out of these divisions.
Yeah, and actually, just following on the theme of the stock market and investments, I do believe that over the years there's been various incarnations of fantasy bumps. A little bit like you have fantasy football, there is, I think, fantasy bumps as well. And I think actually there's a new version of it that's out this year. So basically, you choose 8 rowers. It doesn't really matter who the rowers are. What is more important is the crews that the people you put together, and then depending on how all of those 8 people do during the races on that day, you then get a fictitious / imaginary rising capital value or healthy dividend from a crew doing well. And the aim of the game is to get more points than everyone else and be the champion of fantasy bumps. It's fantastic. I've never quite got my head around it, but it takes enough time to get your head around the real rules of real bumps. But I think fantasy bumps is an extra kind of fun layer, a virtual layer on top of the real thing, that people can have a bit of a non-existent flutter and have a guess who they think will be the best crews during the week, and put some of those rivalries to bed in terms of who knows more about college rowing.
Yeah, exactly. And I've just clicked onto the Fantasy Bumps page for this year, and I can reveal that the most popular men's crews that have been selected by whoever it is that's tuning in to complete their Fantasy Bumps Torpids profiles. Queen's M1 is at the top. They are the most popular crew for Torpids this year, followed by Univ M1, St. Peter's M1, St. Hugh's M1, and St. Bennett's M1 on the men's side. And on the women's side, a really, really popular St. Edmunds Hall have completely blown away the competition, followed by Trinity, Osler House, Wolfson, and Univ. So those are the cumulative favourites, the sum favourites of those who have completed Fantasy Bumps this year.
And if you think you know better than the collective wisdom or maybe foolishness of all the people taking part in Fantasy Bumps, I'm sure you'll be able to take part and prove everyone that they know nothing about rowing next year in Fantasy Bumps 2022.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got any interesting tidbits of knowledge, or if we get anything wrong in our commentary, do let us know in the YouTube live chat. We're more than happy to have sort of a text conversation dialogue going on across there. Definitely some interesting things coming in every now and then. Some interesting points to clear up.
Absolutely, but I will say we're not providing investment, bumps, or racing advice, because I think most of those are regulated activities. So we want to stay on the right side of the law, and obviously on the right side of everyone's goodwill. What you just saw on the screen there was a photo opportunity. So one of the things that crews often do, as is tradition, at the end of their bumps campaign, is to have a cross blades photo. And I really should probably put a couple of my photos from back in the day up on the wall, and they are, really, really fond memories of, it's been a pretty torrid year, but the camaraderie and friendships, and there you go. That's someone with a blade. What can we say about that photo? So that is, looks like someone from Merton College who historically has won a blade. So you do actually get the opportunity to have those things painted up. So yeah, let's talk more about the blades and less about the chap holding the blade, because we don't want to make him feel shy on camera. Not that I think he probably has any problems with that, but yeah. So you can get a blade. You can get a blade painted if you win blades in Torpids. Meanwhile, we have, I think that's Cats M2. Yep, just doing one of their practice starts. I was saying to Harriet earlier, Ed, that this boat, Cats 22, it's on the 6th incarnation of that bow. The bow has been sliced off many times in various different bumps events over the past 15 years.
Indeed, it's a terrifying week for all the boat managers out there looking at the bumps. And in fact, I had this conversation the other day, just talking about sort of that balance between wanting to put your crews out in the fastest boats. We've seen some absolutely lovely looking Philippes, Empackers, and Hudsons on the river today, and a Yanasek there is going down, which perhaps haven't quite got the same reputation as some of their more expensive brethren. But it is really all about that balance for putting out the quickest and nicest boat you can without risking your nicest shells ahead of the summer racing season.
And I know when Caitlin was speaking yesterday, I think several people accused her of being sponsored by Yanasek, but Yanasek's I learnt to row in one, and back when Wolfson I was going to say when Wolfson were good, because they're still very excellent now, and clearly their women's boat are in top contention for headship later on. But back in the day when Wolfson M1 were back in Division 2 with Torpids and 8s, they used to get mocked to being the only crew that's trying to enter men's Division 1 in the Yanasek. And I think it really it shows that a load of the kind of the reputation and rumour about boat quality is a load of bunkum, really, in the sense that if you put 8 great rowers in a boat and they can row that boat well and row together, doesn't really matter what shell you have, it's the rowers in it that counts far more.
Yes, absolutely. I think especially in bumps. I think if you go to watch an Olympic regatta or even sort of the A finals at sort of Met, Marlow and sort of Sunday at Henley, it's very rare that you'll see any rowers in the Yanasek, but it's in those regattas side by side where quite often it is seconds and inches that make the difference, and it is then when it comes down to seconds and inches of the difference between a Yanasek and a brand new Empacker can make the difference. But in bumps, it's about speed, it's about agility, and it's about those rowers coming together. And the makeup of the shell doesn't matter in quite the same way that it does in traditional 6-lane racing, where it can be really, really close to the line.
Yeah, this is not elite rowing. This is the heart of grassroots rowing, of collegiate rowing, where it's not milliseconds that make the difference, it's seconds that make the difference, and doing things that make a small difference consistently throughout the entirety of that 1400 to 1700 meter race. I think we're actually just a few minutes away now from the start of men's Division 4. We saw the 5-minute gun go off for men's Division 4 about 2 minutes ago, so we'll have the next race coming up in about 2.5 minutes time. After men's Division 4, just before 3:30, I'm going to be handing over to your next commentator, Caitlin, who will be carrying on with Ed through to, I think, roughly 5:30. At which point, Ed, I think you'll be heading off as well, and then it will be Harriet, fresh from her Lineker W2 race, and Caitlin going through to the end of the day with that really exciting Women's Division 1. I am going to be on the edge of my seat and sitting in the background of this Zoom call on mute, but jumping up and down with excitement, because my goodness, this is probably one of the most epic finales to bumps racing I've seen in my living memory, and I think we've probably had for the past 30 years. So really something spectacular coming up. I'm guessing you're looking forward to it as well, Ed.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannot wait for that sort of blue ribbon height of women's bumps this year. Just a reminder of the divisions we've got coming up between then and now. So at 3:45, it's Women's Division 4. 4:15 men's division 3, and over 4:45 women's division 2, 5:15 men's division 2, and 5:45 women's division 1. And then we are into the blue ribbon, those top events at 6:15 men's division 1, and the race we've all been waiting for, 6:45 for women's division 1. So do make sure if you've got plans this afternoon, you cut your planner short if you need to, and race back to your computer, your desk, your phone, however you're viewing this, and join us for those last 2 divisions of the day to decide the headship of Torpids 2021.
Yeah, everyone abandon your stations unless you're operating heavy machinery or you are operating the backbone of the internet over which these pictures are being transmitted. Everything else, I'm sure, can wait until Monday.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. And I think now, Phil, we're just, there we go. I think that's the minute cannon there for men's Division 4. Again, as always, just a quick reminder of the crews in men's Division 4. So at the bottom right of your picture, you'll see Christchurch 2, followed by St Anne's, Wolfson 2, St Anthony's, Green Templeton, SEH 2, Oriel 2, St Cat's 2, Trinity 2, and Univ 2 as well.
Yes, you are right. Yes, sorry, I was looking at. Oh no, this is men's Division 4. So actually, the sandwich boat is St Hilda's. Univ 2 are the sandwich boat for women's Division 4. So it's St Hilda's, I believe, at the bottom of this men's Division 4. They both have navy blades, so it's hard to tell.
Yep, entirely correct. My point, I was looking at the wrong side of the bumps chart when I was.
It's easily done, isn't it?
Sandwich crew there.
Easily done.
It is
easily
indeed.
done.
It is indeed.
So crews are squaring up, so we're seconds away now. I think we'll see the crews heading off before we see the puff of smoke. There we go. And men's Division 4 is underway.
Looks to be a quick start from all the crews there. But St Anthony's in particular had a little bit of a strange angle off the start there. They seem to have recovered and are gaining fairly quickly on Wolfson.
Yeah, Wolfson will be trying to mow down St Anne's who are on for spoons. So I think for Wolfson it's going to be bump without getting bumped by St Anthony's. Although I have to say that Anthony's are putting in a spectacular push now on Wolfson. That's down to maybe about half, if not a third of a length between St Anthony's and Wolfson in the middle of this division.
Yes,
big gap behind St Anthony's. Yeah, Green Templeton, race of their own. Behind that, Teddy Hall and Oriel. We said that was going to be one of the bumps that will probably happen. Actually, there was one fewer crew than I thought going on there. This is all getting quite tight at the... So St Anthony's are rowing away, so I think that Wolfson 2 have been bumped by St Anthony's. Meanwhile, Trinity pushing hard on St Catherine's. I don't know if we see a crew in front of St Catherine's. I would hope it would be Oriel 2. Cat's trying to bump out on Oriel 2. Teddy Hall, actually there's a big gap behind Green Templeton, so I think Teddy Hall will bump Green Templeton. So that is Blaze for Teddy Hall M2.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic word there from Teddy Hall. I'll be pleased with that performance. But we can see there Green Templeton racing a race of their own more than anything.
Yes, and I'm expecting to see at some point behind Green Templeton an Oriel 2 who are trying to hold off spoons. Interesting line there from Green Templeton, tucking into the bank. Not quite sure there's such a need for that. What's going on here? Cats are being chased by Trinity. I don't see Oriel anywhere, so it could be that Green Templeton had a shocker and may have actually managed to bump out on Green Templeton, or Oriel have banked it and actually both these crews have rowed past. They're not rowing and they just don't realise it. Final crew coming up, Hilda's, I think, probably going to row over a sandwich boat again today. Yeah, still really close now between Cats and Trinity as they enter the middle of the gut.
Yeah, I think all these crews have learned from the divisions we had earlier on in the week. I saw a few races on Tuesday, especially, and absolute chaos erupting in the gut. So most of these crews have learned that perhaps the gut isn't the time to make the pounds, isn't the time to make the move. Instead, it's sort of time for getting your ducks in a row so that when you come round past Long Bridges, you can really unleash an attack on the crew ahead of you.
Yeah, so we have towards head of the division, that looks like the Wolfson boat. So Wolfson haven't made an impression on St Anne's. I mean, it is a Wolfson second boat and a St Anne's first boat. St Anne's on for spoons. Wolfson really not getting closer than about 3/4 of a length there between those two crews. I think St Anne's might actually avoid spoons and row over here as long as it can avoid disaster. Meanwhile, you've got Cats and Trinity exiting the gut. Cats will probably put in a push there because this is where the Cats boathouse is. You can see it now opening up to about half to maybe 2/3 of a length. But will Cats have enough energy in the tank to survive the prolonged attack from Trinity for the remaining 1,000 meters of this race.
I know Trinity are starting to work to tire a little bit by the looks of it there, and it's a difficult position to be in behind the crew that you're chasing. You can't see your opposition, whereas for Cats, they've got all that motivation of watching that bow creep up on them, something to push away from.
Yeah, it looked like Trinity had better timing, but worse hand heights and a bit more splashiness, whereas Cats had kind of bow fall catching a little bit before stern fall. So I think probably Cats with the better boat speed there, but there's room for improvement, I think, for both crews there in that pilot, not in that pilot, in that two boat sandwich. And it's really important to get the most out of your technique every single stroke because we said milliseconds don't matter, but seconds do matter. So let's zoom in and we see actually Cats are gaining on Green Templeton. That's maybe down to about a half a length between Cats and Green Templeton. I think this is a shot that we want to keep with, seeing the stern, the back where the cox is of the Green Templeton boat, and the bow of Cats. I think we'll want to watch that distance very closely indeed for the next 30 seconds or so. Will they bump? What do you think, Ed?
I think it's entirely possible. I think if we assume that Oriel were on their bun run at the top, that's a really huge distance that the Cats have made up, and it looks to me as though we're about to see a concession here from Green Templeton.
Yeah, I think that's inevitable.
Considering it, there we are. All the arms wavering. There we go. There we are. That's a concession from Green Templeton. A disappointing day for them in the office, but a fantastic day for Cats escaping Trinity and bumping Green Templeton themselves.
Yeah, well, so either they've bumped Green Templeton or they could have bumped Oriel. What happened with Oriel 2, I'm not entirely sure, so who knows, but I think Cats definitely have bumped someone. I think that's undisputed. Who they've bumped is another matter.
Indeed. A mystery which I'm sure we'll be able to shed some light on later on in the day, but Green Templeton looking slightly frazzled by that charge out of nowhere from Cats.
And, well, so Cats may have denied Trinity blades, but Trinity, I've got to say, are absolutely storming up this river. Cats and Trinity, long-time friendly rivals because we've all been around each of them in the bumps charts, but they are gaining significantly on Green Templeton. They may not have enough river, but if Trinity can do this, they have made up 4 bung lines, so that's a bump over bump, double over bump. If they get and a crab from Green Templeton and a de-seating, if they get this, Trinity have triple over bumped Green Templeton, and this will be blades with a triple over bump. If Trinity get this is absolutely heroic, and they 100% deserve blades for getting this. Even though I used to boat alongside Green Templeton now running away, I think Trinity have got the hearts and minds of everyone watching the stream on them. Sorry, Green Templeton, but I think Trinity are the people's champions here. What are Trinity doing? They need to be chasing Green Templeton and running to the other side of the river. Trinity really need to make a move here, otherwise the expert coxswain from Green Templeton might have saved the day. Oh wow, what a finish this is.
Wow, indeed. Green Templeton really have run away there from the Trinity crew. That'd be absolutely crushing for those rowers of the Trinity crew who didn't quite manage to make the bump.
I am puzzled at that. So Green Templeton run away to the other side of the river, as they are entitled to do. It's not the racing line, but this is a fight for survival. And it looks like Trinity just decided to go back onto the racing line and not chase the crew they were going for a bump for, and they look so close. I hate to say it, but I think they might have thrown that away. I'm really sorry, Trinity, but I think you threw that one out the window. My goodness.
I was lining myself up for a truly sensational finish there from Trinity. A strange decision, but perhaps we'll have some light shed on that soon in this program. But definitely a story to keep an eye on as the day unfolds.
And the other mystery of this, if Oriel did bank, I have no idea whether Oriel banked it or not, but I didn't see them, and I find it hard to believe that they will have bumped out on Green Templeton, on Teddy Hall. They could have bumped Green Templeton, but I don't think they bumped Teddy Hall, and they were out the race quite early. If Oriel banked it, actually all of that was immaterial, and Trinity bumped Oriel, so not quite sure what happened, but I'm sure the results, which will come up in maybe about 20-30 minutes time, will put a lot of that discussion to bed. But good luck to the umpires in this one, especially over the finish line. My goodness, what a race!
Yeah, truly a fantastic race, and as you say, Phil, I definitely don't envy the role of the umpires deciphering what was an unprecedented race. I think it's fair to say.
Yep, indeed. So, for one last time, I'm going to load up my list of crews who were on for Blaze this morning, and we'll have a quick look through the crew lists. Even though we don't quite know what happened with Trinity, I think, out of respect for their heroic rowing all the way up to the finish line and almost getting that triple over bump, I think they deserve a mention anyway. So, in that division, the provisional results for men's Division 4, St Anthony's bumping Wolston 2. I don't think Wolston 2 got anywhere near St Anne's. Teddy Hall, I presume, bumped Green Templeton, so that's Blaze for Teddy Hall. Question mark over Oriole. Cats bumped Green Templeton if they didn't bump Oriole. Trinity looked to have rode over if they didn't bump Oriole. Hilda's pass. Let's see what happens. I think Hilda's, if they get anything, will just accept that. So, cool. Okay, so the crew of, I've got to say, the heroic rowers and the heroic cocks in Trinity M2. You've got Alana Badess in the coxing seat, and then going from stroke to bow, you've got Henry Hall, Lewis Negri, Dylan Sherman, Andrew Stefanescu, Jonas Wildberger, Thomas Lewis, Zachary Rawlinson, and William Godfrey. Teddy Hall M2, who I believe have got their blades. So the Cox is Raghul Ravichandran. You've got Frederick Sorensen at stroke, Julia Camps at 7, Oliver Sampson at 6, Agastya Pisharodi, Alexei Malishev, William Loosely, Thomas Harry, and Julian Kress. And then we'll wait to see in terms of actually Christchurch may or may not be on for Blaze, but I'll read the names out because we're all inclusive in this event. So I don't think they're on for Blaze, but I'll read them out anyway. The Cox is Laurel Kay. You've got Ryan Kruger at stroke, Sebastian Laclau, Matthew Cook, Sean Cooney, Harmon Bolo, Evan Roberts, Robert Green, and Finley Williams at bow.
Yeah, really, really impressive division there from all the crews involved, and we'll see exactly who gets their blades today. But I think it's fair to say that Teddy Hall have secured their blades pretty firmly. But question marks hanging over Christchurch and Trinity. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there. But definitely an exciting division. I think as we predicted.
Yeah. I really can't say it. It could be that Green Templeton had a shocker off the start and then Oriole managed to bump them because they crabbed, because Green Templeton did crab later on in the race. So maybe it was that Oriole did bump out on Green Templeton and save themselves from spoons. So, but again, official results in about 20 minutes' time. We're going to do a quick handover in a moment. So I'm going to be signing off from the microphone for the rest of the day and in fact the rest of the competition. So Ed, it's been an absolute pleasure commentating with you and everyone else has been commentating with this week. There's been some incredible racing going on and I'm going to, Cat's going to go under the long bridges. Are you going to really shame me on stream by doing that? No, you're not. Thank you, Cats. Well done. I'm proud of you. What was I saying? So I'll be handing over to Caitlin, and then I'm going to be taking a backseat role and feeding you guys commentary and fun facts to pepper the rest of the day with. So for those of you who are watching the live stream, now is a brilliant time to get yourself some food and some drink. We've got the next race coming up in about 18 minutes time, and this is me signing off. So thank you everyone for listening, and Ed and Caitlin will pick up again in just a few minutes time. Thank you everyone.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Torbids 2021. It's been a fantastic week of racing, a fantastic day of racing today, and I'm sure some more really exciting stuff to come later on this afternoon. Just a quick look ahead as to what's coming up. In about 10 minutes' time, we'll have Women's Division 4. That'll be followed at 4:15 by Men's Division 3, and at 4:45 by Women's Division 3. 5:15 for Men's Division 2, 5:45 for Women's Division 2, and the top two races of the day, Men's Division 1 at 6:15 and Women's Division 1 at 6:45. I'm delighted now to introduce Caitlin to the commentary. Caitlin, welcome back. How has your day been so far? Have you been enjoying the racing?
Yes, hi Ed, and hello everyone that's listening. Yeah, I've definitely been enjoying the racing. Sat on the sort of the hard outside city of Oxford, just watching some of the lower divisions go by. Haven't listened to the commentary, so I don't really know what's gone on upstream, but it's always good to watch the racing starts and see the really punchy end of the race. So I'm excited to get some more footage and be able to commentate on that with you.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like, as I say, it's lining up to a really exciting afternoon. We've just got the starting order for Division 4 up on screen. So on Bungline 1 will be Queen's W1, on Bungline 2, Merton W1. They're up for blades this afternoon. So they'll be trying to do all they can to bump Queen's to secure their blades this year. Behind them, Worcester up for spoons, unfortunately, a little less fortunate, but they'll be doing all they can to avoid being bumped by St Anthony's or potentially anyone else below. St Anthony's, like I said, just below them on the starting order. Exeter also up for spoons. It's been a disappointing week for them. New College Women's 2 up for blades as well, so they'll be looking to do all they can to secure those. And then rounding off this division, Somervale Women's 2, Wolfson Women's 3, Regent's Park Women's 1, and I believe the sandwich boat is Univ Women's 2 as well.
Yeah, I think it's really, really exciting for especially the Merton and the New College girls. They're going to really be trying to nail their starts, and Merton might have to, if they do manage to catch Queen's, bump in the next division, Division 3, to secure their blades. I'm not sure entirely what the rules are for them. Sometimes it's bump 4 times in 4 days, sometimes it's bump at every opportunity. So they might have a bit more work to do yet, but if they can secure that bump on Queen's, then they'll be going into Division 3 with fire in their bellies for that final bump.
Indeed, indeed. And of course, the other crew here up for their blades are New College. What do you reckon their chances are of getting their blades this week, Helen?
I think they're looking strong, and they're chasing Exeter, who unfortunately have just had a really bad week. So if they can continue what they've been doing and hold on to their technique, get a good start and steer a good line, then they probably will catch Exeter. But as we've seen for the rest of the races this week, it's all to play for, and one bad stroke could cause a crab, could cause your line to go, could cause a crash, and you can't rest on your laurels. You've really got to go into each race expecting to give your best performance, either as a cox or as a rower.
Absolutely. I think everyone's trying to give their best performance today. And I think, interestingly, Kenny, just before we jumped on air, you were talking about sort of the wind that seems to have picked up in Oxford, perhaps having an impact on those coxes that are trying to do their best. Do you want to just give us a rundown of sort of how that will be affecting both their mentality and their steering down the course?
Well, yeah, exactly. So the past 3 days have been quite calm. There hasn't been much of a breeze, and if it has been windy, it's been a bit of a tailwind. So working really in the crew's favour and not affecting the steering too much. The wind has picked up, as you can see in the footage now. The trees are really blowing a bit more, and that's just going to create a bit of an issue for the coxes, especially trying to keep their crews pointing in the right direction. I'm not entirely sure which way it's going. It's kind of a bit swirly around at City Boathouse where I'm situated, but if the wind catches them at that wrong point just before the start gun goes off, then that could make the cox put the rudder on and slow down their start quite significantly. So they've got to be really aware of that. And I'm sure the coaches have briefed the coxes on this and, you know, told them to perhaps steer a bit more central if they're worried about going towards the bank, or look at what the wind is doing. I mean, the flag's suggesting that the wind is blowing from the towpath side to the city side, so that might be okay. They're not going to be swung into the bank as much, but it is quite swirly, and you never know. what might happen off the start line. So it'll be interesting to watch what angles they all take.
It certainly will. It certainly will. And I think in Division 4, we're sort of, in my mind, we're sort of at that sort of interchange point between some of the more experienced crews, those looking to contest the headship in the next few years, and to the more novice crews. So it's perfectly possible that we have a couple of novice rowers, even a novice cox in these divisions here. And it's all about learning, especially after we haven't had the chance to get out on the water in the last few months of 10, 18 months. It's a real learning experience for all of these crews going into Torpids and 8s next year, and of course any races they do in between now and then.
Yeah, exactly. And that being said, I mean, we've had quite a lot of bad wind recently. Sort of 40-mile-an-hour gusts have been quite common on the ISIS during the weekend. So coxes will have a little bit of experience, but they haven't raced in it. We've been quite lucky with our racing conditions, and so that will be a new challenge for them. And what is quite interesting is having first boats and third boats in this division. You've got Somerville second boat, followed by Wolfson third boat, followed by Regent Park first boat. So there really is a disparity in probably the quality of these crews and their trajectories.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a huge testament to the strength of the Wolfson program over the years as well, not just in the last few days, that they're able to not only boat a third crew, which it can't be said for all of the colleges, but it's able to be a highly competitive third crew. They've risen from position 38 to 35 this week, so they've made their way up from Division 5 into Division 4. Had a really, really successful week, bumping twice on Wednesday and once on Thursday. So I think a really strong performance from Wolfson so far.
Yeah, definitely. They're the only college to have a 5th women's date, and that, as I said yesterday, that's incredibly impressive. And you know, kudos to them. Hopefully, they'll continue their strong intake and bring lots more people to rowing, because that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's about getting as many people on the river and enjoying the sport as possible.
It is, absolutely.
I think the last couple of crews are just lining up. We've had the 5-minute gun, so they're wanting to get attached as quick as they can. And you can just see the polemen are kind of keeping their bows tucked in towards the bank a little bit, because otherwise they will get swung away with that wind.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a few moments now away from the start of Women's Division 4 this afternoon. And as we're talking about Wolfson there, be sure to tune in at 6:45 for the battle. No doubt that's going to unfold between Hertford and Wolfson as they try to take the headship for the first time in their history. It'd be a momentous day, a historic day for Wolfson if they could manage it. But just as now we're a few moments away from the start of Women's Division 4, just a quick reminder of who's contesting this race. So at the bottom right-hand side of your picture, you've got Queen's, followed by Merton, Worcester, St Anthony's, Exeter, New College 2, Somerville 2, Wolfson 3, Regent's Park, and Univ just around the corner as the sandwich crew of this division.
And the umpires are getting into place. I can see one of the umpires cycling along with a green bib. I think they're an umpire or maybe a bank rider, but they've got something trailing from behind their bike, which is quite entertaining to watch in the wind.
Either that or just a very enthusiastic member of the public.
Yeah, yes. And that's the minute gun has just gone off.
So as we said, just a couple of crews to keep an eye on in this division who are hunting for their blades. Merton, and they'll be doing all they can to try and close up on Queen's and secure their blades. A New College as well. We expect them to be able to take Exeter to secure their blades, but as always, expect the unexpected and never say never. It's definitely going to be an exciting division coming up in about 40 seconds or so.
What's quite interesting here is the colleges do seem to be swinging out into the middle. Exeter, however, are staying quite tight in that bay. Oh, they're swinging out a little bit more now. And that could be quite a good move from them, actually, if they can just cut that corner and go straight towards St Anthony's, who they're chasing, who look to be taking quite a wide line. Oh, they're all squaring up now.
I think we're just a few seconds away. Wait for that final cannon to go off, and we'll see if Merton can secure their blades and take Queen's. And here we are, away for Women's Division 4 of Torpids 2021. All the crews have had quite a clean start there, but absolutely Exeter quite tucked into that bay off the start, Caitlin.
Yeah, that seems to be a very good line for them. I mean, the bump could be inevitable, but if they're in the right place, it might be a bit of damage limitation for the rest of the division. I think Queen's had a little bit of a scrappy start there. Merton seemed to get off the blocks a little bit faster, a little bit cleaner. And Anthony's are really closing on Worcester here, which is possibly to be expected, given Worcester's downwards spiral, unfortunately. But kudos to St Anthony's. They're rowing really well in the wash.
Yeah, they are indeed. It'll be interesting to see how that battle unfolds. Worcester on course for spoons if they get bumped by St Anthony's, as we expect them to later on today.
And it looks like Wolfson are catching Somerville too, and Worcester have just conceded to St Anthony's. So well done, St Anthony's, and well done, Wolfson. That's another bump, or 2 bumps.
2 bumps very quickly off the start here. 2 bumps in quick concession. Really, really exciting start
Oh
to
no,
this
and
race.
poor Exeter have hit the bank. Oh, that's a nightmare for them. They've got to really get going before. Oh no, that's not Exeter. That's Worcester. So Exeter might manage to get a bump. Oh, they've conceded. Oh, wow. So that's a concession to Exeter, who have secured a bump and avoided spoons. And, Worcester are rowing right into them. Exeter, you need to get out of the way.
This is a dramatic turn of events just off the start. This looks to be harking back to the chaos we saw in the gut earlier on the start of this week.
New College
Perhaps the
seems
wind
to have
playing a part.
potentially. New College have got the bump on Worcester. I saw the concession there, and it looks like Merton are closing down on Queens, and that's a concession. Well done, Merton. As you can tell, I'm quite happy about that one.
No biases to declare.
Absolutely not.
Well, like we say, a really, really exciting race off the start here.
Oh, and Worcester still aren't moving. Oh dear. Or they're moving, but in the wrong direction.
It looks to me, though, as though we could see Univ actually bump up on Regent's Park as well.
Oh yeah, they have closed up the gap quite significantly. The Cox is looking round, steering a bit of a wide line, but it could be attempt to be evasive there. And it looks
Univ
like
are hot on their heels, really, really tight steering, following them around wherever they go. I don't think Regent's Park are going to get away from this.
no, that's a concession there. So Regent's Park might get a sniff of Worcester and think we can get the bump on them, given their pretty awful experience in the gut. They might just have their heads down a little bit, or they might have the adrenaline going and they might start rowing really quickly. Who knows? But it looks
absolutely.
like pretty much everyone there is bumped out on Worcester at least.
It's going to be really difficult for Worcester to recover from that. Not an ideal situation to be in at all. But they look fairly composed as they come out of the gut there, Kaylin. Surprisingly, perhaps, considering what's just happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they've probably got an experienced Cox and someone who's just keeping them calm. Unfortunately, them being so stationary for so long wasn't entirely their fault. The crew that bumped them seemed to just not get out of the way. So there might be an appeal on that one. But yeah, that it will be a bit disappointing for them.
I think that's about all the action we're going to see in this division. But rapid fire, several bumps there. I think 4 or 5 bumps, not including the multiples on Worcester there.
Yeah, so the provisional results will say Merton bumped Queens, Anthony's Exeter, New 2, Somerville 2, all bumped Worcester, Wolfson 3 bumped Somerville 2, Univ 2 have bumped Regents, and remains to be seen whether Regents can catch Worcester.
It'll be interesting to see how much that gap has closed as we pan round. Queens, they're looking fairly happy as they come across. All these people are going to want to finish the week on a high and row across that line in style for their friends and families down on the bank, and the majority, we hope, watching remotely on this live stream.
And I'd be interested to know actually how far afield this live stream is reaching, because I know that I've got friends in the US, in Switzerland, in Italy that are all tuning in to support Merton, having graduated from there. So I wonder, where's the furthest from Oxford that we have reached to with this live stream?
Yeah, absolutely. If you think that you are potentially the furthest away from the action today, do let us know in the live chat on YouTube how far away you think you are, just so we can get a gauge on exactly how multicultural our live stream is today.
I'm hoping to get someone in the International Space Station, but that might be a bit of an ask.
We can dream. We can dream.
There, and all these crews are going to be delighted having bumped out on their last day. I'm sure that'll make the Torpids dinner, if they have one, even sweeter.
So the true crews in that division that were searching for their blades, as far as we're aware, have succeeded in securing them. Merton will wait to see, depending on the rules set in place by the college. They may need to bump twice a day in order to earn their blades. But New College have certainly secured their blades for this year.
And Exeter seem to have avoided spoons as well, which they'll be probably quite happy about, given that they were, I think, down 6 perhaps from the start of the week. So to avoid going down even further is a good result for them.
Yeah, they seem to have curtailed their fall somewhat, which is always positive for them. The same can't be said for some of the other crews that we've seen today. These crews just be doing all they can to set themselves up really for next year, looking ahead to 2022. They're looking to set themselves up, their crews, their incoming incumbents for these seats, set them up in the best possible position to carry the college banner forward over the next, well, we hope 100, 200 years.
And Worcester are just about to cross the finish line, and actually they're looking really good. They're putting in a push, they're giving it some send, and they're looking very tidy. So, you know, full credit to them for getting their heads up and carrying on and finishing the race on a high.
Yeah, it's very easy to get sort of dragged down after an incident like that, but absolutely credit to them. They're finishing their week on a high, and they should be pleased with that performance. Because I think had they avoided that crash, they could have been a really tight race on our hands. And there we are, the final crew of this division, Regent's Park, just coming up to the finish line in a few moments now.
I'm going to put the screen so you can position yourself or ask them to leave. Yeah, credit to 3, can you please ask them to leave?
And just looking down the live chat on YouTube, we've got watchers from the UAE, from Brazil, and from the US. So I think, Caitlin, definitely quite a multicultural audience today. Absolutely fantastic to see.
Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. I'm really glad to hear that people can get involved from home, because obviously it is a no spectator event. And so having this live stream does make it accessible to absolutely everyone, depending on their time zones, of course. I don't expect people will be watching it at 3 a.m. their time, but you never know. Some people really do love bumps racing.
Well, we seem to have the world's biggest Somerville College fan tuning in as well. So I'm sure that wherever you are in the world, you'll be tuning in to support your chosen college, whether you've been there or not. If you're just tuning in for the action, then welcome. It's been a really, really exciting day of racing, and I'm sure plenty more excitement to come over the next few hours.
So the crews for men's division 3, I believe, will be pushing off. You can see Hughes in the bottom right of our picture there.
I'm going to put you 3, and then you can find some shot map. Is that okay? Credit to 3, yeah, you're 3, yeah.
So just as we wait to... Sorry, Caitlin, carry on.
No, I was going to say that St Hugh's pushing off, and they're looking to get blades. They've bumped up 3 places so far, so they're one to watch in this division. Blades watch, as are St Peter's, who have moved from Division 4 into Division 3, and will be looking to get that bump on Pembroke too to secure their blades. And we've got someone waving to the camera there. Thumbs up from the 7-man of that Brasenose boat.
I think people are starting to notice the cameras on the bank. It's great to see them waving to their friends and family from around the world.
You're famous.
I was just going to pick up there, Caitlin, on the St. Peter's crew. It's been a truly meteoric rise for them, really, coming up from sort of the middle of Division 4 up sort of healthily and securely into Division 3. I'd be surprised if they didn't manage to bump over Pembroke, who haven't had the greatest of weeks so far, but all is to play for. But my money's definitely on St. Peter's.
And that's the Merton women just landing. They are the sandwich boat for the next division. So they're looking to probably just rest their legs a bit, maybe take on some water, not tire themselves out because they're going to have to go out and race again. So they've got to keep their heads in the game. No celebrations yet.
Yeah, no cheeky bottles of champagne being passed around that crew ahead of their next race.
I think that might be their women's captain who got out from the 4th-seat Phoebe. I've been subbing into their boat occasionally in Godstow, so have got to know the girls, and they're doing a really, really good job. As are a lot of the Godstow crews, actually. It's really nice to see a lot of women's crews training up there. We've had Wadham, New College, Trinity, Somerville, and so yeah, it's a real nice thing to see a lot of female crews out training all together.
Yeah, it's really, really exciting to see that parity starting to come through. I think rowing is one of those sports where we have an opportunity more than most others to really create parity between men and women and between the lightweight and openweight events as well. And I think Torpors is a great example of that. You know, completely equal crews, completely equal division sizes. So really, really, really exciting to see women's crews out training alongside the men. So just as we wait for the start of Men's Division 3 in just over 15 minutes at 4:15, it's worth just taking a look down the two crews that we believe have made their blades in Women's Division 4. So Merton have got to row up as the sandwich boat of Division 3, so they could have to bump again to secure their place depending on the policy that Merton have in place. But New College have certainly secured their blades going forward. It'll be a good end to the week for them, Caitlin.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest, all the crews will be on a high. Even if you do get spoons, you forget about it after a while and you just enjoy having raced again, because it's been so long since we've been able to do bumps racing, and it's such a special event that, oh look, there we go, St Anthony's are celebrating there as well. Yeah, it's something that kind of brings a lot of people together and is not like anything else really.
No, we were just saying earlier on that it really is a part of the fabric of the Oxford system, but it's also part of the fabric of Oxford City as well. In normal years, there'll be tens of thousands of spectators lining the banks. Truly the part of what makes Oxford so special and such a unique place in the world. And you can see how much it means to these girls here. Really, really happy with their performances. And it's these days, these events, where memories are made.
I'm enjoying the bow tie worn by the cocks there. I believe that's their cocks. And the flowers in the girls' hair, that's a nice touch. It looks like red carnations, which would be the end of exam flowers. I believe that's carnation. But yeah, and glasses of champagne or Prosecco, maybe Carver.
Yeah, you can see how much it means to these girls, and how much it means to everyone rowing down today. Hundreds and hundreds of athletes racing. It's one of the biggest college sporting events at Oxford and potentially in the country as well. So really, really exciting to see all these crews out. Having had their rowing careers delayed by 18 months, it's great to see so many of them back out. And as we head up into the higher divisions, these are the boats to keep an eye on. The future Blues coming through, and the future bearers of the flags for these colleges at some of the inter-university events around the country later on this season and as we roll into the next as well.
Yeah, it was good to see University College putting in an 8 for Met Regatta this weekend. Good experience for them, just get some 2K racing in, time trial and a final. especially, you know, this close to Torpids, where they might want just a clear bit of river and an opportunity to go and put the watts down.
Could they even be pins? Looks like there's quite a
it could
variety
be.
of fruit in there.
It might well be. Here's the Peters crew looking to continue their bump streak, and that is some strong headgear in the Worcester. In fact, that's a lot of interesting kit in the Worcester boat. There's a tiara, we've got a pink wig. Obviously having some fun there.
Of course, definitely one of the crews looking to make a splash. It looks to be a Pembroke crew starting there, just practicing their starts there as well.
Yeah, Pembroke M2, they're being chased by Peters, so I think they're probably going to be quite daunted, but if they can keep their heads, depends if they have anything passed down to them that they can potentially bump out on, but we will see. There's a Peters crew looking quite serious, looking race ready.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, Peters are definitely one of the ones in this division to keep an eye on, as are Cindy Hughes. Cindy Hughes sort of a masterclass in how to row bumps effectively and easily, if you can use that word. They've bumped once every day this week. Bumps have got 3 positions so far. They're looking to do it a 4th time to claim their blades. Cindy Hughes, of course, had a meteoric rise up from 31st position up to 26th where they stand today. And it'll be these starts that could propel them on to claim their blades, setting themselves up for a really, really strong start next year.
And I don't believe we've got any crews on for spoons in this division. Pembroke managed to row over on the first day, and St Anne's have already been bumped out of the division. So I think we won't be looking at spoons for any of these crews, which is quite pleasing, really.
It is, yeah, especially for the crews themselves. Just looking down the list of spoons and blades, I think the only crew now on the men's side that could be in for some spoons is Hartford M1. They've had quite an unfortunate fall this week from the bottom of Division 1 in 9th place down to 16th in the bottom of Division 2. So it's been quite the spiral for them. They'll be looking to see if they can hold off New College later on. Continuing for that race at 5:15. Definitely some drama to be had in these later divisions.
So we've got about 12 minutes before this division starts, and I'll read out the start order, which is Mansfield M1, followed by Brasenose M1, St Hughes M1, who are on for blades, Lincoln M1, Somerville M1, Lineker M1, Pembroke M2, St Peters M1, who are also looking at blades, Worcester M1, and I believe the sandwich boat is Christchurch M2. Is that correct?
I believe it is. Yeah.
And Christchurch have had a really, really strong campaign, actually. Both of their 3rd and 4th boats managed to get blades in the bottom Division 7. Well, results pending perhaps, but it looks like they're on for blades. And if Christchurch 2 can catch Worcester in this division, then they will also be looking at blades. So that would be a really, really successful result for all of their lower boats.
Yeah, absolutely would be. Christchurch at the start of this week went with St Peters. They both had quite a strong rise. Unfortunately, yesterday they didn't quite manage to make their way into Division 3 properly. They'll be looking to change their luck today. Coach Max Thompson will no doubt have prepped his crew well for this. If they can find a seat in Division 3 for next year, that'd be a really, really strong position to start in, and it will perhaps make up for the disappointment of not qualifying for blades this year.
Here we have St Anne's. I didn't expect to see them in this division.
That's
So
what
maybe
I was
perhaps-
thinking.
Perhaps they're just going
Unless
for a jolly.
Christchurch isn't the sandwich crew. The results here.
It says allegedly men's Division 4 is confusing because Teddy Hall didn't start due to or maybe there's a sandwich boat appeal. So perhaps both crews have pushed off to go and race, and maybe one of them will race, or maybe Christchurch haven't raced. Who knows?
Huh.
Well, maybe they'll side by side start and see who gets the bump first. I mean, anything could happen. I don't think that's a particularly wise idea, but it would be entertaining for sure. Oh, and we've got a bit of a pile up on the
Definitely.
start line there. We might need to back up a bit, St Anne's. If you could give them a bit of space, that might make their lives a bit easier.
Yeah, so just under 10 minutes to go now until the start of Men's Division 3 at 4:15. Women's Division 3 will follow half an hour later at 4:45. Yeah, Peter's looking very good there, Caitlin. They'll definitely be looking to solidify their lead in this division.
Yeah, I've just been following that crew a little bit. I've seen their posts on Instagram and posts from their coach as well, and they're looking. Yeah, they're having a really strong year. They've had a lot of good long paddling, which is something that you don't get on the Isis particularly because there's so much river traffic that you're stopping and starting and weaving in between crews. So to be able to go down through the locks and down towards Radley and be able to have a longer paddle and cement in those technical points really does make the world of difference, and they are reaping the benefits of that, I think.
Yes, it really shows which crews have been able to come back after the pandemic, or at least it was the tail end of the pandemic, and recover either with different training methods, or some of these crews we know have managed to have really successful periods in lockdown, been able to train together on Zoom, have been utilising the time off the water to really build on their core strength, their land training, and their O scores as well. For some of these crews, it's really paying off. But for others, I think the time off the water has begun to show cracks in their technique, and they're beginning to suffer for that, unfortunately.
And I noticed on the Somerville boat there, the bow or two rigger actually has a GoPro attached to it. So they are probably thinking that they might be able to get a bump. They're probably wanting to film that if they can. And they are chasing Lincoln, who have been bumped by Hughes. So yeah, they would be quite pleased if they could catch them, I think, and get that on video.
So we're still waiting.
Sorry, off you go, Ed.
I was just going to say, we're still waiting for confirmation on exactly who the sandwich crew is for this division. Definitely an interesting one to watch. But we'll let you know what happens as that unfolds.
Yeah, I haven't seen Christchurch in any of the paddling, so perhaps they got bumped by St Anne's, or, well, who knows? We'll wait and see. As all the crews are getting attached to the bung lines and sort of getting lined up or spun round, I'm sure that's the least of their worries, at least.
It is. For all these crews, it's all about rowing your own race. It's easy to get flustered. You've got crews doing all sorts of things around you. They might have a bad start. You might have a bad start. You've got crews coming up on you. You're almost there to bump another crew. But it's all about focusing on your own race and focusing on that rhythm, because it just takes one step of attention to catch one of the many crabs that seem to be lurking in the Isis today. So steering clear of those pesky crustaceans is absolutely pivotal. If you're looking to prevent yourself from being awarded spoons, to gain blades, or just to gain that last bump of the year to set yourself up for a stronger year next year. All of these rowers will know what's at stake, and we're looking to perform as well as they can.
That sounds like it was a 5-minute gun. But yeah, as you're saying, there's been a few crabs this this day in particular, and it's probably because people are getting tired. They haven't raced like at this intensity, even though it's only one race, which could be the 10 strokes or 1800 meters. They still haven't done anything of this intensity for a very long time, and so the technique will start to fall apart, especially on the fourth day. I see a lot of people forgetting to use their arms, for example, or sort of getting their heads down, rounding up, and kind of just losing a bit of the finesse in their rowing, which is a thing that's really going to help them. It will be a lot less tiring if they row better, but that's easier said than done, isn't it?
It is indeed, it is. And this is unusual on the rowing scene for someone to be racing 4 days in a row. You might end up, if it's a longer, larger regatta, you might race your time trial on the Saturday, and then your semi-final and final on the Sunday, or perhaps the other way around. But it really is unusual to be rowing 4 days in a row. That's a truly mammoth row. And some of these crews, like you say, they've had to do the whole course, several days. They'll be starting to feel it in their legs by now. The crews that have managed to put in the extra training over winter and build that aerobic base will be feeling the benefits of that. And those that have struggled more to keep up with the training over lockdown will be struggling with that at this point as well, I imagine.
And a quick message in our Zoom chat as we for our commentary benefit says that a 5-minute gun can fire without the sandwich boat appeal being resolved, but they won't fire the 1-minute gun until it's all sorted out, if indeed there is an appeal. Although I can't see any evidence of Christchurch being down there, so it perhaps transpires that Christchurch didn't bump into the division and St Anne's might have clawed it back. But until the start gun goes, I have no idea.
Yeah, I can't see any evidence of an appeal going on, but we definitely saw some. We saw crews coming down that we weren't necessarily expecting to see in this division. St Anne's we weren't expecting to see in this division, so it'll be interesting to see if that gets sorted out. And we will, of course, bring you as much information as we can as soon as we have it.
I mean, to be fair, they could have just rowed to the pub, landed at Aki's, got out, and gone to the ISIS farmhouse. But I doubt that would be allowed.
I doubt it, but if they're offering free seats out to the pub, I might have to take them up on their offer and go down with them.
I'll put some money behind the bar.
Yes, definitely an interesting. Yes, if they if they wouldn't mind to keep the commentary team well watered this afternoon.
And as you say that, I see St Hugh's have just tipped their water out of their bottle, so they're looking to save those grams of weight. Oh well, might save it sloshing around in the boat and rattling a bit, but yeah, it's always quite amusing to see them tipping the water out at the start line.
Yeah, you often see some interesting throws at start lines of kits and water bottles and anything else that might weigh down the boat. But that looks to be the 1-minute gun there, Caitlin. So yes, it looks as though any appeal has been finalised.
Commentary booth. So yeah, it looks like St Anne's will be at the bottom of this division. I would be interested to look back at the footage and see what happened there, but kudos to them, and a shame that Christchurch couldn't quite secure their blades.
Yeah, absolutely. So just as we prepare for this men's division 3, just a quick reminder of who we have in this division. At the bottom right hand side of your picture, that's Mansfield, followed by Brasenose, St Hugh's, Lincoln, Somerville, Lineker, Pembroke second boat, St Peter's, Worcester, and the sandwich boat, as we've just discovered, is St Anne's. So the rowers coming forward now, just 10 or so seconds away from the start of this men's Division 3, the final day for these rowers of Torpids 2021.
And it looks like they're all sitting easy, so maybe the start has been aborted because they are all now sitting easy and kind of well, re-maneuvering back into the bank. So I expect we'll have another gunfire, which would then be the 1 minute gun. And, well, that's all a bit strange. Zoom chat says the official results show that Christchurch rode over, but St Anne's are boating. So nobody knows. Maybe we have an imposter. That would be quite exciting. But either way, they're all sitting back on their stations. They've been brought in again by the poleman, and that's really going to affect them. I'd say that makes you quite nervous because all the adrenaline's going. You're about to race, and then it stops, and you've got to wait for God knows how long.
Yeah, absolutely. You can liken it to a false start at a regatta course if you're not familiar with other forms of racing. And just imagine at the Olympics, the runners having a full start as well. It's that adrenaline coming up and then being aborted. But that looks good. Another cannon there, Caitlin. So was that the the new 1 minute cannon?
I think that was the 1 minute gun. The polemen are pushing off again, so I think something might have happened with the start cannon, and they've decided to do the process again. But this is hopefully going to be for real this time.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed indeed. So these crews will be battling with a wind that will be nudging them away from the bank a little bit. So they'll be battling to keep their bows on the station nice and straight and just find that perfect racing line out of the start to really hammer home that early bump and drop out of the race nice and early.
Yep, they're all squaring up, burying their blades. A few deep breaths. And that's the gun. And a very clean start from the second crew, Brasenose. And Mansfield have had a horrendous couple of strokes there. That's going to really hand it to Brasenose, who are following them for the bump, although they might want to just stay on their station and get it by chasing them out of the river.
Yeah, indeed. Lincoln, they're looking a little bit close to the bank as opposed to the other crews, but Brasenose definitely gaining on Mansfield after their poor first couple of strokes. But it looks to me as though St Peter's are. That's it. St Peter's have already bumped.
Wow,
Pembroke.
well done to them, because that will be blades for them up 6 places, maybe 5.
6
5
places. Yes,
places.
they've gone from 31 to 25th this week, so 6 places up.
And Hughes have really closed the gap on Brasenose, who have maintained their distance with Mansfield. So maybe Mansfield have managed to recover after that pretty dreadful start. So Hughes just need to steer their line.
Yeah, definitely getting compressed up the top there of this division. Difficult to tell from this angle, but we'll have a better idea as they come out of the guard exactly where these crews have met each other and if we'll be seeing any bumps at the top of this division.
And it looks like Hughes have bumped. So I think I saw an arm go up there. And Brasenose will have to regain their composure if they're going to catch Mansfield. But they are looking quite close there. There's quite a lot of space between the rest of the crews in this division. So that might be it for the exciting stuff, but we shall see.
Indeed we will, but both crews in this division who are looking to secure their blades, St Hughes and St Peters, have secured their blades. So a good day at the office of those two crews.
Oh, and it looks like Christchurch are the sandwich boat, so they are following the division up, and St Anne's are on the river, possibly just paddling up behind the following launch. So Christchurch will be wanting to get that bump on Worcester. That would secure them blades. And it's looking like they're edging closer. A lot of this will be down to steering now. They don't want to chase Worcester out. That's the last thing that they want to do.
Some of it will look to be closing on Lincoln as well, so we can have a little bit of a battle on our hands up the top. We'll have a better idea at the bottom of this division as we come out of the gut. But definitely still a place to play for. And yeah, it looks to me, Captain, as though some of them are closing that gap on Lincoln.
Yeah, lots of good GoPro footage there. That must be down to about half a length with the camera angle, so perhaps see a bump happening towards the top of the gut. Brasenose, oh well, Mansfield have really opened the gap on Brasenose, so they seem to have got it back together. And Christchurch are quickly closing on Worcester there. That's almost
Yeah,
overlap.
absolutely. I'd expect to see a concession within the next few seconds from the Worcester Cox. Has she realised that they're right on her tail? She doesn't seem to have looked round yet, so we'll see.
I think she can see in her peripheral. Yeah, I hope she's seen. If she hasn't, I'm sure the stroke man will inform her of where they are. And they're still racing by the look of it. Oh, no, that's Pembroke. Ah, there we go. Christchurch have stopped, so they've got the bump. Worcester are doing a different crossing. They're going to really struggle to not hit the boats on the other side of the river if they're not careful. And Lincoln look like they're about to get bumped, although they've pulled away a little bit. They've pulled away a lot a bit. That's
I'm
quite a surge
assuming there was a bump.
Oh,
unless,
yes.
unless there was a bump and then they've dropped off. Otherwise Lincoln have found a turn of speed from nowhere. Or perhaps they have.
Yeah, what on earth happened there? Maybe they crabbed or something. That's extraordinary, really. They are in the pain cave. Those sunglasses are not going to make anything.
Absolutely, some of it looks to be. No, trying to wind up again, but I think they're going to run out of room here. I don't think they're going to make it before the line here.
And that's some really nervy coxing from the Lincoln Cox, who didn't concede when they were almost on overlap. They played the long game, and it's really doing them a favour. And the Somerville Cox is desperately chasing them to the finish line, but I don't think they have the space to get it.
No, neither do I. I think this race is done and dusted for all of these crews, but some really gutsy coxing there, and clearly it's paid off for the crew. Lineker there, just at the bottom of our shot, rowing their own race. They've got no one pushing up on them. But really, another division full of drama, Caitlin.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if Worcester managed to not hit the boats on the other side of the river and potentially catch Pembroke, because it looked like they were closing the gap, and now I can't see them in shot. So either they are just slow or they've bumped out. But the following launch is there, so I think Worcester might have bumped.
Yeah, if they have, that'll be a good start for Worcester. So far, they've had a bit of a mixed bag this week. They started this division 27th. That's back where they started on Tuesday. So if they have maintained that, that will at least be a net gain of one position this week. So not all is lost.
Oh, it says on the I think Worcester may have got bumped with the last crew in the division and then banked it. If we maybe go to camera, if we pan camera 4 around, we might see them stuck in a bank somewhere. But no, that's St Hughes. Yeah, and perhaps the following launch has just overtaken them to look at the next crew as opposed to the last one. Who knows? But yeah, they were taking a very interesting line across across to Univ, and it did look like they would struggle to have enough rudder power to take them straight. But yeah, who knows?
It really is all drama in men's Division 3. We'll wait for those official results to come through and bring them to you as soon as we can. What we can confirm here is that the two crews looking for their blades, St Hughes and St Peters, have managed to confirm their blades, and St Peters have continued their meteoric rise up from 31st to 25th position where they'll start next year. So really strong showing from them this week.
Yeah, and if we just give a shout out to the Peters crew there, in bow we have Marcus Spiegel, in 2 Jack Gaskell, 3 Thomas Holvey, 4 is Samuel Hayward, 5 is Matt Wedlich, 6 is Alexander Bebb, 7 is Maximilian Williamson. Stroke is Niels Kvikala. Sorry if I murdered that. Cox is Susanna Mori, and their coach is David Reed. And do you have a crew list, Ed, for St Hughes, or would you like me to go through them as well?
Yes, absolutely. Go for it.
So in the bow seat of the St Hughes boat, which we believe has got blades, is Rory McGettigan. In 2 seat is Matthew Williams. In 3 seat is Matthew Clark. In the 4 seat is Benjamin Pike. In the 5 seat is Oliver Redfern. In the 6 seat is Matthew Jones. In 7 we have Joseph Rosenfeld. Stroke is Marcus Smith, and the cox is Chloe Nicklin, coached by Peter Fisk. A lot of Matthews in that boat, 3.
There certainly are, both of Matthews. And in fact, I was pick up on the crew list from St Peter's. So you heard Alexander Bebb there in the 6th seat. He was in fact the president of Oxford University Boat Club this year for the Blue Boat race. He previously studied at Cornell University, where he rowed in the Varsity 8 for his sophomore, junior and senior years, and went on to represent Canada in the men's 8 at the World Rowing Under-23 Championships in 2018. He was in the winning Cox's 4 at the 2019 Forwards Head and won his trial 8 race before being selected for the 5-seat of the reserve boat ISIS in 2019. In 2020, he gained Blue Boat selection whilst continuing to study for his Masters in Mechanical Engineering at St Peter's College. So a good point, a good moment to point out that Blues and returning reserve boat members are allowed to compete in this year's Torpids, unlike they normally would be in a standard year.
Yes, I think it's safe to say he's done some stuff.
We certainly can.
And it's nice to see the Worcester crew giving the Carver, Champagne, Prosecco, who knows what, to their male counterparts. They seem to be celebrating, and everyone seems to be in good spirits. So, yeah, they're going to pass them some drinks and start the celebrations now, I believe.
And who can blame them? A wonderful row from them today. Another really exciting day down on the river for us. But that is the end of Men's Division 3. We'll bring you the final results as soon as we can. Women's Division 4 will start in just over 15 minutes. And we'll bring you all the action there in just a few moments' time. It looks to me, Caitlin, on the feed as though the clouds starting to come back over. Is it starting to darken over a little bit down there?
It's quite light at City Boathouse, but of course it is. It's City of Oxford. But yeah, there is a bit of cloud cover towards the sort of head of the river. It's not too dark. It's still quite bright, even though the clouds are there. So I expect people will still need their sun cream. It'll be one of those days that catches people out, I think.
Yeah, I'd think so. Well, as long as it stays dry this week, I think all the crews will be happy. As long as no rain befalls us.
Yeah, we've been really, really lucky with the weather. This is probably the nicest Torpids weather, and obviously because it's held in June rather than February. But yeah, it's been really lovely. And what is that on the head of the St Hughes Cox? I would love to see them again. So at some point we will revisit that boat and see what their Cox is wearing on her head.
We will indeed. St Hughes haven't had the greatest of weeks. They managed to row over until yesterday, when they were bumped by both a St Peter's crew and a pretty insurgent Corpus Christi crew as well. So we're looking to try and remain in Division 3 and not suffer being bumped down into the division below. But there we have the St Peter's crew there, looking fairly happy, I'd say, after securing their blades this year.
And it's Merton who will be the sandwich boat in this division, so they'll be looking to bump St Hughes. I will refrain from cheering them on, but I'll do so in my head. And we've got St Peter's doing a burst to warm up, and there's the Merton crew in the background, rowing in fours just to warm themselves up. Obviously, they've already done a race, rode the whole course. No, actually, no, they didn't. They got the bump, so they might have slightly fresher legs than if they had rode the full course, but they still will probably be feeling it a little bit, especially on day 4. And the St Peter's crew were looking very tidy actually as they did their burst. So they're chasing St Hilda's by the look of it. Yes, they are.
Yes, and Peter's looking very good there. Slightly disappointing for them that they haven't quite managed to make their blades on day 3. Yesterday, sorry, they got. Sorry, no, on Wednesday they got a little bit caught up and didn't manage to bump. They bumped every other day, so they haven't quite secured the opportunity to get themselves some nice blades. But they'll be looking still to bump St Hilda's today and climb up further into the ranks of Division 3.
And at the top of this division, we have 3 crews that have just rowed over, St Cat's, Mansfield and Wolfson too, I believe. So if that is the case for a 4th day, that'll be incredibly tiring, and they'll probably be looking to pull something extra special out the bag for their start sequence, especially to see if they can just edge up, throw the kitchen sink at it and try and get that bump.
Yeah, absolutely. All of these crews will be wanting to end their days racing as soon as they can, but especially for those crews that have raced 4, 5, 6 times already. It's really tough being in that sandwich position for more than a day or so. But I'm
nice
sure.
Look at nature and the oh, there we go, Merton. A view of the towpath there. A couple of spectators. People just using the towpath.
So just about 10 or 12 minutes away now from the start of Women's Division 3 this afternoon. Just a quick reminder of what's coming up later on this afternoon. So at 5:15 we'll have Men's Division 2, at 5:45 Women's Division 2, and then the 2 blue ribbon events this afternoon, Men's Division 1 at 6:15 and Women's Division 1 at 6:45. That is the one to watch. If you've got things to do this afternoon, do feel free to pop off. But make sure you're tuning back in at 6:45 because, Caitlin, I'm pretty sure Women's Division 1 is going to be one hell of a race.
Oh, I'm so excited for it already. Yeah, I'm really, really glad that I can commentate on that one because it'll be a real tussle at the top, I think, for that headship position. And yeah, a real question of perhaps who gets who first and can Hertford hold them off?
It certainly will be. It certainly will be. And I think Wolfson have had a really successful year so far, and they'll be looking to see if they can maintain that going forward. But just popped up now on the screen is the start list for Women's Division 3. So on Bungline 1 is St Cat's Women's 1, followed by Mansfield Women's 1, Wolfson W2, St Edmunds Hall W1. They're looking for their blades today. Behind them, Lineker W1, St Hilda's W1, St Peter's W1, Corpus Christi W1, again looking for their blades today, St Hugh's W1, and Merton is the sandwich boat for this division as well.
And it's about 12 minutes until the start of the division, so crews will be finishing their warm-ups. The river traffic will be instructed to clear the river, and then they've got to start thinking about getting attached to their bung lines. That looks like a swan on the St Hugh's Cox's head. It might be saying, "Don't hit me, I'm protected."
Well, apparently the St Hugh's Cox is wearing a boat club blazer. I don't think that explains the headgear either. So we'll have to wait to get hopefully a close-up shot of that, and then we can demystify exactly what a swan is doing on the head of the St Hugh's Cox.
Yeah, that is definitely a swan. And a blazer, so both correct. Not
Interesting
very aero,
choice.
but
No.
certainly fun. And they've all opted for the Space Buns hairdo. I wish I could do that, but I don't have enough hair for that.
And that looks to be Mansfield coming down as well now, just at the start there.
Oh, there's a lot of concede strong. Some great body art in the Corpus crew. They are looking for blades, I believe. Yes, I've decided to paint themselves with probably words from their coach.
They've managed to bump every day. They've come up from 30th to 26th when they'll start. So they'll be looking to round out this week's racing with another bump. And a lot of crews are opting for the war paint complement today. Do we reckon that's going to spur them on to victory today?
I mean, it might make them feel more cohesive. We used to do purple crosses on our faces, and then I would have to go to a tutorial after racing, and I'd be covered in purple paint and have my hands taped to a point where I probably couldn't hold a pen. So try and avoid the blisters. We can see the boat in the top right is a gentleman who has this little boat, and he goes up and down the river blasting some incredible music. Sometimes it'll be choral, sometimes it's classical something or other, and then sometimes it's pop. So maybe he'll take requests.
Certainly an eclectic mix of users out on the water today. Just interesting to bear in mind that the three boats that will start at the top of this division, St. Cat's and Mansfield, and the second Wolfson crew, have all rowed over all through this week. There's been very little movement at the top end of this division. It would be interesting to see if that can be upset today. But I doubt we're going to see too much movement at the top. I think the real races are going to be happening a little further down the division. And the reason for the swan on the head of the St. Hugh's Cox apparently is that the swan is part of the college crest for St. Hugh's. That would perhaps make sense.
Of course, yes. That would make sense. I don't think a bucket hat features in the St. Edmund Hall crest, but I could be wrong.
Maybe when their crest comes up for a redesign in a few years, they'll consider incorporating the modern fashion icon that is the bucket hat.
Absolutely. I'd look forward to the presentation to propose that.
And of course, interesting to note that Teddy's Hall are going for the life jacket string in the water for a second day in a row. So clearly it's an unlucky placement of the life jacket strap on the Cox that's let you trail in the water. I wanted to be scooping that up out of the water as soon as I can. But I doubt it's going to be a deciding factor.
It doesn't seem to have impeded them so far. Perhaps it's a good luck omen or bit of extra steering help. I don't know. I don't think it's intentional, but we do notice these things.
So we'll be expecting the 5-minute cannon to go off in just a moment for the start of Women's Division 3 at 4:45.
And I think it's poor St. Cat's who've rowed over every day so far, also making them the sandwich boat in the lower division, in the upper division, Division 2. So they've already had 6 races. How do you think you would feel going into your last day, having already raced 6 times and having to do the full length of the course each day?
Tired. Tired is probably how I'd feel. It's really, really tough. It's really tough because I think we were saying earlier on that it's almost unprecedented that you race, for most of these crews, 4 times in 4 days. 6 times in 4 days. I doubt there's another competition on earth outside of bumps in which you could possibly be racing almost a full race, almost 2 kilometers in 4 days. I'll be feeling exhausted. I'll be feeling demoralised, but perhaps slightly giddy, slightly high on the fact that we've rode more than anyone else. But definitely a tough position to be in, and definitely a tough thing to come back from at the end of the week as the pain is starting to set in. Be a real test of the crew to see if they can sort of push through that pain.
So yeah, they'll definitely be looking to row over. They don't want to get bumped, so they will have to row over at the top of this division and then row again if they want to avoid a bump. So yeah, it's quite a big ask for them. That would be their 8th race if they can manage that. But getting the miles in their legs, they'll be incredibly fit after this, if not incredibly tired.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, racing twice as many as most crews will be. Just seen in the chat that question about Henley Royal Regatta. I assume that's pertaining to racing how many times in many days. Depending on where the crews are seated, they could race less, but they could race up to 5 times in a normal year. This year, where the regatta is being extended to 6 days, so we could see some crews racing from Tuesday through to Sunday. But I doubt there are going to be any crews in there that are racing 8 times over the 6 days. And of course, the Henley course is 2,112 meters, I believe. So a little longer than the standard course, about 312 meters longer than this course here. So I do think that the St. Cat's crew have taken the medal this year for the highest number of consecutive races in the summer season.
Yeah, Henley Royal, here they come.
Yeah.
And I believe that qualifiers this year are at Dorney Lake. So unfortunately, if you want to go to qualifiers to have a bit of a road on the course, you'd have to do it at Dorney. And that's a bit of a shame this year, but I guess needs must, avoiding big crowds and stuff. Be easier to control those sorts of things at Dorney.
Yes, well, that's that's one of the good things that Dorney has going for it. Sort of in the middle of nowhere, no one can just sort of rock up out of nowhere. So much better to have that control down at Dorney. Henley's still waiting on confirmation of exactly what the regatta is going to look like this year. But regardless, you will be able to tune in on the Henley Royal Regatta YouTube channel and BT Sport as well, I believe, to watch all the racing. So even if you can't get down to your favourite races this year, plenty of stuff to watch on the TV, and of course the Tokyo Olympics coming up later this year. The British contingent was announced just the other day, I believe. So absolutely loads of exciting racing coming up over the summer. Plenty to keep your eyes on. But for now, we'll turn back to Women's Division 3. I believe just a couple of minutes to go now until the start as we near the end of Torpid 2021.
Yes, we're just waiting for the minute gun to go off pretty imminently.
So just as we wait for that 1 minute cannon to go off, just a quick reminder of who's racing in this division. We've got St. Cat's, Mansfield, Wolfson 2, SEH, Lineker, St. Hilda's, St. Peter's, Corpus Christi, St. Hugh's and Merton as the sandwich boat, and SEH and Corpus are the 2 crews to keep your eyes on as they're on the hunt for blades today.
Yeah, they're all tucked into the bank now. Probably a bit nerve-wracked that the minute gun is almost ready to go off. Perhaps a little bit delayed.
Yeah, I imagine delayed by the delay that we had in the last division. A little bit of confusion about the sandwich boat there. And I've got to say, of course, that Merton as the sandwich boat are on for blades today as well too. If they haven't already secured their blades, they'll be looking to St. Hugh's to secure them today.
got a van honking over the bridge. I don't know if you can hear that through the live stream, but they're possibly sending well wishes to the crews, possibly just being a nuisance.
Clearly trying to support their crews in the in the only way they can from the bridge down there.
And I can see a marshal walking up and down with a radio, so perhaps there might be a bit of delay on the 1 minute gun. It could be that there's some river traffic spotted during river check, that they need to clear the course before they can start the race, but all the crews seem to be quite relaxed there and just chilling out. Polemen keeping them tucked into the bank, and it's quite important really for the poleman also not to be nervous. Quite often the poleman would be linked to a particular college, either the one that they're the boatman for or perhaps a coach. I know our coach Ian Smith at Merton used to pole us off and sort of give us some words of encouragement just before the gun would go. But you really, even if you're invested in how the college is doing or how that crew is doing, you want to be as calm as possible and just keep them tapping up and out of harm's way.
And the same thing for cocks as well. It's very easy for sort of trepidation and fear, understandably, to come across in the boats. For those that aren't aware, the cock you'll sometimes see has a headband and a microphone on. That's just to amplify their voice through the boat. But unfortunately, it doesn't just amplify racing calls. It also amplifies any quakes that they might have in their pre-race conversation. So really important for the cocks to be cool, calm, and collected before they go off. Keep the crew calm as well, and make sure that when they're off and when they have that start, they have the best start they possibly can.
Yeah, I think one of the worst things you can have as a rower is just a white noise of chatter, because it makes you switch off. It makes you your brain fog up a bit, or at least it does for me. And so having almost silence actually from the cocks and just the minimal calls that they would need to get you in the right position, to maybe run you through your start sequence one last time, but having like as little chat as possible actually, I find helps me relax on the start line and just chill out. And that was the sound of a gun, so we think that's the 1 minute gun there, and that's it. Yeah, the crews are being pushed out now by the polemen.
So just under 60 seconds to go until we see the start of Women's Division 3. These crews will be running for the last time this week, apart from St. Cat's. If they row over again today, and they will be the sandwich crew later on for Women's Division 2, coming up at 5:45. But for now, all eyes are on Women's Division 3 and these 10 crews as they prepare to battle it out down this stretch of river for the last time this week.
And that's the gun. Away they go. And you can just see the strokes blade of the St. Cat's crew just clip the tree there. So they might have been a little bit too close to the bank, but they have recovered quite nicely from it. And all the crews seem to have got off to quite a nice start there, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. They all look to have a very similar racing line, a very smart racing line, if I can say so. All in procession coming down. It looks to me as though St Hilda's could be closing on Lineker. Perhaps not what we expected, but St Peter's looking to be closing on St Hilda's as well. So a little bit of a three-horse race going on down there at the bottom of this division.
Yeah, I saw the bow seat. There we go. The bow seat of the Peters crew is just looking around, trying to see where they are, and they might just be feeding that information there to the. Oh, they've crabbed. That's not going to help them.
That was a fairly quick recovery though from the bow of the St Peter's crew, so they could get back on top nice and quickly. Merton though looked to be closing up on St Hughes as well.
Yeah, Merton are hunting the swan. And Hughes are doing a bit of evasive steering, but I think Merton, if they hold their line, and that is a concession. Well done, Merton. That is blades for them. definite blades, and they'll be absolutely delighted with that. I am very pleased for them. Sorry, Hughes, but well done, Merton.
It's now a race for St Hilda's, though. Are they going to bump or be bumped first? It's a desperate scrap to try and bump Lineker before St Peter's catch them. I think if they manage to escape, it will be that crab that St Peter's caught that managed to let them escape. But definitely one to watch unfolding here down into the gut, very close to the bank.
Peters have hit the bank. Oh, that was fantastic coxing from the Hilda's cocks, who put them just in the right place and almost forced Peters into the bank, really, because they had nowhere to go. It looks like Teddy Hall have also bumped out, by the way. But yeah, this Peters will have a lot of work to do to then make up the gap that St Hilda's have created. Lineker are trying to evade them, but if they steer the wrong way, they'll end up in the bank as opposed to on the river. Yeah, they don't want to do that, really. And both Mansfield and St Cat's are now racing past their own boathouses, and Mansfield are being chased by Wolfson. Wolfson are catching, and they've closed it down to almost a canvas, really.
Yeah, I think we're about to see a bump here. They are closing it with every stroke there. So unless Mansfield have something up their sleeve, I think their cocks are going to have to start thinking about conceding to Wolfson, as they can't remember. This is Wolfson's second crew.
Yeah, that's a concession. Well done, Wolfson.
Absolutely, another division full of unexpected bumps. Just as we wait for the camera to switch round to Greenbank, and we see there, it looks to me as though St Peter's have bumped up on Hilda's as well.
That's quite impressive. I don't know what must have happened there, because St Peter's did open up the gap, and then no, sorry, Hilda's opened up the gap, and then Peters must have really put on a spurt. But it's bumps, anything can happen. There's a goose joining in.
Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. But I doubt that party's going to see much change at the top end. I think St Cat's and Mansfield are both fairly safe. Well, I think St Cat's is safe at least. Mansfield having been bumped by Wolfson's second crew just a few moments ago. With just over 500 metres to go now in this last race of Women's Division 3.
And Cats will know that they can hold off Mansfield. They've held them off for the past 3 days. And so they must know that their speed is at least comparable. They just need to hold on for that last 500.
I think the added motivation there for the Cats crew is that if they get bumped today by Mansfield, they will drop 3 places in the overall bumps ranking. So that's absolutely not the position they want to be in, having held their position and rode over all week. So definitely something to motivate them on and keep Mansfield away.
Yes, a row over a day keeps Mansfield away. Is I think what they say.
Lineker there looked to be pretty safe from the chasing Hilda's crew behind them. So I don't think we're going to see any more action down there. It'd be interesting just to look back to see if Mansfield have managed to close up on St Cat's.
So it must be Corpus that are chasing Hilda's, and Corpus are looking to get blades. So they will be putting in a bit of a push, and they have massively closed the gap on Hilda's. In fact, that is almost overlap. So
yeah, I think
with some good steering there, they will possibly get their blades. And that is the concession that they need. Well done, Corpus, and they're holding it. They're doing the right thing there.
Yeah, excellent work from Corpus. Corpus have secured their blades this week, as have St Edmund Hall as well. So a good daily office of both of those crews looking to secure their blades.
And I don't think St Hugh's will have it in them to... sorry, I've got an ambulance going past me. I don't think St Hugh's will have it in them to catch Hilda's. There might be a bit too much at the bottom of the division, but yeah, the rest of the crews now appear to just be rowing over.
Yes, it would take something absolutely monumental now for Hughes to catch up on Lineker. I doubt we're going to see anything there. I think that is the end of action for Women's Division 3 this afternoon.
Oh, what an exciting race. That was a lot of bumps, actually. Merton getting blades, Corpus also getting blades, and Teddy Hall. This could be the bladiest division we have this week.
Yeah, loads and loads of blades being handed out today. Really exciting for these crews, especially for some of the novice crews, some of the novice members of these crews, and that perhaps haven't been in a boat in a boat before, certainly haven't been in bumps before. A really, really exciting day out on the water, and to have that memento of their time here will be really, really good for them. Going forward in their old age, they can reminisce on the heady days of Women's Division 3 at Torpids 2021.
And poor St. Cats, they're going to have to row one more time. I do feel sorry for them, but they'll be chasing Brasenose by the look of it. Yes, Brasenose W1. So I'll give a shout out to the St. Cats crew, seeing as though they've been on the river more than any other crew this week. In the bow seat, they've got Abby Hespy. In 2, they've got Neve Lumen. I'm sorry if I'm ruining your names. I'm trying my best. 3 seat, we've got Emma Buelter. In 4, we've got Sarah Rottenberg. In 5, we've got Valeriana Buslot. In 6, we have Elizabeth Reese. In 7, we have Ilaida Karadag. In stroke, there is Can Lee. In the coxing seat, we have Zi Hong. And in the as a coach, we have Rowan Nichols. And that's Merton looking exhausted but exhilarated, I'm sure, with their blades. They're just landing there. And hopefully the Merton men's crews who have raced, I think the men's second boat have already raced, will be giving them some champagne to celebrate with.
Always great to see the celebrations coming out for these crews who've worked so hard through what's been a very troubling time, not only for these rowers, but obviously for everyone in wider society. But for these rowers who've been training for this for the best part of the academic year, they've really struggled to get on the water and to train together. So this week really is the culmination of months and months of really trying times. So I think celebration absolutely is in order for these crews.
And we have the interesting hats of St. John's there, hoping to propel them along the river.
I'm yet to see any hard evidence that hats are effective, but clearly it bonds a crew, and if it bonds a crew, then that's a win in my book.
And there we have the Merton girls celebrating and their cocks. All looking very, very happy, as they should be.
Yeah, great to see those celebrations there on the bank. Looking very, very happy. Clearly the wall paint paid off there.
Yes, the magenta crosses that I have previously worn in my bumping days staying strong, so that's always a good sign.
A good day at the office. A good day at the office for Merton.
And we have Cats rowing back thinking, oh my goodness, I've got to row one more time. And hopefully it won't be the full 1,800 metres.
Just having a quick peruse down the down the YouTube comments, both of Corpus's women's crews have won blades. I think that deserves a shout out. I couldn't agree more. A really, really strong showing from Corpus this year. And the wonderful thing about blades, of course, is that it doesn't matter where you end up in the divisions. If you're fast, if you put in the work, you can work together as a crew. Then you'll be in line for some blades, and it will all come together. And for Corpus, it certainly has this year.
So yeah, we can just see the crews warming up now. These will be the top 5 crews on the first 5 bung lines, warming up above the gut, and the other crews will be processing down through the gut to do their warm up around sort of the Donington Bridge to Haystacks area.
No, that's okay. Like, we have met now, and we're not moving right now. Kalichi won now. What's live?
And I think Hertford are just about to do a practice start. Oh, and there's Mansfield.
So that brings an end to Women's Division 3 this afternoon at Torpeds 2021. Just a quick reminder of what's coming up over the next couple of hours. In just under 15 minutes at 5:15 will be Men's Division 2, followed half an hour later at 5:45 by Women's Division 2. And then the 2 top events of the day, Men's Division 1 at 6:15, followed half an hour later by Women's Division 1 at 6:45. And as we keep saying, that promises to be a really, really exciting race at the top of Division 1 on the women's side. So do make sure you're tuning in at 6:45 this evening to catch all the action there.
We've got just under 15 minutes to the next race. We can see the googly-eyed launch with the green nose or red nose, depending on which way you look at it. Just heading down to resume its position in the back of the division. And we have a kayaker making his way across the course, or her way. So the lineup for Men's Division 2, which is the next one to run, is Magdalen M1, followed by Univ M1, Merton M1, St John's M1, Queen's M1, Lady Margaret Hall M1, Hertford M1, New College M1, Corpus Christi M1, and I believe the sandwich boat is Mansfield.
Yes, I think you're correct. Mansfield looked to be the sandwich boat for this race. 2 crews to keep an eye on for blades, as you just saw there, are Merton M1. They've managed to bump up once every day, and even more meteoric than that is Queen's M1, who've managed to ascend from 21st up to 14th positions where they'll be starting today. And they'll be looking to extend that lead out further, but a really, really strong showing from Queen's on the men's side this year, Caitlin.
Yeah, they gave it quite a lot of chat, I will admit, but it seems to be paying off. They are quite quick, so they will be looking to chase, I believe it's St John's who they're chasing, and secure their bump. And that would take them on to, I think, 9 bump blades. Oh, perhaps 8 bumps. And on Spoon's watch, unfortunately, is Hertford, as we've previously mentioned. They're being chased by New College, who have had an interesting Torpeds campaign. They unfortunately hit the bank quite catastrophically in the gut and were overtaken by pretty much everything in the division below them. So that happened on the first day, and then they've redeemed themselves on the second and third days by bumping up. So if they can bump up again, then they will end 2 places below where they started, but with 3 bumps in the bag, that's not a terrible thing. And this is a view of them now.
again, just as we wait for the action to unfold in men's Division 2 in just over 10 minutes, actually. I'm just having another quick look down the YouTube live chat. Do send in any questions, queries, or interesting facts you have about torpors this year. Aaron said that there's been hardly any klaxons this year. That's entirely correct. In fact, there hasn't been a single klaxon this year. I doubt we'll see that change, but as we say, anything can happen in bumps.
And I think you've just cursed it there, actually. Let's not mention the K word. I think that's LMH in short there. Just going to do a roll up and paddle on. And Hugh's just showing off their tap turn there.
Yeah, definitely an intimidating way to start your race. And with that, Caitlin, I will sign myself off for the remainder of the afternoon. I believe Harry is here to join you for the rest of the day. As I said, some really exciting racing coming up, and we've had some really fantastic racing all week. So do make sure you're tuning in for the finals this afternoon. I've had great fun this week, and I wish you all the best this afternoon on what promises to be some really exciting racing.
Great, thank you very much, Ed, and welcome to Harriet, who's joining me in the commentary booth, if we can call it that. Hello again.
Hiya, I am back. It's been a good day of racing, I think, and I'm looking forward to commentating on the last 3 divisions of the day week with you.
Yeah, it's exciting to see the men's Division 2 getting ready to race. I'll just bring up the crew lists. So we're going to have Magdalen at the top of the division, followed by Univ, Merton, who are looking at Blades, hopefully, if they can catch Univ. Then St John's, Queen's, LMH, Hertford, New College, Corpus Christi, and the Sandwich Boat, which is, let me just check, Mansfield.
Yeah, so they'll be hoping to bump up into this division. If they can get that bump on Corpus Christi, then they will be starting next year at the back of men's Division 2.
So we've got just over 7 minutes until the race starts. So crews will be finishing their warm-ups, paddling towards a start, and making sure that they get attached in good time. And I'm enjoying the clownfish hats that's in the 3 seat of the Corpus crew. I wonder if they lost a bet, perhaps.
Yeah, it's a little bit unusual to see things like that in the first boats. They do tend to take it a little bit more seriously, but I think a lot of people have realised that any racing is good this year. Slightly interesting rig in the Magdalen boat. They have gone for a bucket rig. And bow bucket rig for that as well, but hopefully that's going to give them the best possible crew configuration to be able to make the most of it today and roll off at the top of the division.
Yeah, bucket hats and bucket rigs all equal free speed, apparently. Let's see if that's actually true.
Cool. So I think they're just going to be spinning onto their bung line now, just getting ready to get us going for this race. Corpus have a little bit of a way to go. They're being blocked off by other crews, so they are going to want to start to find a way to pick around those other crews spinning onto the bung line. So they've got plenty of time to get themselves ready and straight, especially as the 5-minute gun has just gone.
I mean, a 3 seat there looking quite relaxed as he bobs his head to some tune he's listening to. The rest of the crews, however, seem quite unfazed by this. Magdalen are doing their tap turn onto the start, which might rattle the crews around them, depending on how well it goes. But the rest of them seem to be getting attached without any problems.
Yeah, so I often find actually the reason why the coxes do a tap turn, especially when they're trying to get onto the bung line starts, is a little bit of that psychological. You know, we look a little bit more professional doing it, but actually, you'll notice that it does help kind of, or usually it would help keep the boat in the sort of the same place, and so you sort of spin on the spot rather than this more like three or several point turn that the larger spin will do, which will give the normally the cox the ability to stay tied to the bank, but that's not quite happened in the Magdalen Crew.
Yeah, they probably haven't accounted for that crosswind that's pushing them away from the towpath. So they have aborted the mission and decided to go for a conventional spin.
Yeah, and they do need to be a little bit careful of the river traffic coming down. But on my way over here, it is a little bit breezy today. You'll see the flags just kind of going in the winds a little bit on top of the boathouses, which it's not going to disrupt these crews that much, especially when they're the more senior crews. But it certainly will make the conditions a little bit more challenging. The water's just got a little bit of movement to it. It's not quite as still as perhaps it has been earlier on in the week.
And we can see some dynamic warm-ups by the LMH and Magdalen crews who will be racing in, I believe, the next division. Looks a bit like some strange ritual, but actually it's just mobilising them for their race.
Yeah, so the women will be getting ready for their race whilst the men are underway with theirs. I believe the division should be going off very shortly. We've got 2 or 3 minutes, so we probably want to be having a look at those crews as they get themselves ready and lines on the bung line. There we go.
Great, and Magdalen have managed to finalise their spin, and I believe they're attached to the bung line. Their poleman is just cycling up now.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of crews still at the bottom getting attached, and we have got some river traffic coming through. So there will be a little bit of a delay on today's Division 2 men's race on the Friday, last day of bumps, but hopefully nothing more than a few minutes. Cool.
And it's nice to see a lot of Boat Club Blazers on the bank. You can see one from the boatmen in at the head of the division, seen a couple of coxes racing in them, and a few more of their sort of bank party cycling along. And it's really nice to see people really being proud of their club colours and representing them along the towpath and in the boats as well.
Yeah, but it's still a little bit warm to be wearing them. I have removed mine. As they say in the Henley Week, the gentlemen may remove their jackets for today's racing, as it is a little bit on the warm side.
Only if Rachel Quarrell gives you permission.
A terrifying thought, I'm sure.
Yes.
Cool. Yep, so the river traffic is just coming down below the last few bung lines. So they will be getting ready to set off the 1 minute gun for men's Division 2 in the next few moments. So I think that is, the hand has just gone down. Yep, so that is 1 minute to men's Division 2.
Crews getting pushed out. They're all going to be slightly nervous. It's the last race that they'll do, unless they're potentially the sandwich boat for the next division. But they'll all be wanting it to be the best race of the campaign so far, end on a high.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the Magdalen Cox is doing. He does seem to be looking behind him. I think he was just double checking that he has got everything aligned well away from the bank. As you can see, they're about 6 feet away from the bank, which is absolutely where you want to be on a day like today.
And it looks like the Queen's crew is aiming quite tight towards the bank. They will be trying to cut off that bay, but they won't want to stick the rudder on too much to get them out of the bank. We'll see how that goes. And they're off.
Good. So some really nice clean starts in this division. First few strokes, super important. We're just trying to get the speed on the boat, not do too much, just get that boat moving. And then as you come onto the bridge, you really want to be at absolute full speed. So as we get into the higher divisions, a lot of the crews are much closer in speed differential, so the bumps often happen a little bit later down the course. Although that said, it does look like New College is gaining quite rapidly on Hertford M1. So hopefully the Hertford Cox is going to concede reasonably soon, and then they can carry on with their race and maintain their rhythm. Actually, it does look like Hertford may actually be holding New. No, that is a concession. So they just need to now carry on and row their race.
Yeah, and unfortunately that is spoons for Hertford. They haven't had the best summer torpids, but hopefully they'll still be hungry to row again next year. And we've got some interesting rowing going on at the top of the division. Who's at the top? Univ are closing in on Magdalen and taking quite a wide line.
Yeah, so Merton are going to be pursuing both of those crews very aggressively. They are on for blades, I believe, and they are desperate to get up into those higher divisions next year. They've been on a campaign for the past few years to really try and push up into men's one. They've climbed much of the way through men's two, but it does look like Queens are starting to get caught up in St John's. And it also looks like Univ have closed very hard on Magdalen down to just really a few feet. So this is when the Coxes need to keep their nerve, make sure that their crews keep their rhythm and keep it nice and relaxed.
Yeah, it looks like the Univ crew are really relaxed actually, and they're holding a nice line out of the gut there. They're just slightly more tucked in out of the stream. Not that there's a massive amount of stream, but they're just looking a bit tidier. That being said, the angles, oh, who stopped there?
So that looks like Merton has stopped, which means that they, oh, is that Merton? That potentially could be Merton. And it looks like Hertford are just coming out of the gut. So at this point, all the crews are going to be on the top stretch and really just chasing down those crews in front where it's a lot straighter up on the top.
And we see some celebrations from a crew there. They looked to have red blades, so I don't know who that was.
I believe it is Merton with the maroon, with the white stripe down the side in the white Felipe. Hertford looking strong as they come down their boathouse. Nice rhythm in that crew. Just a little bit unfortunate this year that they've not had the returners to kind of help bolster their senior rowers. So up at the top of the division, University College still pushing Magdalen hard, but Magdalen still holding in a very relaxed looking rhythm, actually. Looks like we're probably about quarter of a boat length off. So this is when it gets difficult for Univ because the water starts to get a little bit more choppy the closer they get to that Magdalen crew.
And you can see the Cox there really egging on the Magdalen crew. He's very calm, but he's very determined looking. And they seem to have opened up a bit of a gap, actually. That's quite an impressive push from Magdalen. And also I saw on the camera that Merton are still racing, so I don't think they have bumped out. We will see in a couple of seconds, I'm sure.
We shall soon see. I think Univ, if they're going to go for this bump, they do need to go now. Magdalen have held them much of the way, and I think they have put that push in, and I think they are trying to break them at this point. They have just taken that rate up a couple of pips, and they are closing down quite aggressively, and the Cox is steering for that, the rigger. So where the oar pivots in the rigger is where those Coxes are aiming for. Now, okay, so Merton is still racing, so they are going to be chasing both of those crews down hard. I guess their hope is that Univ will get Magdalen in a tangle, and then they can go and take the bump, although they do need to be careful to not get stuck at the back of a nasty 3-boat sandwich and miss out.
Yeah, they're running out of river, unfortunately. That will be so painful for them. They were really hoping to get blades, and that's a long row. It looks like Magdalen have crossed the line, followed by Univ, and Merton about to cross the line, not having achieved the bump. So that's a bit of a shame for them. Following them is St John's.
Yeah, that does look like St John's. Then followed by LMH. So it does look like Queens have bumped out and possibly were the crew in the gut. So they will be very happy. Ella Mates just kind of taking it down a touch, and then at the back of the division we have Hertford coming up, looking relaxed, in a nice strong rhythm. They have rode well this week, given where they are as a club. Oh no, maybe it is they are being chased quite hard by Corpus, so they might actually be holding off Corpus just that little bit longer, so which is good, and that will then mean that Corpus are going to row over.
I believe Corpus have been bumped by Mansfield. That might have been the crew celebrating in the gut. So yeah, I think Mansfield as a sandwich boat caught Corpus, meaning that they have moved into Division 2. But yeah, Corpus still giving chase right to the line on Hertford, and not quite enough water for them, but they did make up that gap that New College left. So evidently they do have some boat pace on them.
Yeah, awesome. And so many crews will be elated by the fact that they've got those bumps, and a few crews will be disappointed that they did not achieve their bumps. I think especially Univ and Merton are going to be a little bit disappointed that they couldn't quite close those gaps in the length of river that they had. What it does mean, though, is it's very likely that Magdalen is our sandwich boat going into Men's Division 1.
So yes, their day is not over. They still have one more race to do by the looks of it. And we can see the Women's Division 2 boats pushing off for their warm-ups.
Yep, so we do need to be a little bit careful about Men's Division 2 because there was some of that action up at the top of the division. If any of the colleges believe that they should have been awarded a bump, we may find that we do have a different sandwich boat going into that Men's Division 1. There will be approximately an hour between now and that division going, where the URCs and the umpires will deliberate to just make sure that that is the sandwich boat that we're expecting. And Mansfield very happily congratulating each other and celebrating.
That's you love to see it, don't you? Although I hope they sanitize their bottles before passing them around. But
good. And we have St Anne's just beginning their warm up, getting ready to race in Women's Division 2. They are going off Bungline 4 today. Good. So St Anne's have had a little bit of a difficult year this year with the COVID restrictions. So they are one of the clubs that share their boat houses with two other clubs. They share a boat house with St Hugh's and with Wadham. Wadham have not entered Torpid this year, although St Hugh's have. And what that's meant is that they've just had a little bit of reduced water time. They've been having to share the facilities in a COVID secure way. But they seem to be doing all right this year, all things considered.
Yeah, and they're chasing Magdalen, who are looking like they might get spoons as Magdalen women's first boat. So if they can catch Magdalen, that will put them back to where they started the division. So in the 12th position, this is St Anne's.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as we said a few times earlier on in the day today, for a lot of clubs, just staying level over the course of the week is a good result. It means that you can continue to climb those divisions in later years as the results do roll over.
And it looks like Magdalen having a bit of a wobbly warm-up. They'll probably be looking to cement that out a bit more rather than shaking themselves up. Oh, and there's Cats rowing quite exhaustedly probably to the back of this division, where they'll complete their 8th row of the campaign, so more than anyone else, I believe. But well done to them.
So I can't remember a crew ever having to suffer through being sandwich boat for 4 days running to my memory, although I'm sure there are crews who will very much say that they did. I think on the our QILs saying that perhaps Worcester M1 did a few eights ago row off at the top of Men's 2, bottom of Men's 1, 8 times throughout the the week. But yes, nice and smiley given how tired I'm sure they are. And this is Merton coming to celebrate, Merton ladies coming to celebrate their men's crew and trying not to push them into the river whilst doing so. Even, you know, up 3 is a good result, even if you don't quite get the blades that you were hoping for.
Yeah, they all look quite tired but very happy. So well done to them.
And I do believe, given the shortened divisions that we have this year, that does mean that they have actually rode up into a normal men's Division 1. So I think that was their aim for this year, and they will be happy with that regardless. So we also have St John's coming down to the start. Again, just looking a little bit unsettled and a little bit short. So they'll be hoping to just sharpen up on a few of those technical points as they come down to the start line. Just get rid of those nerves that are perhaps playing on their mind a little bit.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Queens doing a couple of slap catch drills to sort of sharpen the catches up a bit. And it's those sorts of things that you kind of incorporate into your warm-up that just bring the crew together. All those drills that seem to really work for your crew, you might want to add them to your warm-up to, improve the quality of rowing and just cement in the technical points that you want them to focus on during that race.
Yeah, absolutely. And they do look like they've just responded to some calls from their cocks, as we can see from this, where they're just starting to square up the blades just a little bit earlier to make sure that they can get them in cleanly, which is so important when you're rowing off towards the back of the divisions, going off on bung line 8. Cool. Probably as crews are starting to make their way down to the start, it'd be a good time to have a look if we've got any blades or spoons, potential crews on for those in this division, and also the crew order. Yep, so we have Balliol, which is the crew closest towards the camera with the navy blue and red diagonal blades. They are going off position 1 in this division. They're being chased strongly by Trinity W1, who are on for blades this year and hoping to bump up into that next division to row on as sandwich boat for Division 1. Then we have on bung line 3, Magdalen W1, who are on for spoons, which St Anne's will be looking very keenly at that crew as they are on bung line 4 and hoping to bump Magdalen ahead of them. Somerville are on bung line 5, LMH are on bung line 6, and then bringing up the back of the division on bung line 7 we have Lincoln, bung line 8 we have St John's, and bung line 9 we have Brasenose. And as we said earlier, yet again we have St Cat's Women on that bung line 10 as the sandwich boat for the 4th time this week.
So my prediction for the bottom of this division is St Cat's are going to try and put in a massive push to catch Brasenose. They've rowed on behind them each day at the bottom of this division, so they'll probably try and do something extra special off the start, maybe go a bit harder for the first 500 and see if they can catch them, and then just know that they're under no pressure. If at the back of the division they run out of steam, nothing's going to catch them. They will probably row over. But yeah, we'll see if they really try and close that gap.
Yeah, and it's one of those things we've seen just a few times today, actually, that although you want to go hard off the start, you don't want to necessarily go too hard. And I think you probably know that yourself, Caitlin, when you're rowing. If you try too hard, you actually almost tense up and lose the speed on the boat just by going a little bit more than the boat can sustain.
Yeah, and the worst thing that you can do in bumps racing is blow up by Donington Bridge. I've experienced that many times and thought, oh my goodness, how on earth am I going to make it up the course? And while you can get a second wind, if you're already in that headspace of feeling absolutely exhausted and you're only 300 meters in, then it's going to be a really painful row for you.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the key differences between bumps racing and other forms of racing where you know the length of your race by virtue if you've signed up to do a 2K race or a 1K race or what have you, is that bumps racing, it's not over until you bump or you complete the course. So you have to go off expecting it to be a 500-meter sprint, and midway through the race it might become a 1500-meter time trial. So you just have to keep on it with the legs and keep pushing, no matter how tired you feel like you are coming off that very explosive start.
And I mean, that being said, we both of us were at Met Regatta this weekend, and 2 kilometers, even though you know it's 2 kilometers, feels like a very long way. So even though you know how far you're racing there, it can sometimes feel like it's a bit longer than you anticipated. But that's more due to lack of training for that length, at least for me in my single.
Speak for yourself, Caitlin. I
yeah.
was coxing. But yeah, and I think these, you know, the guys and girls in these boats, they have trained hard this year, and they will have done plenty of pieces ranging from, you know, 20-30 strokes. We're going to have a really quick start and catch them through to, okay, if the draw is different, because the colleges have not really known who else was planning to enter. So the draw for this year has been a little bit uncertain, and just Hartford celebrating, feeling very pleased that their week is over. But they will have also trained for those long rows, those 1500 meter, 1700 meter row overs. And sometimes in between, often you will train a 1K piece and then put an explosive bumps push in midway through your piece as the opportunities present to themselves.
Yeah, one of the big things about rowing these kinds of races is just having that extra gear to go up, and knowing that you can put in that extra spurt which will give you the bump if your cox asks for it. And that's slightly different to a normal race where you would probably want to keep your rhythm as consistent as possible without too many disruptive changes to it. But in this, yeah, you really do need to be able to step it up a gear if it's asked of you.
Yeah, and I think that's something we saw in the men's race, the men's 2 race just gone. Those 3 crews up at the top, those coxes will have been asking for those pushes, but it's really at that point about who breaks first. When you've got these, we call them sandwiches, multiple crews starting to come together quite quickly and be very close to each other, and it's not necessarily certain who will be bumping who. It is really about just keeping the legs going and holding on to that sprint speed that you can maintain for maybe 30 seconds.
So we've probably got about 12 minutes until the start of the next division.
Yep, so we've got Trinity with the navy blue blades with a white stripe rowing towards the start on screen with us right now, rowing bow 6 just to kind of transport the boat down rather than necessarily trying to keep the crew warm or anything else. And a lovely shot of the Wolfson crew there, who will be getting ready for their race, which will be starting in just a little over an hour and 10 minutes. So Wolfson today, it will probably be the most intense race of the day. They are looking to chase down Hartford W1 for headship, and that will be at 6:45 this evening.
Yes, I can imagine both crews are feeling incredibly nervous, although the Wolfson crew look quite relaxed and happy there. So maybe they're just sort of not trying not to think about it too much. But on the start line, I can imagine the nerves will be incredibly high there.
Yeah, so about this point, those crews for the first divisions, they will just be arriving to the boathouse, getting into their kits, and it really is then the job of the captains and the coaches and the coxes just to keep that crew kind of feeling calm, keeping things lighthearted, but they all know that they are there to do a job today and to get the most out of their crew. Same as all of the girls who are racing, or ladies I should say, who are racing in Women's Division 2, which is what will be going off in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, we see a little bit of river traffic still on the course, but as the 5-minute gun hasn't gone, it's not really to worry about. They'll be clear, well clear before we start the race.
Yep, so Magdalen just arriving below Donnybridge. They will be going off on bung line 3, so they've arrived in plenty of time, and I think it's very likely they're just going to paddle down now and spin and just chill out on their bung line.
And is that a lily on their bows?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure somebody could, answers on a postcard. Someone could no doubt write in and tell us exactly what is on their blades. Apparently, yes, it is a lily. Whereas St Anne's are the red blades with the white or silver tip. And the St Anne's mascot is apparently a beaver, which is what is on their college crest. And St John's with the navy blades with the white shield with the cross on it, also coming down as well.
Yes, I believe the college crest for St John's has the lamb and flag, which is also the name of the pub where a lot of St John's members will live above, at least. But I don't think they probably had space for that on all their blades, so it might have been neglected. Oh, and there's a crew photo for the Mansfield lads.
They will be pleased with how they've done this week. I think they're glad to have the week over and done with now, though. And Tom Surridge, their Cox, who is also the AURC's captain of Cox's and COVID advisor for today, bless him. He is going to be absolutely exhausted by tonight. And I think he's just glad that the day is almost over as well.
And it looks like their coach is getting into shot as well, or perhaps a substitute, I don't know. But yeah, lovely to have the cross blades there. Although I always find that one of them ends up wonky, and you look at the photos again and think, oh, why couldn't we have straightened those out a bit?
If you're on the Boathouse Island, the tip is to lean them in the boat bay and lean them against the doors.
Oh, of course.
There you go. Right, so the crews are starting to now get spun on, which means that we are approaching race time. And it is...
Yeah, I think we have Trinity spinning onto their bung line.
Yeah, and Magdalen just below them. They just need to be a little bit careful with all the crews being in quite close proximity to each other.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is have a prang with another crew before you've even started the race. That can often happen in the sort of tideway head races. You all end up marshalling quite close, and the strong tideway stream conditions can just move you about a bit more than you'd want. So you do want to give people a lot of space, although there's not a lot of stream here, so they should be absolutely fine.
Yeah, as I say, where the wind is a much bigger consideration today than the stream. In fact, if you look very closely, you will notice that the water is actually on the top surface is floating upstream. So the cruise race upstream. So the head is the upstream end, and then down at the bottom of the bung lines is the downstream end. So it is a little bit different than other stretches of river, which are a little bit more stream.
And I haven't seen Balliol anywhere, unless they're...
We did see them warm up. I assume that they're on their way. They should be going off at the head of this division, so we should... perhaps if we pull back a little bit on the zoom, we should be able to see them tucked into that right-hand corner, attached to their bung line. And I can't see them through the window. So yes, I think we are just going to pull the camera back a little bit and see if they are attached further down, which they don't appear to be, which is somewhat concerning.
Well, they've got about 6 minutes to go, so perhaps they're on their way, but we've had a couple of equipment failures and boats needing to be changed last minute, so perhaps there's something that's gone on there, but I'm sure here they go.
Yeah, so they've just arrived, timed it to perfection, will start spinning onto their bung line, I assume, as the 5-minute gun goes, which really is the perfect time to be spinning on, especially on a warm day like today.
Yeah, it's quite muggy conditions today. A lot more humid than that's a poleman. I believe that's Tom Chapman telling them to spin round.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's been quite humid, so they'll probably be all a bit sweaty by the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I've been drinking lots of water, trying to keep themselves hydrated as we come into the early hours of the evening for racing.
So it looks like every other crew, apart from Balliol at the head of the division, are attached. Let's go through again the start order for Women's Division 2. So on bungline 1, we have Balliol, followed by Trinity, Magdalen, St Anne's, Somerville, LMH, Lincoln, St John's, Brasenose and St Cat's at the bottom of the division, rowing their 8th race.
Cool. Apologies for the background noise. As ever, we are being hosted by City of Oxford Rowing Club, and we are very thankful for their hospitality. So you may pick up some noise in the background on the feed.
Yes, we've been enclosed in a slightly cardboard box booth, but there might be some noise that breaks through the sound barrier here.
And it looks like that was the 5-minute gun.
Yeah, you can see the puff of smoke just arising over bungline 6. So a little time before the next division.
Good. Any predictions for this division, Caitlin?
Looking at the charts, I think Queens are looking quite strong. They're going to be chasing Balliol. So, oh no, that's Trinity. Sorry, not Queens. Yeah, I think Trinity will catch Balliol. I think Anne's will catch Magdalen. And then I think it will be some pretty standard rowovers at the bottom of the division.
Awesome. So crews to keep an eye on then are those top 4, and hopefully they can clear the line successfully so that the crews lower down in the division have a good clean row down the course.
Yeah, as we've seen with some previous divisions, especially yesterday, there was a bit of carnage where crews that had bumped then got tangled up with crews that were still racing or that had bumped out again, and that makes life very difficult for any cox that's trying to steer through that. Yeah, we'll be trying to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah, and absolutely. I think the other crew to keep an eye on today is St Catherine's, just to see if they can catch anything that's coming down towards them, or indeed catch Brasenose, and eventually bump their way into Women's Division 2 proper. Be a good way to round off a good week. Yeah, so should be about 2 minutes left by my watch.
You can see the crew's doing a few final stretches, just limbering up.
Yeah, they'll also be checking that all the fixtures on their boat are nice and tight so that nothing can go wrong during the race, equipment-wise.
Yeah, a good story from that is my first ever bumps race, which was Torpids in 2013, I believe. I crabbed so hard that my gate fell off, and I had to sit with my blade across my lap because I could no longer row. We got bumped 3 times. So yeah, always check your top nuts as well as anything else that might come loose, because you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we should be due the 1 minute gun anytime soon. It does look like the senior umpire is stood just making his last final checks that all the crews are attached and pointing in the right direction, and they will be asking the marshals to confirm that the river is clear from the top up at the head, by the head of the river pub, right down to the bung lines, which are opposite City of Oxford Rowing Club and further downstream.
Yes, normally the bung lines in a normal Torpids or summer rates would extend a bit further towards the Accies boathouse, but as the divisions are smaller, they don't need to stretch quite so far. So I expect the St Cat's crew will be thankful that they're not racing all the way from the Isis farmhouse. Adding a couple of 100 metres every day would be even more painful for them, I think.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we should be due a 1 minute anytime soon. Probably just need to make sure there may be traffic further up the river that needs to be cleared or held at a safe point before these crews can be pushed out. And in fact, that was the 1 minute gun just gone.
Yeah, I expect in these later divisions, especially as it's a Friday evening now after work, there will be more pleasure crews kind of setting sail to enjoy their Friday evenings. Then we'll need to keep them out the way as safely as possible. But it looks like we're going to be running to time in this division, so that's always good.
Yeah, so Balliol and Magdalen looking like they've got a good straight line. Trinity and St Anne's just that little bit further out, although St Anne's are in just what is the tiniest little bit of a bay. It does look like they're correcting just that little bit. The Coxes do need to know their crews and which way they will pull off the start as well. There's no guarantee that the boat will be running straight off a start.
So the blades are square, the Cox will probably ask them to bury, and then there'll be that horrible silence before the gun, and they're off.
Good. So looks like Trinity had a slightly sharper start than perhaps Balliol, and are rating quite a little bit higher than Balliol, closely followed by Magdalen, who are again underrating Trinity a little bit, and it looks like there's a little bit of a situation arising around St Anne's. They are being chased quite hard by Somerville, down to about half a length off the start. And they just, both crews just need to keep it relaxed and just maintain their boat speed that they have now. And we have a bump at the top of the division. Trinity have bumped Balliol.
So Trinity will now need to clear the racing line for the oncoming crews, and it looks like Somerville have really closed up in St Anne's. We've just panned away where we can see, is that Brasenose following St John's quite strongly?
Somerville, I believe. Oh yes, Brasenose. Yes, we're walking on St John's with Cats probably about now a length of 3/4 behind. So it does look like Johns have walked, that Brasenose have walked on Cats. And we do have a bit, again, another little bit of a something occurring. We've got St Anne's appeared to be walking on Trinity, who don't
No, that's Magdalen, I believe.
Yes, sorry, who are walking on Magdalen, apologies, but are being very closely pursued by Somerville. So it would be interesting to keep an eye on those crews as they come out of the gut to see how that situation develops.
Oh, and Brasenose are basically on top of St John's right now. St John's 5 seat having a bit of a duff stroke there, which will obviously slow them right down. And the Johns Cox is holding on, not conceding, although there we go, there's a concession. And the 3-boat sandwich at the top of the division is looking quite intense.
Yeah, so if we follow those crews out of the gut, we should be able to get a better view on the distances as they come onto that top stretch. So St Anne's are walking on Magdalen down to probably at Cambus of Clearwater between those crews as they come out of the gut. Both crews starting to look a little tired, so it will really be about who can hold on the longest.
And I think the Somerville Cox just took the bay a bit too steeply there. They looked like they'd sort of steered right into it, and that has dropped their boat speed, so they're no longer quite as close to St Anne's, and that might be quite a dangerous move because St Anne's are looking ever so close to that bump on Magdalen.
Of course, and when you're in those 3-boat sandwiches, you have to be so careful because the crew in front will hit the straight in the river before you and will get that advantage of not having to steer, which I think is what we're seeing here with St Anne's. And they have got overlap. It's quite significant overlap. And I think they are either just waiting for that concession, all that contact that means that they can safely wind down and clear.
And we've got Balliol paddling, well, rowing at the head of the division, looking quite comfortable. And it looks like St Anne's have cleared. So I think that's a bump for St Anne's, meaning Somerville have got a lot of work to do to catch Magdalen.
Yep, so they look like they found a good rhythm as they come along the green banks, and they just need to keep working that rhythm and just grinding those crews in front down and reeling them in. I think it can be deceptive when you're rowing as to how fast you think you will be gaining on something. Oftentimes these overtakes or these catching up to crews in front is a long and slow and painful progress. and you're gaining inches every stroke rather than necessarily lengths.
Exactly, yeah, they've got to sit strong, be positive that they are faster, and not do anything different unless the cox specifically asks for it. Because as soon as one of them thinks, I'm going to get this bump on my own, then that's when it will all fall apart, and they'll actually end up slowing the boat down.
Yeah, and up at the back of the division, it potentially looks like Brasenose have walked on Johns and have got that down, so it's a little bit difficult to tell with the crossing, which will be exaggerating that distance. But it looks like they have walked them down to not very much distance at all, perhaps a quarter of a length, and they'll be looking to close that again once they are on the straight.
Yes, and we have, it looks like St John's chasing Lincoln College, potentially. Yeah, that would make sense. They have probably had a bit of a better crossing. I think Lincoln probably had to use a bit more rudder there. And Lincoln are just looking a little bit tired there. They're rowing quite short now. And St John seems to just have a little bit more send, but with half a boat length between them, I think there's a chance that they might just hold on to that row over there.
Absolutely, and when you're making these pushes, as we can see that Lincoln are doing so now, you have to really consider the compromise between taking more strokes, the length of that stroke, and how well you can apply that power and let the boat run out, and actually the blades are not in the water. That's actually the fastest element of the stroke, is just after the blades are removed, and you don't want to skim that speed at all.
Yeah, the phrase of making the boat work for you is as prevalent at rate 34, whatever these crews will be rating now, as it is at kind of the lower rates. So, you know, your 16, your 18, where you really notice that recovery a lot more because it's just longer. So, yeah, they'll need to really let that boat run underneath them. But at this stage, I think they just want to get to the end.
Yeah, and they are running out of river on those crews. So if they do want to make that push, if Johns do want to close on Lincoln for that push, they really do need to go now. They're just coming off the top of the Boathouse Island, and they really have a sprint finish left and not an awful lot more.
And we see Cats at the bottom of the division rowing incredibly hard, but there's just too much space between them and St John's, who are in front of them now.
Yeah, so they will have rowed over as the sandwich boat for Women's Division 2 for the 4th day running, which I think they will be very grateful when we go back to full-size divisions next year, and therefore they do not have to do so again. But good on you, Cats.
Yes, and that looks like the final crews are just crossing the line there. That'll be St John's and St Cat's almost there.
Yeah, so we do have some provisional bumps, and again, I must stress that these are provisional. We believe that we have seen Brasenose bumping St John's, that we have seen Anne's bumping Magdalen, that we have seen Trinity bumping on Balliol, and that the sandwich boat will in fact be Trinity because of that bump.
Yes, and that would be Trinity's 4th bump, but it might be the case that they need that 5th one in Women's Division 1 on Jesus College to give them blades. So the job might not be done yet, but well done for 4 bumps already, Trinity.
Yeah, so I do believe that Trinity are a college who have the rule that you must bump at every opportunity rather than every day. So if they, now that they are sandwich boats, if they don't manage to catch Jesus in the next division, then unfortunately they will have been denied their blades. So I imagine they will be going incredibly hard off the start to catch that crew, and trying to do it in as little distance as possible.
Exactly, yeah, and the Jesus crew ahead of them has had a couple of row overs, so they might just be a bit more tired in the legs than Trinity, who have bumped out on every occasion. So that might be something that's just playing on their minds, but equally it's bumps racing. The recovery, the days between can change everything, really. And St Cat's are just doing a bit of a slightly lazy tap turn there. And quite chilled out as they start their warm-up for Men's Division 1.
Yep, so unlike their ladies, the St Catherine's men's crew are going off on bung line 3 in this division. they are going to be hoping to catch Pembroke and solidify that shot at the headship next year. Unfortunately, it's very unlikely that they will be able to bump up to headship today, but they will be looking to set themselves up for a gun campaign next year. They are going to be chased hard by Christchurch, who are starting on Bungline 4, so we can only wait and see what will happen in that division.
Yes, there are no crews that are on for blades in this division, and no crews that are on for spoons either. So it is just a battle for the headship, and then whatever bumps any crews can collect on the last day.
Absolutely, and there are, a number of crews in this division who, over the next few years, are going to be starting to build campaigns for that men's torpedoes headship. We've got the traditional rowing colleges, the colleges that have a little bit of pedigree and long-term tradition up in those higher divisions, which is your Oriel, your Pembroke, your Christchurch. But we do also have a few colleges coming up the divisions and starting to make a name for themselves in those higher places, such as Wolfson and Keble on the men's side, who'll be hoping to secure perhaps one more spot to get them ever closer to that headship.
And we have women's division 3 results. So that shows St Cat's rowing over to become the sandwich boat. And then it appears that Mansfield were bumped by Wolfson, who were bumped by Teddy Hall. So that creates a sort of that crossover in the diagram. Lineker rowed over without anything happening. And then St Hilda's were bumped by St Peter's and Corpus. And St Hugh's must have been bumped maybe out of the... they were bumped by Merton out of the division.
Commiserations to those crews who did not get the result they wanted today, but also congratulations to those crews who did. Unfortunately, Bums is a zero-sum game, so for someone to move up the division, someone must move down. So it is a little bit of a give and take in that regard, but I think all crews can say that they have trained hard this term in very difficult circumstances.
Yeah, just to have a bumps race going on is incredible, and it's a real credit to the people who've been doing the organising, so the OURCs, the senior umpires who've been helping them out, and all the people that have volunteered their time as well, the coaches, all the rowers and committee members in their respective clubs. It takes a lot of effort to make this happen, and it's unfortunate that not every college has been able to race, and some crews are notably missing from this event. But it's a real testament to what we can do as a group at Oxford College rowing. This has managed to go ahead.
Absolutely, and I think as we come into men's Div 1, unfortunately, we do have to mention that there is a crew missing that would potentially in any other year be looking to contend for that headship spot, and that is Wadham. They weren't able to field a crew this year, which is very unfortunate, but I'm sure that will mean that they will come back next year with an absolute vengeance to climb those 6 places that they will have dropped by not entering, and really, work to get their way back up into that division.
And we have some news that the audience have been posting in the chat, which I cannot see, but I have reliable information that they have been watching from places including Canada, New Zealand, the United Arab Emirates, Hungary, Brazil, Chile, and Boston, USA. So that's quite an international live stream we've got going on here, and great to have the support from people all across the world.
Absolutely, and I have several stories about very bizarre places that I found myself in the world, including on top of a mountain in the Alps, and just seeing someone coming over the crest wearing, Wolfson College gilet or Mansfield College leggings, and you just go, what? So yeah, I mean, Oxford is a small place, but so is the rest of the world.
Yeah, if I can recommend to anyone anything, keep a bit of your kit, because you never know who might start up a conversation with you. I remember going out for a run wearing a Merton t-shirt, having done torpedoes or one race that we've got t-shirts for, and someone saying, "Excuse me, were you at Merton? My daughter was there." And it's a small world, really, isn't it?
It is, and I think it shows as well that all these crews today that are racing, they do also have the support of, you know, the generations who've become before, the alumni who are tuning in on the feed, who are eager to see how their crews, as they will call them, the crews that they rode in varying numbers of years ago have done, and whether or not they have done, you know, they've obviously done their college proud, but whether or not it's the result that we would all want, which obviously would be blades in the headship. And it really gives you a good feeling of connection back to your college, and then obviously to the wider alumni networks as well. It makes colleges, and especially boat clubs, they are really a family.
And that's great to see the celebration and the pink paint bomb by the look of it.
Oh dear.
Spray paint.
Good luck cleaning that boat.
Yes, I'm sure their boatman will be absolutely delighted by that. Well, I expect they'll be asked to clean that up.
I believe that is Somerville celebrating.
Oh, it looks like powder paint of some kind, but yes, well done to them. Did they get a bump?
I don't
Possibly not in this
believe
division.
they did in that division, but I'm sure they'll be glad with whatever result they ended up with. I believe they completed a row over. So I guess as we come to 6 o'clock, it's time to start to consider the crews that are going to be making their way down to the bung lines momentarily for Men's Division 1 on the last day of the 2021 Summer Torpids. So going off at the top of the division and hoping to hold the headship, we will have Oriel M1. Going off second, hoping to take that headship from them, we will have Pembroke M1. On bung line 3 will be St Cat's. Bung line 4 is Christchurch or the House. Bung line 5 will be St Edmunds or Teddy Hall or the Hall. Then we will have Balliol on bung line 6, Wolfson on bung line 7, Keble on bung line 8, Trinity on bung line 9, and University College are the sandwich boat on bung line 10 in this division. So we do have a little bit of river traffic making its way down, but they should have plenty of time to clear the course, and the college crews should be on their way in the next few minutes to get attached to those bung lines.
I think we just have a correction there. It's a Magdalen that is the sandwich boat for this division, not Univ.
Apologies, it is in fact Magdalen that are sandwich for this division.
So they'll be travelling down now with their flowers attached to their boat already.
Yep, and just the university boathouse shared by a number of colleges, including St Peter's, Wolfson, and various others, Somerville, just putting their boats away, and the Wolfson W1 getting their boat out ready for their campaign that will be starting shortly.
And I've got to say, having fewer spectators does make getting the boats in and out of the boathouse a lot easier than normally it is on Saturday of Eights Week. Normally you can't move for fear of hitting someone, so that's probably just one less thing that they have to worry about, although having the spectators is, of course, absolutely lovely part of normal summer eights, and hopefully we'll be able to go back to that in summer eights 2022.
Absolutely. I mean, it has been a good atmosphere this week. It's been lovely weather for it, but you can't beat the crowds and the bars on the island, usually about this time on a normal year on a Saturday of bumps.
So you've got a nice view of the gut there. It's interesting actually going on to Aston's Ayot, which is that land on the city side, and having a look at the gut from that angle, because it looks like a very calm, sweeping bend, and actually when you're steering it on the river, it's less so. That's a lot of splash from, oh, they're just holding it up.
Yes, it's Oriel M1 with the turtle, which is their club mascot, and the 3 navy stripes on their arms of their shirts. The 3 stripes, of course, representing the first 8 and the one stripe representing the lower boats. So on the blazers, which we've seen a lot of people wearing today, traditionally everyone would have had a blazer, and as you progressed through the ranks in the club and went on to row in more and more senior crews, you would get your blazer updated with additional piping or stripes to represent the crews that you had rowed in.
And we've just been told that it's a tortoise, not a turtle. I don't actually know what the difference is. I think one of them is underwater and one of them isn't. But either way, it looks like it's got a shell and 4 legs. So it's not a snail.
Absolutely. And a few years ago, we did find a tortoise on Race Desk. It was handed into Race Desk, and probably around this time earlier in the week, and fortunately was returned to his owner. But all sorts of people, all creatures, great and small, do come and watch the bumps racing on the final day of the summer regatta.
That's quite incredible.
Yeah, so I was quite keen to call him Andy Shelder after the very well known now OU Dubs coach, but apparently his real name was in fact Flash Gordon.
That's brilliant.
So we just got a couple of the crews just warming up, doing their last little bit of race practice. So they'll be doing some starts and some drills. You'll really see that the main difference between these higher divisions and some of the crews we've seen earlier on in the day is just the precision with which these crews are able to row at increasingly high rates. So just keeping everything nice and clean, and it almost looks easy, but I'm sure that you'll agree with me that it is not.
Definitely not. And these crews will probably be going off the blocks at about a rate mid-40s maybe, and settling down into the kind of high 30s I'd expect for their race. So it's really going to burn. It might be over in less time, but it's still a very painful experience for all of them.
Absolutely, and these men's first boat crews, realistically, they should be looking to pull splits, in the 120s off their starts, if not lower, and then settling to quite a quick pace, a sort of, mid 130s as they go along the course. It really is quite a sharp and aggressive form of racing in that sense. So Wilson just rowing down to their bung line, looking quite sharp. In a normal year, they would be accompanied by a wolf, but someone in a wolf suit. But unfortunately not this year, probably both to do with the heat and, of course, COVID.
Yeah, Wolfson have had an interesting campaign. They seem to do quite well in the sort of ISIS spring leagues that were run prior to this event. But of course, a lot of the colleges, especially in the higher divisions, don't train on the ISIS, and they won't have been around for these events. So you get kind of lulled into this bubble where you're doing the best, but actually then all the other crews come back, and it can be a bit of a wake-up call. So I think they're probably not as pleased as they thought they might be coming out of this event, but that's just a testament to, well, it's how college rowing works. If you don't see your competition, you don't know how fast they are, then you're kind of in for a rude awakening sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, but I do think it does keep you on your toes, and certainly a lot of these crews who train off the ISIS typically train either up on the Godstow stretch, up on Port Meadow, or down in either Abingdon, Wallingford or Radley. So they at least will be aware of each other, if not necessarily all the crews on the river.
And it's when you get closer to the main event that you see crews on the Facebook page saying, would you like to do some battle paddling? Would you like to do some bumps practice? And they'll kind of start pairing off with crews that they think they might be a similar speed to get a bit of practice in against someone else, because otherwise you end up rowing in your own bubble and you just don't know how fast you are.
Absolutely, and I do think it is great that modern technology has made that talking to other crews out on the river a little bit easier, and that ability to spot crews who you think might be a good, or you hope will be a good speed match to do race pieces again. Certainly with the academicals, we've been doing some race pieces against college crews with what we felt were appropriately speed crews, and it's just been good to get the students a little bit of race experience before this week, because they may not necessarily have done any.
We see St Cat's there, just waiting for the crews around them to spin. They'll be on starting on bung line 3, and that's the 5-minute gun that's just gone off. So all the crews now will be wanting to get attached, but given the sort of more experienced coxes and rowers, it might take them a bit less time than some of the lower boats.
Yeah, I would expect them to be able to get themselves attached fairly quick, but they perhaps will just want that little bit of time to let the boat settle, so that they can come forward in a nice, relaxed and calm boat.
And so we have 2 MPACers at the start of the division, the yellow boats, very distinctive German make, and followed by a Hudson, I believe the St Cat's crew row. I'm not sure what Christchurch are in. That could be a Felipe.
I believe Christchurch have a Felipe. I do find a Hudson is a slightly interesting choice for bumps, as they are quite specifically designed for multi-lane kind of lake racing as you get out in the US or at the Olympic regattas, and they can be a little bit difficult to set up well and sit in the choppier water, which is obviously what you get in bumps. If you're going off at the head of the division, they're fantastic, but if you're a little bit lower down, it can just be a little bit more tricky to manage.
Yeah, having trained in the it's going to sound very strange, but having trained in the Cats men's first 8, they were doing some event and needed a substitute over the summer, so I sat in the bows of it. It definitely is a difficult boat to row, especially if you're a rather small woman. But yeah, they seem to be getting on okay with it, although I think the MPACers probably do sit a bit better.
Yeah, so they're a little bit of a more forgiving shape, depending on the mould. They do respond very well to just being, shoved along a little bit. More power tends to make an MPACer sit up better. But again, we're talking, a boat that is 1.5 feet wide in the middle. It's even to say it's more stable is perhaps not completely accurate, and you do need to have skill to sit all of these fine racing boats, which I'm sure all of these gentlemen have in at least a quantity.
And you can see the, I believe the 2-seat of that boat just tapping the boat round. And that's just a good way of them turning kind of on a sixpence, really. So he'll have taken the bowman's blade and just be holding it almost parallel to the boat so that he can manoeuvre it a bit easier for the cogs.
Yeah. And Christchurch just now wanting to move themselves around, so they're pointing in the right direction. They are a little bit far out from the bank, so they will want to get a little bit closer so that their poleman can kind of hook them in and pull them into that bank nice and close, ready for that 1-minute gun.
Yeah, the last thing they'll want to do is start facing the wrong direction, so they kind of need to get all straightened up and settled, and then the cox can kind of take control there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's at this point we perhaps should mention what the polemen are actually doing in this situation. So they're trying to not only keep the boat still, but they are also trying to push it out level when that 1-minute gun goes. And it's actually a surprisingly difficult job. So those poles are sort of sachet window poles that, I don't know, my school used to have them.
Yeah, my school had them too.
So they're not the easiest things to wield when you're an 11-year-old girl, but the gentlemen on the bank seem to manage. But the boats themselves, with a proper heavyweight men's crew in, is going to be not far off, at least sort of 800 kilos, I would say. Not far off that at all. So they are heavy boats that need to be manoeuvred carefully and delicately, since they are really quite fragile, all things considered.
Yeah, so that's the 1-minute gun, and you can see it's just the poleman on the Pembroke crew, just reattaching them, possibly moving from the 2 rigger to the 7 rigger, and just keeping them held straight. There is, like we said, there is a bit of a cross tail wind which might move them towards the centre of the river, and that's why Christchurch is pointing right now. They will want to scratch it round before before the gun goes.
And they will want to do that with a little bit of haste, because you don't want to be adjusting the boat just as that gun goes, because the boat does need a few seconds to settle and let all the blades sit in at the right height. If they're all, you know, wobbling all over the place as they come in to take that first stroke, it will mean that the blades catch at different amounts and they will struggle to really get that clean connection on that first stroke.
And that's a starting gun. So it looks like Cats have managed to, Christchurch managed to correct their course enough and are actually chasing quite a nice line of following St. Cat's.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see an awful lot of action in this lower half of the course, certainly not in the first few crews at least. They should also all be rowing reasonably cleanly and reasonably well past and underneath the bridge and into the gut. It's really later on in the division we're going to start to see crews come together a little bit quicker. So it does look like Univ are putting in a big push to try and walk on Keble.
It's Trinity there. They're really putting the strokes in. They're rating really high, very explosive. And you can see they're really trying to send it off the finish. Keble are a bit more relaxed and perhaps a bit longer in their stroke, but slower.
Yeah, it does look like they're rowing a little bit more upright. Trinity just have that little bit more swing with the bodies, which is probably giving them that surge on the finish. You can see how high out that bow is coming out the water though, which does mean that they are starting to check that bow into the catch, which is going to be costing them speed each stroke.
And we'll see as they come out of the bridge. Keble have managed to sort of get into their rhythm a bit more and open up that gap. So that was possibly a bit of a fly and die from Trinity, but maybe if they settle into their race pace, they'll have enough speed to cruise up on Keble there.
Yeah, absolutely. Although it does look like Keble may potentially be starting to walk on Wolfson just to put them under a little bit of a pressure. The Cox has started to steer to just find where that rigger is so that she can really make the most of the reasonably clean water that you get rowing in that space between the blades and the shell.
And at the head of the division, we've got about a length between Christchurch and St. Cat's. Going past the St. Cat's boathouse, they'll probably have some cheers from the women who've just finished racing, if they can speak after all that rowing they've been doing. But Cats have closed it down on Pembroke to, I would say, 3/4 of a length there, maybe a length.
Yeah, it did look, just as we panned out, the Orioles seem to have opened up that gap a little bit. So they're going to try and get ahead as soon as they can, give themselves some room to then just send down their rhythm to the other crews and row over at the top of this division without really getting close. Now, Keble are pushing on Wolfson and down to really just a few feet as they come out the gut. Now, keep in mind that Wolfson will get the straight water just before Keble do, but then we'll have to cross earlier. So this is where the Coxes really need to think about where they're applying the rudder and where they're making the calls for their crews to push. Keble Bowman just looking round there, probably not the wisest idea at that point in the course. Really do just need to keep your head in the boat.
Yeah, and it's really closed up in the second, third and fourth boat. So it looks like Christchurch are really putting in a push on St. Cat's, trying to sort of avenge them for the past couple of days and get that bump. But I don't think anyone's going to be contending for the headship. I think Oriole are pretty safe in that.
So they still need to complete the course, and it's not over till your stern has passed that clacker, but I think they can start to just kind of breathe a little bit easier. They're going to keep the legs on, but they'll be able to maintain that rhythm just a little bit more. Christchurch, as we're coming down the island, will now kind of know that they are getting close to St. Cat's, but St. Cat's will know that they've just got to hold them that little bit longer. It does look like Christchurch have taken it up. But also St. Cat's are very much gaining on Pembroke. They seem to have steered out a little bit. Should be interesting to see what's going on there. I think they are running away from Christchurch. Now they need to be careful, because if they run away too far, they are going to miss Pembroke and be on the wrong side of the river. I think they have decided that it's much more likely that they're going to get bumped than get a bump, and have decided to cross over to the other side of the river, hoping that Christchurch will chase them. It does look like Christchurch have followed, but are now starting to go for that bump. I hope that the Cat's Clocks knows exactly where that finish line is. They just need to get their stern over before Christchurch make contact.
And it looks like closing up on, oh, who is that?
That would be Balliol on Teddy Hall, really, again, closing that gap, probably down to a quarter of a length. Really hoping to get it before that finish line, which is the white, there's a white post, just sort of, you can't really see it on the stream, but that's where the finish line is.
And Wolfson have opened up the gap again between them and Keeble. So Keeble must have put in a monstrous push, but then just run out of steam and just not being able to finish the job there, unfortunately for them. But well done to Wolfson for rowing over.
Yeah, a good attempt, boys. Just not quite got that final gear, as you said, to really close down that push in probably what is the hardest distance to make up that last half a length.
And Trinity and Magdalen appear to be rowing over at the bottom of the division, so it looks like everyone rowed over in that.
It does appear like everybody rowed over, although there was some very close sandwiches there, or you know, what do you call them, occurrences, where crews, you know, were very close to getting that bump, but didn't quite have enough river to do so.
And of course, that will mean that Oriel are the head of the river for the men's divisions, which is great for them. They'll be really, really pleased with that.
Absolutely, and as I say, they do have a little bit of tradition of holding the headships, and what this means is that next year they will be looking to both keep the Torpids headship, but also the Summer 8's headship.
So if we give a shout out to the Oriel headship crew, in bow seat we have Henry Hawkins, in 2 we have Peter Morris, 3 is Oliver Featherston, 4 is Philip Grunewald, who is also a member of City of Oxford, so shout out to him. In 5 we have Zachary Zadzisek. Oh, I'm afraid that was probably a terrible pronunciation, but well done, Zach. In 6 we have Leo von Malayse. 7 we have Jake Swan. In stroke we have Ian McGurgan, who seems to be been around forever. And Cox is William Burrow, with their coach being Matthew Aldridge, who I think recently went to the World Cup with the Britain 4. So also well done to him for being a good rower.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a little bit of a fun fact, I suppose, that if that was in fact a whole division rowing over, that we have never actually had that happen in the modern era of bumps, to have a completely rowed over division. Just before we cut to some of the ladies' crews warming up, we should have a look at the women's division 2 results, and then we should probably try and catch Oriel celebrating their landing.
Yeah, so at the top of the division, it looks like, what does it look like? Balliol was bumped by Trinity. Hang on, this is men's Div 2.
So we'll run through the men's division 2 results, as that's what we have on screen. It does look, in fact, like those 3 crews rowed over at the top of the division. That was Magdalen, Univ, and Merton rowing over at the top of division 2. It does look like...
who's that? Is that University?
Yeah, that University bumped St John's, that LMH rowed over, Keeble bumped New bumped Hertford, and yes.
But I think that's actually, no, sorry, I got that wrong. That's Queens that bumped Johns and New bumped Keeble. Oh, no, it is Hertford. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and it does look as well like Mansfield bumped up and into men's division 2. And the results for women's division 2, so St Cat's rowed over at the head of the division. It does look like the 3-boat sandwich between Mansfield, Wolfson and Teddy Hall was completed, so that means that Tessy's bumped Wolfson, who then bumped Mansfield. Lineker rode over. St Hilda's were bumped by both Peters and Corpus, and St Hugh's were bumped by Merton. Okay, and if we take a look at the crews that are just landing for the men's divisions and just boating for the women's divisions, I have no doubt that Oriole men are going to be celebrating their headship this evening, and being very grateful that they've held on to that. So traditionally, if you do achieve a headship, although I don't know if you do it anymore if you hold on to one, you would traditionally burn a boat. That does come from the tradition of back in the 1800s and the early 1900s. The boats were built in Oxfordshire, usually by a boatman. And to avoid another college coming along and taking measurements and copying your superior boat design, you would burn it so that there was no evidence of how that boat was built. And that's where the tradition of burning the boats comes from. Unfortunately, there are not very many of the wooden eights left. So I think the colleges have now moved on to burning wooden fours.
And I did not know that. That's a really interesting fact there. Yeah.
And I do believe it is only for crews that bump into a headship rather than hold it.
So these are the results for Women's Division 2. We have Trinity bumping Balliol, and Trinity will now be the sandwich boat into Women's Division 1. St Anne's managed to bump Magdalen W1. Somerville rode over, as did LMH and Lincoln. And at the bottom of the division, Brasenose caught... no, that doesn't make sense. Brasenose caught, St John's, and I'm not sure what the last boat did, but they're not on my picture.
So I believe that was St John's who got bumped by...
Oh, St Catherine's rode over at the top of the division, that was it.
Yes, apologies. I think as we get towards the end of racing and the results are a little bit more complicated this year, trying to do live results is a little bit tricky. The official results will be announced on the OURC's website later tonight, so please do confirm your final results there rather than relying on the commentary. There are alternative tables available also on the Oxbumps webpage.
Yes, which is what I've been looking at to help me with some of the commentary where I'm not entirely sure what's going on. So, there we go. The Oriole guys landing and looking quite red in the face, but very happy.
Yeah, they will be very pleased that they've rode over, but it will have been rather painful whilst they were doing it. They did look strong and like they were walking away, and I think that is someone from the crew celebrating with what I can only assume are housemates or partners. So they will be very pleased with that result.
And I expect their cocks might get thrown in the water as a celebratory thank you to them.
Yeah, absolutely. The coxes are usually thrown in as revenge from the rowers after the coxes have shouted at them to pull harder and make all those technical changes. Although certainly the cox's job is not easy, and yes, I'm going to shut up before my crew gets any ideas.
Yeah.
So what we have now is we have the crews starting to warm up and get ready for Women's Division 1, which will be going off in a little over 15 minutes. This is the division that will decide the women's headship, which is what has been in contention this week. And actually there is going to be a really interesting fight up at the top of the division. So on Bung Line 1, we have Hertford, who are currently holding headship, and if they can keep hold of it, they will be the 2021 Summer Torpids headship crew, which will be a unique title. Then in bungline 2 will be Wolfson. Now, Wolfson are on for blades, and if they manage to bump Hertford, they will also receive blades and the headship. So they will be a crew that have bumped all the way up from the 5th position up to the head. Very closely followed behind them on bungline 3 is Christchurch, also on for blades. So is Christchurch going to catch Wolfson? Will Wolfson catch Hertford? And who will end up at the headship at the end of today? On bungline 4, we have Pembroke, followed by Oriel on bungline 5. Bungline 6 is Keble. University are on bungline 7, again, also on for blades if they can catch Keble today. New College are on bungline 8. Jesus are on bungline 9, and at the head of the division we have Trinity who managed to bump up into sandwich boats earlier today. So definitely one to watch out for. The Oriel men doing some very interesting dancing on the landing stage. I'm sure that they are getting ready to practice their moves for when Canberra reopens in a few weeks' time. And there is a delayed post-racing celebration, I'm sure. Let's hope that Boris sorts his life out and we can all go and celebrate in a few weeks' time. So yes, Women's Division 1 is definitely going to be the race of the day to watch. Those first 3 crews are really going to be going for it. What are your thoughts on how they might be approaching this race?
Well, I can imagine that Christchurch know that they've got to catch, if they want the headship, Christchurch have to catch Wolfson before Wolfson catch Hertford, if that happens. So they will be going out all guns blazing for that bump. I can't remember whether they've actually made any progress on Wolfson in the past couple of days because both crews have obviously bumped out. So I think it works that if Christchurch catch Wolfson but Wolfson catch Hertford, then Christchurch are inserted at the top, having almost overbumped. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, although I can't think of any time in certainly recent memory where a crew has managed to successfully overbump into the headship position. So to achieve a bump, you do need to be somewhere in the region of, 5 to 7 seconds faster over the full length of the course of the crew in front of you, even to make up the length, let alone get into contact. You do need to be significantly faster. If you are starting 2 positions down and going for that over bump, you need to be even faster still than that first crew. And I don't think we've necessarily had the results in this terms pre-bumps races to suggest that is likely to happen. But it is bumps, and anything at the end of the day can and will happen at some point.
Yeah, the other ones to watch are Univ, who are looking at blades. They're chasing Keble, and also Trinity, who have just bumped up from Women's Division 2, hoping to secure their 5th bump, which would be blades, by chasing Jesus.
Yeah, so I think that would be an interesting to watch as well. Now, my money, if I was a betting person, would probably be on Trinity, just because they look a little bit sharper on that start sequence. Although that said, Jesus have actually done surprisingly well this week, and I think surprised themselves that they can find a good race rhythm as they get down the course, as long as they can survive those start sequences. So it really is about, do you decide to go for the long game and let the crews around you get a little bit closer than perhaps you'll be comfortable with and then walk away further on down the course? Or do you very much front load your race and try and get those bumps in early, but risk, what they call flying and dying and not having the energy to row the whole course at a fast race pace?
So that's the Christchurch crew. They're just doing a bit of a burst in their warm-up. They'll want to make sure that they've got the blood flowing to all their muscles, so they'll be doing quite a few hard bursts just to prepare themselves for the main event.
Yeah, absolutely. We are just having a little bit of technical difficulties with sometimes the feed stuttering, so I hope that's going to get sorted out just a little bit. But we do have Hertford, who are the current headship crew, rowing down to the bung line to do their warm-up below the below the gut.
And what kind of boat are they rowing in? Do you know?
So they're rowing in a Kurz. It's a no longer exists, but it is a New Zealand manufacturer of boat, and it's quite an interesting boat to row in. Actually, it was the many years ago, before they were anywhere near the headship, it was the crew that I used to row in, and certainly up in the bow seat, it's quite a narrow boat, and it's certainly quite twitchy. But if you can get it to pick up and lift, it can be very fast.
Yeah, it's nice to see just different boat builders also being represented in the bumps races, and just seeing what's out there really.
Yeah, so I think in the women's division, we, again, similar to the men's, we tend to see the big name boats. We tend to see quite a few Philippes, especially with the introduction of their lighter women's mould, actually. That's encouraged a lot of the, on the exchange rate, that's encouraged a lot of the colleges to invest in the Philippes, but Wolfson have gone for an Empacher as their boat of choice. Now, I think what is perhaps interesting to talk about is the differences between the Wolfson College system and the Hertford College system. So the Wolfson College system, they are a graduate college. What that means is that obviously their athletes are typically older. They often come to the college having rowed before. And it does mean that they get certain advantages, such as they are able to train when the river is closed to undergraduate colleges, because the undergrads need to be in lectures. Whereas Hertford are not the largest of colleges out there, but they do have a little bit of pedigree and history with having the solid women's side. So it's interesting to see how the two colleges stack up.
Yeah, currently, I mean, they'll all be lining up and purely, hopefully, thinking about their own race. They don't want to really get caught up in who's in what boat and who's got what blues, but they'll just be thinking about their process and rowing from A to B as fast as they can.
Absolutely, and I think often, you know, the blues rowers come back to the squads and the college squads, and they've not trained them for that year. And although they are in themselves good rowers, the colleges may row a different style, or may row just a slightly different emphasis. And it's really about who can slot into those crews and make that crew go row fast as part of a unit rather than as an individual. No one person can make a boat go fast unless you're in a single.
And even then, it's quite hard.
And even then, it's much better to just be consistent and try and row neatly.
So we've got a bit of, well, all the crews are now trying to spin and finish up their warm-ups. It does get a bit disruptive when the crews around you are spinning and you're wanting to get in that final burst or complete your warm-up plan. You can see the poleman there signalling to the crew to spin around and get attached.
Yep, so the crew spinning should be keeping nice and tight to that towpath side bank, keeping their sterns nice and tight to that bank so that the crews wanting to paddle down have plenty of space. Now, I don't think any of the colleges will be intentionally trying to hold up other crews, but it's certainly something that if you can just put your start in, you know, just enough to disrupt what your opposition is trying to do in their warm-up, it can certainly rattle some feathers. I think Wolfson just getting ready to allow Hertford through and then spin onto their bung line as well.
Yeah, I mean, we typically see very good sportsmanship between the crews, especially when they're, you know, marshalling and warming up. They don't want to be on top of each other because that doesn't help your own crew, let alone anyone else's. So, yeah, they typically tend to stay out of each other's way unless there's an incident or an accident.
Absolutely, and I think we often forget when it comes to racing that, you know, in Oxford you don't live your student life in a college, you know, isolation in your college. You will be, you know, you will have friends in other colleges, either through your lab mates or if you've gone on to row with the squads, for example, you may have rowed together. So often these crews are, whilst today they will be rivals and trying to be faster than each other on the day-to-day basis, they may actually be best friends and potentially live in the same accommodation.
Which is something also that is just unique to the Oxford and Cambridge system, you know. It is a very large pool of people, but you do get a lot of crossover between the teams as it were, because of colleges, people changing colleges, and also just helping each other out. A lot of coxes will help out, especially when the river goes up. If they, I don't know, if a college doesn't have a X or S status cox, which is the status that allows you to row on higher stream, then yeah, they need to sort of draft in the helpers from other places, and that's where you can make a lot of friends and actually get a lot more experience of how other colleges do it.
Absolutely, and over the summer as well. And you mentioned rowing with St Cat's in the summer. I did a lot of work with Green Templeton College in the past, and yeah, other colleges as well. So whilst they may be rivals on the bung lines, I'm sure that tomorrow they will be commiserating each other as well. So that was the 5-minute gun for the last division of today, which is Women's Division 1. The fight for the Women's Torpids 21 headship and Division 1 bungline places.
And the start order for this division, as we've said before, is Hertford on bungline 1, looking to retain the headship. Wolfson chasing them, followed by Christchurch, Pembroke, Oriel, Keble, University, New College, Jesus and Trinity at the back of the division.
Yeah. So the Hertford Cox just getting herself sorted out with the bung line. So they are sort of wooden discs with a piece of rope threaded through, and you want to make sure that you've got a good solid grasp on the bung line, but when you have to drop it, when that cannon goes, that you're not going to get yourself or the boat caught on that line.
And hopefully the people that have been sticking around on Boathouse Island, you know, having just raced themselves, will be there to give a cheer to their own colleges. I know there aren't supposed to be many spectators here, but the people that are still remaining will probably give them a shout as they go past and spur them on.
Absolutely, and certainly I know that there are plenty of Hertford alumni, including myself, watching the feed right now. And you know, we've been talking about a women's headship for many years, since even before I joined the college. It was whispered that potentially one day we could see it, and I'm sure the same at Wolfson College as well. Both crews would be absolutely delighted with the results today, and I'm sure there are plenty of alumni tuning in and desperately cheering on their crews from all those places we heard about earlier: Boston, US, New Zealand, probably many parts of Europe and other parts of the UK as well.
Yeah, so we've got about 3 minutes until the race starts. So it's probably a good time to just say a few thank yous to our polemen who've been polling off diligently all week, to the OURC's volunteers and the senior umpires as well for organising the event and making it happen in a COVID-safe and fun way, so that as many people as possible could get involved. Also to First Sight Media for putting on this live stream. This has been a fantastic way of getting bumps, shown to everyone across the world, as we've already said, and City of Oxford for allowing. Oh, I'm going to say that I'm from City, but for allowing this to happen in their bar and cafe.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been an absolute delight to be able to commentate these divisions these past 2 days. Really been very enjoyable. Okay, so we are drawing ever closer to the 1 minute gun, which be those crews on the bung line being desperately nervous, waiting to see what happens in this division. Okay, so that is the 1 minute gun. start to very carefully edge the crews out onto their ideal racing line.
I can tell you now, my heart is pounding, and I cannot imagine how these women will feel waiting for that gun to go off.
Absolutely, but all they need to do is they need to go out there and row their best. They'll need to row exactly like they've done in training the past couple of weeks and months, and they need to almost forget what they're rowing for at this point, just to have the best row that they possibly can and not get too caught up in you know, one bad stroke or what have you. What happens will happen at the end of the day, and there's always next year, which is one of the good things about bumps. So all the coxes will be making sure that they are very happy with their line. They've probably got about 30 seconds left. Oh no, there we go.
That was the gun.
Good. Okay, so we've had just a little bit of a wobble in the Hertford crew. I imagine that's just nerves, and they will hopefully be wanting to get that back. Wolfson looking very clean and very strong as they come up off the start.
But Christchurch are really closing down on them. That is an incredible start from Christchurch.
Yep, so it does look like all those crews are rating very similar, somewhere in the high 30s, I would imagine. There's a little bit more of a gap till Pembroke, Oriel and Keble. And then as we come up, we can see that Wolfson have made a huge push onto Hertford, down to a quarter of a length. Now it's up to Hertford to just sit and just hold them off, not try and be heroic and try and pull away too much, because Christchurch are bearing down on Wolfson. Now, Wolfson have taken a slightly wider line, but that does mean that Hertford will be steering that bay, which will result in a little bit more steering as they come out of the guts. If we could zoom in on that three-boat sandwich at the head of the division.
We have a bump from Trinity on Jesus, so that is Blades for Trinity. Well done then. But if we could go to maybe camera 2, and that is very close between those.
And Hertford have conceded the headship to Wolfson. Now Christchurch need to keep walking and see if they can move up to catch Hertford and take them down one more bump as well. It does look like Christchurch are stuck, and Christchurch, Wolfson have not been able to clear the line. They need to get moving so that they potentially risk that bump being taken away from them if they don't get moving as soon as they can. So it does look like Pembroke are going around them, and Wolfson are starting to get themselves up and going again.
Oh, that must be devastating for Christchurch. They really need to get going before Pembroke catches them. But Wolfson are just stopping in the middle. They are really impeding the race.
So I'm not quite sure what's going on up at the top of the division. We probably need to see it from the other angle. Wolfson really do need to get going.
That's a klaxon.
And that sounds like that division has been klaxoned.
Oh, that is such a shame.
So that is potentially very controversial as an outcome of a race. We're going to have to perhaps see what the outcome of that was. We definitely saw the hand from Hertford, but then there was a Wolfson did seem to get themselves stuck and weren't able to get out of the racing line suitably quickly to allow the other crews to come through.
Yes, and I mean that was the right outcome. Unfortunately, that klaxon was needed, because otherwise it wouldn't have been safe. And while it was devastating for the crews that might have got caught up in that, it's better than anything happening to them. So yeah, I guess we will see. Oh, we've got a waving Trinity crew. Their bump is secure, I'm pretty sure.
So what we need to be careful of here is that the rules of racing do say that if you take actions that lead to a klaxon that could have been avoided, you are liable to be penalty bumped. What that would mean that Wolfson's bump against Hertford would not be allowed to stand. So it all comes down to whether or not Wolfson just made a mistake, if there was an entanglement with Hertford, and if the reason that they couldn't clear was actually caused by the Christchurch crew being in their way or not. So it all kind of depends on exactly what happens at little bit of a tangle at the top of the division as to ultimately, I think, who could end up with the headship today.
And that's a real shame for the crews such as Univ. I believe they were on for blades, and obviously their row was cut short by by the klaxon. So
we shall wait for provisional results to see what the provisional results before any other actions are taken suggest might be the outcome of this race.
Yeah, we've got crews all over the place currently, and thankfully no one's in any danger. They don't need any medical assistance or anything. It was just a complete blockage of the racing line, and we had said earlier that there had been no klaxons this year. To have it in the women's Div 1, which was the race of the century, really, is such a shame, but a safety precaution that needed to be taken.
Absolutely, and the marshal did exactly the right thing there. There was no safe way for those crews to exit the gut using any line, I think, including the racing line, given where the crews were. Marshal did exactly the correct thing, so they're certainly not at fault, but it will just be a case of what happens within those crews in that conflict up at the top of the division, in that three-boat sandwich, to determine what the overall results will be. It has been exactly 10 years to the day since the last women's headship was appealed, so it is perhaps a little bit poetic, but that was between Balliol, Pembroke and Wadham, so three entirely different crews, which I think does show you how much these standings can shift over time.
Yeah, and I'm sure all of the crews here will still be fueled with adrenaline because they haven't had long enough to race. It was only about, 500 meters perhaps, if that. And so they'll be feeling probably quite sick right now, not knowing what the outcome of that was. And if they were robbed of blades, or if their race was cut short, then they'll be absolutely gutted. But yeah, we will wait to see what the outcome of this is, and unfortunately, we won't be able to probably report it in time.
Yep, so I think this is very likely to go to what's called an appeal. So because a klaxon was fired, the evidence will have to be looked over by the OURC's appeals committee. That will then probably happen later this evening, and results will be announced to the crews and available on the OURC's website at a later time. But I really don't think we're going to know who has won the headship or retained the headship today.
So yeah, if we can display the results from men's Division 1, that'd be a good thing to look at. We have Oriel retaining the headship at the head of the division, with Pembroke and St Cat's. In fact, every crew rode over. I'm not going to name them all. They all rode over in a pretty uneventful, but I don't know. Actually, there were quite a few close calls, but no bumps in that division. Let's say that.
Absolutely, and certainly in these higher divisions, a row over is not a bad result at all. It's about making sure that when those opportunities present themselves in future races, next year and the years after, that the clubs are able to capitalise, and more importantly, they're able to maintain that position on the river, so that when they do have a good year, they can then move up those divisions to potentially take a headship. Okay, so I don't know if we've heard anything on what is going on with Women's Division 1. We are still a little bit uncertain. So appeals, if any of the crews are going to lodge them, do need to happen within 10 minutes of the results being announced. So that's 10 minutes of the results, provisional results, being put up on the OURC's website, I believe. So no doubt those coaches and bank riders are frantically trying to get in touch with Race Desk to give their side of the story as to exactly what happened, so that can be resolved.
Yeah, I mean, both Wolfson and Hertford are located quite close to Race Desk. It's only Christchurch, if they see a reason to launch an appeal, although I doubt they would have been bumped given the klaxon. But anyway, it'll be those two that will be racing to race desk and trying to find out what happened.
So the wonders of modern technology now mean that our appeals are done through telephone. And so actually you no longer have the frantic sprint from Boathouse Island up to the Head and down to Lumbridges. You now just need to ring a mobile number, which is readily available on the appeal spreadsheet on the OURC's website. If anybody listening in from those colleges is in desperate need of knowing where that is.
Yes, they might get an influx of phone calls from all their supporters, but yes, it will be the umpires and the probably the coxes that they might need to speak to first.
Absolutely, and I think you know, as a cox myself, I think that it's a very difficult situation when you're in that 3-boat sandwich to keep track of where all the crews are, especially at that pinch point at the top of the gut, which requires some crews to steer straight whilst other crews are actually taking the apex of the turn. It's incredibly difficult to judge that whilst also, you know, encouraging your crew on, trying to make sure that you're getting the most out of your crew to go and get that bump, which is what you want. So I don't necessarily know I would have had any advice to any of those coxes other than be more lucky. Yes. And it's very unfortunate that it was such a high profile race today that has caused that sort of has caused the klaxon.
And we can see New giving a bit of a processional start there, going past their boathouse, because obviously they won't have been rowing past their crews. None of the crews made it out the gut really. So yeah, sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of a burst to show what you would have been doing had this been a normal event.
Absolutely, and to burn off some of that adrenaline as well.
Yes,
these ladies would have been absolutely geared up to be rowing, you know, the full course almost for New College, and you know, to be left wanting having only rowed really up to the bridge at all.
And we saw Univ there just clapping on New College as they rowed past, which is a lovely display of sportsmanship, isn't it?
So we have got the Hertford crew on the raft. I think they are simultaneously pleased and gutted by the fact that they have managed to get even up to second on the river, which is a fantastic achievement for the college, if you don't mind me saying. Over the years they have climbed and they've certainly done the college very proud, but they just need to wait and find out the result of this appeal to see just how much they should be celebrating.
Yeah, and regardless of that, I think they're going to enjoy some fizz and probably throw their cocks in the river, regardless of the outcome there.
Absolutely, and well deserved. They've seen some really good rowing from them and some really good racing this week.
Yeah, they were definitely ones that I hadn't spotted on the ISIS. I'm out most of the time, really, so I hadn't noticed them in particular, so they really did sneak up on us, but that's a real credit to them for getting their heads down and just getting on with the job, and you know, bumping Pembroke on, was it the first day or the second day perhaps, they, you know, have really come out of the woodwork there and been a success story for this campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the screen we have I can't really tell because of the sunlight. I believe that may be Trinity just getting ready to go and land at their boathouse to also celebrate their successful racing week, although not potentially as successful as they would have liked.
Well, they seem to get their bump before the klaxon, so I think they're on for their in blades. Yeah, they've got blades.
Okay, so if they have bumped at every opportunity, and it was in fact before the klaxon, because it was not anything to do with the potential appeal that we have going on at the top of the division, they will have succeeded in winning blades, which means that they bumped at every opportunity and they will receive a trophy blade at some point in the not too distant future.
And that's just someone on the bank clearing the way so that Hertford can put their boat back in the boat bays and close the door until, well, maybe tomorrow when they go out, who knows.
Yes, their coach Simon is often a regular occurrence on the ISIS, let's say, and SA does push his crews very hard, as we've seen by the success of their rowing this week.
And that's the smiling faces of Trinity W1, who, yes, I believe were successful in their blades campaign. I actually rowed in with their six seat in Merton, so I know her quite well, and obviously I'm wishing her well from the commentary seat.
Yeah, absolutely. And Trinity, again, is a college that has a little bit of history with rowing, but they're not one of the big rowing colleges, I would say. They have always sort of been in and around the top divisions, but certainly not near headship anytime recently. But they seem to have made a good success of it this year. Okay.
And there's still kind of a hive of activity around at least City of Oxford. I expect people are sat on the balcony enjoying a drink, as well as obviously the crews that have just finished racing, all being handed their red cups, or purple ones.
Absolutely, and I'm sure many of the clubs have some sort of event planned for this evening. Traditionally, there would be big dinners with alumni coming back to visit and see the college and congratulate the rowers on their week's worth of racing. Unfortunately, that's not been possible this year, but I do hope that the students are going to be able to celebrate in their own way. We do have some people jumping in for a celebratory swim, and frankly, I might be tempted to join you in about half an hour, given how warm it is today.
Yeah, that looks like Maudlin in there.
Yes,
just being pushed in.
Not the cleanest of stretches, but certainly I do hope that they have some sort of beverage involving cola later this evening, just to make sure that they don't get ill.
Yes. Yeah, as long as you don't swallow the river water, I think you should be fine.
We've got lots to say. Lots of crews will be celebrating on the raft. There is a gentleman about to do a backflip in. I hope he realises that the river is about waist deep at that point, and has clearly done a risk assessment before jumping.
Yes. Oh, it looks like is that Univ jumping in?
I think that is
Wolfson.
Wolfson jumping in to celebrate their successes this week. I think regardless of the outcome.
And there's a Cox who's just been picked up and very unceremoniously is being thrown in. Oh, by Somerville, that's it.
By Somerville, yes. So I'm sure that the Wolfson Cooks is just going to kind of relax and make sure that the boat gets away safely, and then we'll definitely be celebrating this evening. I think regardless of the result, they did get the bump, so they do know that they are the faster crew.
And they're all being photographed by Al Craigie by the look of it.
Absolutely. So photos are available on his Facebook page, and he does do, if you speak to him, he can do you a deal for all the clubs of your crew that have raced this week.
There we go. The nice photo opportunity for Hertford. Lifting the Cox up, although they might need to give a little bit of support there.
Yeah, absolutely. They should be very proud of what they've managed to achieve this week.
There we go. And coach getting in there. Social distancing by the look of it.
Absolutely. So we will be back next year to cheer you on in force, I'm sure.
Oh, and then it's the men's 100-metre freestyle event.
Yeah, I assume that they are either swimming over to, that looks like it's Oriole swimming over to the other side of the river, perhaps to go and meet some friends at Wolfson, to congratulate them and to, say hello.
That's quite a sight to behold, really, isn't it? A group of eight men floundering across the river. At least they're okay at rowing.
As I say, as a rower, I spend certainly most of my mornings and evenings trying to not go swimming in this stretch of river. So definitely it's a little bit of a way to celebrate.
Yeah, as long as they remember to take their sunglasses off. That's the one thing. They always get thrown in and then lose their sunglasses.
Several years ago, I was rugby tackled in by my foreman quite violently, a guy called CJ, Chris Jones, and my glasses went absolutely flying. And bless him, he did pay for a taxi for me to go home and get my spare pair. So as I say, do remove your glasses before you jump in or get thrown into the river. You won't be able to find them after, but it does look like they've all realised that probably it's not where you want to stay, regardless of how gorgeous the weather is today.
So we'll be awaiting the results from Women's Division 1, and that will be the close of the day, really.
Yeah, it's been an exciting week, and I'm incredibly glad that we've been able to get at least some form of racing this year for the students, and also for, as I say, the alumni who like to watch their colleges as well.
There we go. We have New College there. And so nothing yet from the appeal for Women's Division 1. It might be a bit of a drawn out thing. We don't know when that will get resolved, so it might take a bit longer than a few minutes, given the situation that unfolded in front of us. I think it might be quite a complex one. Yeah, we have another cox or perhaps a rower being thrown in, maybe even a coach. Oh, and that was a bit of a dive, belly flop perhaps.
Yeah, I think all the crews are going to enjoy themselves. I say now that it's the end of racing and then there's no risk of being passed by speared by a passing crew. They are safe to do that.
Yeah, rather than me, I think. Yeah.
So I think for today we're going to give it just a few more minutes to see if we are able to get some provisional results for that division. Otherwise, we will be looking to wrap up for today and say goodbye to you for at least another year, unfortunately, or at least until next Torpids, which should be in about February of 2022. Lots of people being pushed in. It does look an awful lot of fun. Yes, definitely recommended given the heat there.
Yeah, this is the time where you realise that you shouldn't be wearing a white Zephyr, but it's a bit late for that now.
Absolutely, I'm just hoping that the poor gentleman in the blazer doesn't get pulled in whilst he retrieves his rowers from the depths of the ISIS.
Oh, and there's a cox being picked up, or potentially rower, captain. Oh, and they were just dumped in the river. There was no swing to that whatsoever.
Absolutely, it does need to be a coordinated effort to make sure that they get well away from the pontoon.
But it is great to see everyone just looking so happy. I mean, they. I think there's a photo being coordinated there, but and lots of hugs going on. I think it's just showing that everyone's so relieved that this event has actually happened, actually taken place. And
actually with minimal incidents. You know, I think we were all a little bit nervous given that there wasn't a huge amount of experience in the clubs this year, but I think all the rowers have really done themselves and their colleges proud, and we've had some really nice clean racing for much of the week.
Yeah. And Oriel have obviously found themselves now on the wrong side of the river, so they might have to swim back.
Might have to swim back.
But you know, after you've just done headship, what's another couple of 100 meter swim there?
Absolutely.
Oh, there we go. He's got his glasses on. That's bold. That is.
That is very bold. I hope that he retains those for the duration of the evening.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, we even have some pink hair there, or pink sprayed hair. That's a dedication to the New College colours, I believe.
Yeah, we've just got some vanity shots of the river, which I think, as I say, is certainly a stunning place to be on an evening like this. And yeah, there's definitely a lot of people are going to be having a lot of fun tonight, and over the next few hours.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's basically taken to the river, which is an interesting move, but good for them. They've had 4 days of fantastic racing and, finishing off with a bit of a splash before they'll probably go back, have a shower and maybe go to a dinner if they've got one booked. So that's great for them, really. Makes me miss bumps racing. You know what? Maybe I'll be an associate, or maybe I'll do another degree. How about that?
I certainly managed to find myself in a crew this week. I say I am now on years of bumps racing, and I will say I will always keep coming back if there's a seat available for me. It is somewhat addictive.
And I think it's unlikely that we're going to hear the outcome of Women's Division 1, so we'll probably wrap it up there. But thank you, Harriet, for joining me in the commentary, and thank you everyone for watching. Any last words, Harriet?
Just that it's been a really good week of racing, and I wish everyone the best of luck for next year.
Right, that's us signing off. Thank you very much, and enjoy your evenings, everyone.
Goodbye.